starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled out life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
Good morning, everybody. It's the last day of the Southeast Asian Close Qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 22. We only got 2 series remaining for all of you people. For all of your enjoyment, it's been a nice ride here with these Close Qualifiers these last days. But, you know, it's time to pick a winner. Here with T-Panda and Lizard, we're going to take you on a journey. We have a pretty spicy series coming up. My cat is also bumping on the door because she's so excited about SEA Dota. She
Let her in.
Here.
Let her in, T-Panda. What the hell, man? How can you cast without your cat being there? Let her in.
Because the moment I close the door, if they're inside, they want to get out. So if I close the door and they're outside, they want to get in. They're cats, you know?
Yeah. My dogs do the same. My dogs do the same thing. I don't know. Even though they're not cats, they do the same thing.
But we're looking at Neon Esports and Team Darling. But before we talk about this particular matchup, Blizzard, what's your experience been like here for the SEA qualifiers? We had most of the open qualifier teams actually do really well, and only Aurora from the invited teams made it into the top 2 since they're waiting in the grand finals. But what's your journey been like?
Actually, it's been quite enjoyable working with you, T-Panda, for a change.
Hey,
it was good. I liked it.
Compliment I've ever got.
No, it was fun, definitely. I'm enjoying Dota quite a lot. Playing it a bit, you know, watching it a bit. My days have been super busy, like from waking up at 3:30 a.m. until maybe 11, 12 p.m., like midnight non-stop, literally not stopping after the cast is done. So I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. But I like the schedule. For some, I guess I'm getting old, you know, and so it's easier and
like
easier.
early bird.
Yeah. It's easier and easier to start waking up early. Also, some dude recognized me last night at the gym. Like after the cast, I had some work. Then I went to the gym, and some dude, "Hey, Lizard, are you casting right now? Why are you waking up at 3 a.m.?" Like,
He's like, why did you pick your Power Rangers so badly?
Yeah. Tell T Panda his music sucks. No, I'm kidding. But no, I enjoy Dota more than anything else. I feel like we've had some pretty damn good series. I enjoyed that day when you had to stay up for 28 hours or something. That was pretty fun as well.
Yeah, I way overbooked my weekend, so that was a bit of a killer, but have been feeling alive every single day of broadcast. And of course, as the series Neon versus Darling, the draft is ready. We can discuss a bit about the team's path up till this point. As you look at Neon Esports, they had the almost miracle run in the upper bracket, got knocked down by Aurora yesterday. Aurora looked really, really good in that series and kind of dulled the blade off of Neon. And of course, Team Darling, they have had three map series in a row coming to this point. They also reverse sweep to that previous one versus Bleed.
Yeah, like these two teams, did they match before? By the way, did they play each other before? I can't remember.
Neon and Darling?
Yeah, I mean the qualifiers. Yeah, they didn't, right?
No, because they were on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, of course. So basically, I find this matchup very interesting. I don't know who's going to take it. Up to this point, I had some strong feelings towards one team or another, which wasn't always correct, but I had an idea about which teams should take it. This one, it's interesting, you know. On one side, you have some Meepo pickers. On other, you also have Meepo pickers. You also have some players that play mean position 4s. Different heroes in general are being picked by these two than what's absolutely dominant and in the meta. And different heroes are being banned. Like Meepo first phase ban, but no Lina banned out.
No Lina banned out, yeah. If I maybe look at the way that these two teams have been approaching drafts, it's been Team Darling who flexes more, and Neon Esports bringing in some, the Winter Wyvern 4s, for example. Their itemization is different. They're more aggressive, more damage-based on their support end, whereas your other team is looking at the basic defensiveness, whatever they can do to help their team, but Neon is going on a much more aggressive approach. Well, but still, it's easier to read their draft.
Yeah, and there is someone left in the pool. Say it.
Oh,
Say
you
it,
want the techies? It's still there. Still
Yeah,
got 2 more bands to go, but there's a strong chance it could go through.
Yeah, techies still left in the pool. So we'll see where it goes. Will it go Radiant? Will it go Dire? Maybe the ban happens from Darling. So maybe we'll see it on Neon, but I don't know. Do you ban something else? I'm thinking. You have Bat on one side, so Centaur is still left in the pool. I love Centaur. I think he's really strong. If you don't pick techies on Neon, and if it goes through, this is 100% gonna be Centaur techies on the second phase for Darling.
100%. All right. The
like,
prophecy.
Like, if it goes through, and there are still one ban and one pick, of course I can be wrong, but if I could pick Bat and Centaur together, and then combo possibly the strongest hero with the Centaur in the laning stage with him, like, I definitely would. It just makes your game so much easier. Lifestealer left in the pool, that's probably the only deterrent. But overall, I'd love to see it. If you want to go some different direction for Neon, you could get an Abaddon or something like that. Pick the Lifestealer afterwards. Let them have the Centaur and techies. But wait, they ban out the Naga. Maybe a Morphling for them as well, right? Like, that's something. But
It could also be if they do go Naga, then of course the Faceless Void then opens up for Neon potentially.
CDR though, they pick his heroes early. Yesterday he definitely got wrecked with his Luna. Let's see, they get the Lina. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would no-brainer insta pick Techie's Centaur here. Like, you get to play Centaur versus Kotl and Lina on top of everything else. You can get on, well, on top of everything else, you get on top of them very easily.
Yeah, you certainly do. The chasing power, the potential to open up fights, be more aggressive, be the one with the initiative. Centaur already enables in that, and then you have this long range initiation from Techie. So yeah, I'm on board with you with this one. I would like them to take that route.
Yeah, the only problem that you might encounter is if, but it's also what's funny. It can also be dealt with. Let's see, they go with bounty hunter instead.
That's the first bounty actually in a very long time. You talked about this in the last pick phase, basically, that they're banning out bounty hunter from time to time, and how strong this hero currently is, and not being played that much. This hero is surprisingly strong.
Yeah, okay. My 100% prophecy absolutely gone.
And there's the Void as they banned out the Naga, so Neon don't get to take the hero for themselves.
Yeah, what I do like about the bounty though is I'm playing it as a core like most of the time, but it definitely is strong on any supporting position as well. Like 4-5, you can spam a lot. Shuriken Toss is actually busted at the moment. It's been basically what they did to Shuriken Toss is through the patches. You know, I was reading the patches. You know how you accumulate some knowledge on heroes through patches. You read everything, and like one patch, they lowered the mana real low on Shuriken Toss, but they also made it do almost no damage. So it was a spammable ability. And then no one was picking bounty. So they kept on increasing Shuriken Toss's damage until it reached almost the old damage, but the mana remained the same. So it's a spammable nuke. You know, it's kind of dumb, but it is strong, not picked a lot. There are better heroes in the pool, definitely, in my opinion. Let's see. They're playing into Faceless Void, Neon Esports, maybe Winter Wyvern. No? Axe instead, okay.
Why Axe, though? Purely for the laning stage?
I'm thinking about it as well, honestly. Like, this isn't a hero that we see very often. It is good into Faceless Void, right? Like you catch against him, the call is nice. But like, if this is some position 4 Keeper of the Light, Kotl Axe is really damn difficult to play against. Maybe that's the... But
especially in the right
Marcy.
hands. Now we got
Is this
the
scary?
Marcy as well. I mean, considering you have the Lina and the Marcy and the Kotl and the Axe, these are like potentially 4 core heroes in your lineup, but some of them do flex into support. It could be Marcy carry, but I also feel like, don't you get the most out of Marcy as a support, buffing up something like a Lina?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think this is like probably some 5 Marcy Lina 1, Axe Kotl off lane, and then you have your last pick mid. And you can also flex the Lina 2 mid and last pick something on the safe lane. Now Darling should ban out most likely the Lifestealer, like that's what I would do, because Lina can be put mid, and then you pick Lifestealer safe lane.
Yep.
But maybe
I also think they should probably put Lina into mid in this case, because the Centaur got picked. This is a real run at you, run over you lane if this Lina is out of position and Marcy is pulling. You're playing a melee support that is gonna have a bit of difficulties getting there unless you're sticking with the Lina the whole time and just pulling, say, the hard camp. But that's gonna be in Dire's control.
You know, there is I agree, like but I'm looking at the Darling and how do they lane. And if this Centaur was offlane versus, let's say, Alina, and if he had a support bat, like, destroyed that lane, Flame Break Lina into Hoof Stomp is really not difficult anymore, even with her range. However, if you do having Bounty Faceless Void into Axe, maybe even Axe Kotl, if you put Bounty if you put Bounty Faceless Void into Axe Kotl, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Hence why I would think, the Bat Void, but put Bounty as a 3 and play Centaur as a 4. Cuckoo Hunter.
okay,
Bounty Cuckoo.
okay. Also doable. Also do. I mean, yeah. Can be done. Can be done. Like this lane, Bounty Centaur versus Lina. It can work. It can work. It's a bit scarier, but it can work. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Put Bat with Faceless Void. Sure. I can see it happening, but let's see what Neon Esports, they ban out Veno and Evoker, so a bit
Well,
of
Veno
different.
is your classic axe counter at least, but
Yeah.
they might have something in their mind considering like Troll Ursa Axel right now.
10 seconds.
They get to see Darling's pick first, so they get to respond. So if Darling would have picked, something like a Troll, they have Void already, but if they pick Troll, that would eliminate Ursa from the pool. You do not play that matchup. But you could still pick up the Troll. It's still an okay Troll game, actually, when you think about it, for Neon.
Yep. I'm not sure. Like I'm thinking about their carries and what they can get with Axe. I really wouldn't mind. Once again, even that Lifestealer, put Lina mid, Lifestealer safe lane. Centaur doesn't have a game. If Centaur doesn't have a game, they don't have like very big opportunities in the mid game. After laning stage, that is, your Radiance hurts Void in the Chrono. Like you get Axe initiation on the Void to just eliminate him instantly, but instead, and it's kind of decent into DK as well. Troll is also a good shout, by the way, but it all depends on where they put Lina.
You know what? This DK looks like a mid hero, but now I'm also starting to think, is Bounty Hunter actually going mid? And they're playing Batrider Centaur support to put the DK in the offlane for Cuckoo, and then you play Bounty as a mid.
I'd love it. I'm telling you, I've been spamming this guy mid for a year now, and
That's what I feel like right now.
yeah, my win rate is stupid. Like this guy just. But again, that's not the same. Like,
The lane matchup is
bounties.
rough. Yeah.
But who's mid? That's the question. Like if you put bounty mid, if either one Kotl or Lina are mid, you're not having a game. Like
Yep.
You're
You're forced to put the DK there so you don't lose the lane instantly.
Yeah, exactly. Even DK, this game isn't good mid. Like if you put Kotl mid, Lina safe lane, I feel like your game is already good on Neon. Like you can last support. Literally, I that's what I would do. Like Kotl this game with a fast vessel owns everything.
Darling's draft is in a very
there you
I
go.
would say maybe in a bit of a weak spot as well, laning stage wise, considering what they're going up against.
I love
and as
how
you can see, we've got the carry Lina on the side of Neon.
I love how they read it the same way, more or less. I mean, I kind of read what they were doing. They didn't read what we were saying. But Kotl mid, a fast vessel into Bosku and into Dragonite. It feels really good. You have so much. You have this Axe and Marcy to prevent them from getting on top of you. You have a Wyvern as well to prevent them of destroying you in the Chronosphere or in that Stampede.
Yeah.
Now again, I need to say that probably Dyer's lineup, Dyer Lang's lineup is maybe a little bit easier to play. Like just looking at it, you pop Stampede, you run in with Dragonite, But I don't think
with everyone. You
Run
got
in with-
4 melee
yeah.
heroes here.
4 melee heroes into Alina, like
Yeah.
CDR by that Gleipnir, and 4 melee heroes into Axe, by the way, and Wyvern.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like goddamn, man. Like I don't. The more we speak, the less I like the draft.
Yeah, so the gut feeling kicks in once again, right? I mean, I feel like Darling's draft is maybe a bit overly greedy, but the laning matchups don't look too hot. But of course, you gotta know these players are comfortable going into the leaving their comfort zone in a way as well, because they've played some of these matchups. You ask a player, "Are you okay picking this hero into this lane?" And like, yeah, give me that. I'll win this lane for you. Just get that confidence boost. So they put themselves in a tough position theoretically, but of course, Dota is about execution. It's not only about the draft. So what we can tell about the draft is I favor Neon's draft maybe 70% to 30%. but execution is really what's going to decide how this game is going to go. Because it could also be Neon doesn't punish them during the laning stage, and that's a free pass for Darling.
Yeah, I would say that this game is very simple for one player on the map, and that's Ken, and he needs to perform. Like and this feels like a really easy keeper of the light game. The only problem that you've got on Kotal this game is Bounty Hunter, because he has stun now on Shadow Walk, and he can scout you out easily. Stampede last, so but even when you stampede, you're not faster than Kotal. You know, he's still running around on like 500 movement speed. So, but his game should be simple. Get that vessel very fast. Even the laning stage is easy if he's laning into Dragon Knight. Yeah, so it's not a bad it's a great matchup for Qual.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of perks going on the side of Neon, but also when you look at, like, when I mentioned 4 melee heroes, or maybe 3.5 because of the DK form, there's definitely a lot of shock and awe with this dire draft. If they find the Lina, jump on top of her, could be a powerful tool to abuse. They got the sentry down on the ground. Jotun is going to get tossed in first. Neon fighting back, but Axe is also in the middle of the fray, and he's getting body blocked. And JG looks like he's gonna go down. They do get the heal out from Bombi, so no Arctic Burn for him in the laning stage. They save him from all the physical damage, and no first blood to be given here.
Yeah, I said nice, and then I'm thinking, damn, like you just have Cold Embrace in your lane. But it's fine. Arctic Burn level 1 is important to properly, but we're playing with an axe. Can't you do the old school pull ancients into Cold Embrace axe, defend, stack kill it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can still spin in the embrace.
Yeah.
Jotun trying to steal the rune, not going to be successful in doing so, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 split with the bounties. And we are officially underway. This is the lower bracket final, so a win here for either team is going to credit a spot in the grand finals for Southeast Asia. And that Southeast Asia slot, it's only for one team, and that's the winner of the grand finals. It's a best of 5 that's going to be played after this BO3.
How many slots does NA have? I know you casted NA too.
1.
Okay, good. Then I'm fine with SC. Only 1 slot. And it's fair.
Yeah, Shopify took that slot. That was a 5-game series with Nouns, 3-2. That was actually a pretty fun series. I was watching a bit of that. I thought it was already over at the 2-1, but Nouns apparently turned that one around and forced it to 3 games. They played 3 60-minute games in a row, if I remember correct. Actually, 2.
A bit sad for Nouns, season after season. You know, this team always finishing. I mean, in DPC,
and it went the furthest in TI out of all North American teams, despite the roster being changed. But it's still the organization that's riding on a lot of high after TI.
Yeah, they tend to do a lot if they manage to qualify.
But at least showings like this, you need to actually get into the tournaments, because no DPC this year. You gotta make every international LAN pay off. Basically, these qualifiers are kind of like the difference between life and death for a lot of rosters.
By the way, I know he took Cold Embrace as a failed move to just save Axe, which I mean, it wasn't the Cold Embrace wasn't failed. But this Cold Embrace level 1 in the lane is absolutely fantastic. Like, look at the trades that they're doing on top. Yep. Full HP, both of them. 50 mana for Cold Embrace.
They might be able to kill this bounty here as well with the damage output. Slowly burning with that battle hunger. And he might just die. Let's see if the ticks are going to be enough. He's looking for the deny from the camp, and JG gets a tick.
Him.
They hit so low, so slow, that JG gets a battle hunger tick in between killing Jotun and Neon for the first blood.
He should have attacked a different one, because the bigger Harpy has 33 damage. So 2 more damage.
Him.
Yeah, maybe would have dealt a bit more, but in any case, this is a scary lane. Arctic Burn plus Battle Hunger, it's a lot of ticks.
Yeah, that's what you get for playing a support with 9 armor.
What's
Palos
happening?
dropping fairly low here as well. Does get the time walk out. But they're slowly getting control over this lane. Palos is falling a bit behind in CS in the top lane. And also we haven't really paid attention to bottom either that much.
Yep.
But this is not a great harass lane for Cuckoo and for Drick to apply a pressure onto Lina when they're still level 2. You need a couple more levels to really get the jump on these two.
Yeah, like level 3 is where it's at for Dire on bottom lane. You get to flame break the Lina into a stun and then maybe do something off of that, but Marcy is no joke. This hero protects you very well, and as long as they actually set up their stuns properly, which is not something they've managed to do. One thing that out of that whole engagement, by the way, around the mid lane when Axe almost died, one big deal is they still blocked the hard camp. Blocking this hard camp against the Coddle is a big deal, because that's where he gets most of his farm, just stacking it with Illuminate and farming it together with the mid lane.
Yeah. And they also got a D-ward with that same sentry when that first fight broke loose.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
like double value.
You mentioned it, yeah. It's super value.
Courier about to drop. Not quite enough for Bombi to kill me, but we're looking at bottom. CDR is forcing Cuckoo away. There is a Batrider yoinking the wave. Trying to bring it to Cuckoo, so Batrider could also hit level 3. You can get that 1 point in Napalm if you really want that extra movement speed slow. It's not a great amount at level 1, but it's something. It's stackable.
Yeah, of course, and he's gonna get... He had almost no mana, and now he gets the Water Rune, because Kotl isn't going for one anyway. So he takes it.
Yeah. The funny thing is you're playing stack versus stack in the bottom lane. You have Napalm 1.5% and Fire Soul with 1%. Palos looks okay. At the jump, well, not that okay. I mean, he's alive, but not feeling very healthy. But yeah, you got 1% from Fiery Soul and 1.5% from Napalm. And Napalm stacks more times compared to the Fiery Soul stacks, which cap at 7. So Batrider will always get more slow in compared to the Lina's movement speed.
Yep. So far, the only hero perhaps doing a bit better than I expected is Yaoi on mid. Like Dragonite actually doing fairly, doing well, very well for himself.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's a DK, sure, but into Kotl, DK doesn't feel that great. But okay, until level 6 it's like this. Once you hit the dragon form, you think you're stronger, but you're weaker because Kotl hits 6 as well. And then...
Yeah, but he's
why?
gonna force Ken to TP to a tier 2 tower. He's
Ah,
afraid
they
of
won't...
that DK.
I don't think it was the DK, it was probably this Batrider. There's no reason to just TP like that. The stun was gone. They're going on him.
This mate here, Castaway, does get the connection. He is pulled in closer, and Ken, an Illuminate is available, and he's gonna drop it as that stun ends. And there goes your DK with the help of 2 supports rotating in, and they can happily do this because Axe is dominating the top lane. JG is already very capable of standing his ground, and when you make that move, all you need is just Lina to play safe, and CDR is no trouble.
Yeah, for now, no problems for now on him. Like once Centaur hits 6, it will be a bit more difficult to stay safe with Lina. But you see what I meant earlier. Like Dragonite hits 6, he thinks, oh, I'm gonna Dragon form and hit this tower, and then this Kotl just goes Spirit form, deletes your magic resistance.
Trying bottom. Cuckoo is dropping low here. He does get the stun to connect on Marcy. Marcy is actually out of mana, so no dispose. But yeah, you're right about that. Like this DK syndrome strikes. It's a real thing. Wisdom in 10 seconds.
Looks like Ken wanted to maybe even steal it, but never mind. He has his travels to play with now, so Ken def mid, Ken gank.
Yeah, race car Coddle.
Pretty much. Like realistically, the best thing he can do at the moment is still farm. Just finish off your vessel. Once you get the vessel, this game becomes, oh man, it's just it just feels great to play Kotl here. That's how I feel. I'd love to play Kotl in a game such as this one.
And I get triggered at games where you have to play against Kotl that builds full-on movement speed, and you might have limited stun and catch in your team, where you have like boots of travel. JG actually could get a good two-man call here, and a couple hits only, but they're not the fastest attackers, so he's not spinning at all. Almost killing Palos there, but JG will finally end up dropping. But what I was going on about the Kotl is when you have these stupid builds like DK.
He's dead again, maybe. Let's see. Can they catch him?
Got the blood grenade. 5 seconds for another Illuminate. Doesn't have the mana for it, so they're just doing it the old-fashioned way, just right-clicking away, and they will get this kill. The creeps will actually get the kill, so it's a split between the two.
Yeah. His tower is even taking more damage than Kotl's. Like, this is every DK's worst nightmare, more or less, so... What you really want to do here is probably bring the bounty and some more heroes if he wants to pop that form and hit. He cannot do it on his own. He'll die every time. Binding Light is way too strong.
But yeah, like, I'm never going to finish my point about the Kotls, but yeah, they just go full-on movement speed build. Well, Palos gets dunked by JG. He drops low from the Splinter Blasts and the Arctic Burns. And JG just walks in to drop that axe on top of his head. So that's his first cold armor stack.
Yeah, like the lane's going really well for Radiant.
I have a lore question for you, Lizard. You're great at these.
Yes, sir.
If you look at
anything
Axe,
about lore, but
if you look at Axe and you look at his buff, the cold armor, which is the stacking buff, why does he harvest armor? We were wondering about this with Fear. Why is Axe harvesting armor when he's decapitating someone? Where does he put it?
It's not. It's not like the. He decapitates people. He takes their head off with the axe.
Well, why does he take their armor? Well, Bosku is getting pummeled here by the Laguna Blade, and CDR almost kills himself, but just in time for the Centaur to drop first. Jotun down dead as well, and CDR won't get enough regen out of the Marcy. Patrider will throw in the lasso, burn Castaway a little bit, but Castaway will survive.
Top lane, Palace. Can they take
Palos
his
at the same time.
armor again?
Response, and drops the Chrono to get away. But is he gonna get far enough is the question, because Bombi is still chasing him. 6 seconds for another jump. Kotl is also coming in. Ken thought he's over with the fight, but he has to go back in, and another Time Walk is available. He will again disjoint Palos. Oh, sorry, he will disjoint himself from Ken. And here comes the DK, intervening, jumping on Bombi. Bombi trying to TP away, but Jotun's there for the TP cancel. Bit of healing coming in from Ken with the Illuminate, but Bombi's fate is sealed. They didn't go all the way to commit on this Faceless Void.
I don't know why. Like, Ken had him. Like, that was yeah, that was the easiest kill ever, but he moved back for some reason, and then the Void has enough time to time walk again. Look, did you ever watch The Highlander?
The Highlander?
Yeah. It's like an old movie. Sean Connery is in it. And
oh, yes, Sean Connery, yes.
There can only be one.
Yes.
Have you never watched that? Anyways, there's it's like there are these chosen warriors born on Earth, you know, like they're immortal unless you decapitate them, but they can only decapitate each other to gain power. So every time you kill someone, you gain his like power, you get it. So Axe is basically a Highlander. He kills someone and he takes their soul. It infuses. So he's not really stripping the armor off of them. He's just taking.
Ah, yes. Axe is actually from Scotland, right?
Yes, exactly.
He's a bloody scallywag who just takes all your armor.
Well, he is wearing what's it called, like the Scottish skirt or something.
It's called a kilt.
A kilt. He's harvesting. What's Scurf saying? I bet it's something. All the other heroes are cattle to Axe, so he harvests them. Oh yeah,
harvest cattle. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cattle decapitation is a great metal band, by the way. CDR gonna get pulled by the lasso from Drick, but there's a curse and some TPs coming in. CDR needs that heal. He gets it. The call comes in between as well. Cuckoo can't finish off CDR. Finally dies to Jotun, throwing that shuriken in his face. Cuckoo trying to run out. He will get killed. Drick TP's out just in time. They got the Lina kill, but it almost cost them a whole lot more.
Yep. So if you are Darling this game, you just have to create as much chaos as possible. You know, to make these crazy moves, then stampede out, like kill off Lina, stampede out, do stuff like that. I feel like it's your only way to play the game properly. They're hunting Bounty. They know he's around. They don't know exactly where, but
He's actually stalking CDR here. If he goes for the poke, he's not going for the poke.
maybe track only. His invis is
He's
running
casting
out,
track, and now they're like, uh-oh. Gank squad right behind me. Axe is going elsewhere. Do they have any sentries around?
They have a
No.
sentry. They have a sentry, but he's not running into
It's
it.
not down on the ground, yeah. They're probably going to put it down now. And Bounty's on the other side. He's scouting out. They have some stacks in here. Sentry's still far away. Jotun is you're really playing hide and seek here. Ken is right nearby. He actually gets a really sneaky ward placed back here too. It's a really good ward for scouting out movements out of the base, seeing courier movements. Those can't be hidden in smoke, so
He doesn't have a TP, by the way, on Bounty. so
Marcy's pinging this location, actually. Dude, they're onto something here. They missed the dust.
Yeah, X is pinging.
do-
X pinged
Axe-
exactly where he was. There you go. They know. They know.
Now they finally know where he is, and the chase comes to an end. How do you read this? Like, ugh.
He's tracking them constantly.
He's tracking people, but
so-
man, that's such a you got 4 directions. You got to guess where he is, and they pick
Yeah.
the right one.
Yeah, but there's a sentry, so he can't like they had 2 exits covered, so he
But what
couldn't
about
move.
here or here? Like,
Yeah, because sentry was there, it just disappeared. It was around.
also
the
there was
hard
there was an older sentry. Okay, I just
Yeah,
didn't see it
yeah.
there. Yeah, I guess it makes sense then. Still a good read, and actually wasting that much time to go at him. You know, he could have been between the mid tier 2 and the stairs. So
he could have,
just ran
yeah.
out.
That's something that I expected as well, because he didn't have a TP. I expected him to be running that way too, but
Yeah. They're pinging Cuckoo here. They've got the blink on Axe. They just don't have any creeps for spin, and I think they need exactly that. He's got a very tiny bubble on top of him. Bombi gets killed on the other side of the map. That's a kill for Palos. He used his chrono for it, and now onto the big one, which is the Centaur. You've got the Marcy lassoed up, and the stun's coming through. And they will take down Marcy, and now also bullying Ken a bit here. You got your 2 cores trying to run away. Can he TP out? Yes, he can.
barely.
The
but
coddle would have been bad, very bad.
that was quite a big mistake from them. They engaged without having spirit form. Like
And
10
they
seconds.
just lost 2 heroes in a row. They get the call onto the bounty hunter with the blink from JG, and now there's no backup around. They've got the dust still, so they've got bounty hunter locked in, target
They have the
acquired.
curse as well if needed.
Call available. Bumpy's on the other side. There's the blink. And they want that dunk, but they're not really getting any damage in. The Wyvern's not even right-clicking, so he's probably not going to do a lot of damage to this bounty anyway.
They're just not committing. This whole game, I feel that they should be committing more. Like, one player goes one way, the other falls back. You know, they're just afraid of some stuff, and I'm not sure what. Like, okay, if he had Stampede, but you know that he doesn't have Stampede. He just used it, so yeah. I feel they could have abused this early game a bit more, but in any case, they are in a decent spot. Kotl getting Dagon next.
Okay. He's done playing tricks and games. Guess
a
they
good
needed
Taken
that
game.
extra burst.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's a pretty good Dagon game for him.
Where would you rank Dagon on a tier list?
I never buy it, literally. Like
So
I
it's
only
like
buy
F?
it. I only buy it on Nyx Assassin, and it's pretty good on him. But besides that, like, I don't know. I just don't buy it. This
It's like
bounty,
S tier on Nyx, and then you have F tier on everybody else.
yeah, pretty much.
And Jotun is just causing havoc, creating havoc at the backline. Snipes a casual courier there, while he's next to the enemy team.
Yeah, he's giving a ton of info. He's creating so much space for everyone else to feel safe and farm wherever they want to farm, because he's killing couriers, but most importantly, he's giving vision. He's just showing where everyone is. If you
He wants the track. He gets the track on Axe at least.
Yep.
Finally done with the bottom tower. Gonna get slapped by a Dagon. Also losing a lot of HP to the Illuminate Blast here from Ken. He's forcing out a defensive Stampede. Still making a run for it.
him, yeah.
Just needs one more Illuminate, but he's gonna have to chase Cuckoo for this. Blinks out, TP's away. Ken won't find him. Bat also, yeah, getting the initiation onto Bombi at the same time. Can they get a bit of healing? Yes, they do. The curse is onto the Bat Rider. Bombi's trying to get out of there.
Yep. Bounty is behind, by the way. Maybe he can create a snipe here on the Wyvern. They know where he is. They just scanned him. But you see how... I'm not sure what's happening to Neon, but they are very... oh, I don't know. Wyvern? Wyvern? It's gone. It's an easy kill. Like, they're very reluctant to commit. Like, even on this bottom lane, Centaur would have died if they curse after he stampedes. But Wyvern doesn't want to go close enough for that to happen.
Yeah, you're right. They are playing very defensive, passive here. I'm not sure if I like the approach from Neon in this game so far. They throw Gleipnir and a Bat Illusion. CDR getting surrounded. Oh, they actually find Jotun here, and they've got the wards in the lane, so that's an easy pick. Quick Laguna Blade.
This Keeper of the Light needs a stack. Like, he doesn't have Spirit Vessel. He needs a stack of Spirit Vessel. It looks like they want to go rush. Lina is tracked, so this will be obvious, but on the other side, do we have any big items? Like, there's nothing huge allowing you to fight. No BKBs yet.
It's just the 3 Blink Daggers. It allows you to kind of... It allows you to open up the fight, but
yeah,
it's not like you're sustaining far enough to win fights. I mean, it's really down to this Faceless Void. He needs Mjolnir. He's only got a Maelstrom and a Mask of Madness. A bit lacking on the damage department to fully commit. If you've got Mjolnir, then you feel a bit more, bit more safe. And it is, again, so many heroes into Axe as well. So if they stack their blinks, you don't look too good. Yoey does get the jump on Axe. Axe actually misses the call, but they're coming through the portal onto the DK. DK found himself very alone, but here comes Palos and the Chrono. It's on 3. He goes straight for Bomb. B takes down the Winter Wyvern. That's going to be number 1 onto the Marcy as well. They got the stun connected there. They got the last one onto Lina. Castaway trying to make a run for it as well, but Palos going to be relentless on top of him. CDR now left all by himself. The Aegis will burn, and they do get the turn on the side of Team Darlang. And now they will finish off CDR as well, making it 4 kills for Team Darlang.
Oh man, they just got destroyed. This is... they're so timid. They're not making any moves. And then they decide, hey, let's TP and go through the portal. And we know they're on the other side.
The best part of it was they kited the Axe out early on in the fight, so they could all, after that, just cluster.
Yeah, exactly. And you really need this Axe to jump the void in these fights. He needs to be the one. This is... That was a disaster, absolute disaster for Neon, who looked really damn strong in the laning stage and post-laning stage, but...
Yeah, but then basically the last 5-6 minutes has been really passive for them. They just go for the absolute secure kills that they can get. Now they're using a curse on Cuckoo. Lina's TPing in now, but he just blinks out of the curse. Like, what the heck? Now maybe even a kill for Drick. Oh, that was super optimistic for him. He's just gonna get blown up by CDR. Well, he made an effort. He tried.
Yeah. They get that at least.
But they didn't get Cuckoo, which is the one that stings the most.
Mm-hmm. Did you say Cuckoo stinks the most?
No.
Right.
It stings the most.
It's your
I mean, of course it stinks
accent.
when you don't kill your enemy's offlaner when you already cursed them.
I'm just messing with you, man. I know.
But it also stings.
Yeah, they're gonna... Centaur looks like someone that would have a very... Oh, he's like an Old Spice guy, you know? Centaur is an Old Spice guy, I feel like.
Centaur is Terry Crews?
Yeah. I mean, Axe is Terry Crews, but Centaur is... yeah.
Power!
Yeah. And Anti-Mage is probably some super expensive perfume, you know, like some 300 euros perfume.
Yeah.
Top lane.
Yep, Trick. Get chased under the tower. Also easy kill there for Neon. Again, they can secure these easy kills. Usually when the Lena's around, they make them happen. Not always, but now at least they've understood that they can't let these kills keep on sliding away because Void is getting stronger.
Yep.
Has that Mjolnir now, so Palos is a real force on this phase as Void. Everything else he builds on top of that is just going to make him stronger. But Mjolnir really is the breaking point for this hero where he ascends to another level.
Yeah, I felt like I really felt like they had stronger early to mid game, and I still stand by that. The execution wasn't really there from Neon so far, but they're not out of it. The fact that they're 7k behind, I still think that their draft is strong enough to fight Dire off, to fight Darling off.
And the funny thing is, Lizard, I remember when I said I favored Neon's draft 70% to the 30, but then also mentioned that execution is the one that really defines this game. Well, yeah. Now they're kind of getting bullied here. They might just lose the Coddle for the first time. JG coming in with a call, saving this Coddle, pushing him elsewhere into a safer spot. CDR finishes off Cuckoo. The lasso is onto Ken. Ken finally killed. Palos coming in with the Chrono. It's only onto the Winter Wyvern, though. Just the LSA stun. JG going for the call onto the DK. DK trying to pummel away, take down this Axe. Axe is so low. They finally kill him. 3 heroes gone and 2 only remaining. 3 on the other side, but Bat's already disengaged. But CDR, he's just getting stun locked on the spot. Yeah. And Palos with Yowie, they make sure that this is a team wipe for Sean Connery, as they're just relishing the moment right now on the side of Darling.
I really don't think this kind of execution will do, and like you said. Like I said, they have some ways of coming back, and they are strong, and they're not out of it. But if you continue losing one teamfight after another, your chances are slim to probably nothing. Also, keep in mind that all of these teamfights are happening with the Bounty Hunter track. So every time you lose a fight, you're losing a shit ton of gold. Like, it is level 1 track, but still.
It's the same old thinking in Dota, where if you're playing against a bounty hunter, every trade needs to go 1 for 2.
Yeah.
You can't trade 1 for 1 to make it profitable versus track.
Yeah, more or less. His track doesn't give as much as it used to back in the day when it was crazy amounts of gold, but it's still 1 for 2, I would say, just because it's not even. What they gonna do? Who they're catching?
They're invading the jungle right now, but it's just a bat rider farming. They don't actually even see the bat. And the thing is, with these smokes, you're bound to run into an Invis bounty hunter, and they're thinking he's on the area, but they actually run into the DK. DK just quickly. Okay, there we go. Bounty just walks into them.
As you
There is Palos.
He's buying time.
He's trying to jump in. This is a good jump here. They can maybe kill him with the call as well. Palos down. Just what they needed to do, and they're going to be successful in doing so. Cuckoo going for the optimistic teleport away, and then actually getting out with 400 HP. But the call, or actually even the curse in this case, hitting the back line. And there's your sudden turnover of a game. This is what Neon needed 15 minutes ago. And that's getting 4 kills and finally getting some kind of self-esteem.
That's what they needed to do. They needed to realize just how strong they were. But also they needed Darling to completely go crazy and just run into them. That was super weird. Bounty Hunter first. Okay, Bounty Hunter can do it. He has Yules. It's fine, but Faceless Void had absolutely no business running in there. He had no Chronosphere, it was on cooldown. And it was on a long cooldown, like 30 seconds or something, so even if he reaches everyone, he's not gonna, he's not gonna do anything. He has no BKB. Like, this Mask of Madness, Mjolnir, SNY is cute, but if you get caught, you will die.
If Neon doesn't continue scoring wins, they're going to be in a bit of a pickle. In a bit of a pickle Drake.
Yeah,
JG
they
finds
jump
Cuckoo.
each other.
They got the Gleipnir. Stampede's in 1. Does he use it defensively for Staff Sid? Yes, he does. He's going to go for the runaway. CDR also used up in the air. DK coming in with full speed. They also got Jotun right on top of him. They isolate the Winter Wyvern. Bombi. And Palos in the back line gets the chrono, but he's all by himself. Can he capitalize? Can he get any kills here? He gets maybe one, but Palos, you've been decapitated by the axe. And Cuckoo walks in for the stun. You've got Drick trying to make his way out of this fight. It's not going well at all. Like, you know, you got a good chrono, but just not in time. Not in the right place. And not killing anyone. Getting killed yourself. Oh, no.
So, how I feel about this and what's happening is he doesn't have a BKB on Void, and it's... I can get it, because you're playing into Axe, right? You're playing into Winter's Curse. It's a problem. You buy a BKB and then you have two heroes to deal with it. But without it, he's not really even hitting that hard in the Chronosphere. He needed more control there. He needed someone to deal with the Coddle, who wasn't caught in Chrono, unfortunately. It was a nice Chrono as well, in a way that it caught two important heroes. And Wyvern was already controlled on the other side, but he was too far. He didn't have time walk to get to the Lina on time as well.
Yeah. Like, Neon, with how this game started, you know, they were a bit ahead. Then, I would say, you know, a very mild case of 3-2-2. And now we're at 6-44, basically, because they're getting back in. Are we getting 9-6-6?
Very possible. The way this game is going, like you really, especially with the bounty that's buying Gags next.
Shaking off the morning dust, basically, on both of these two teams. 30 minutes into game number 1 as we're fighting once again inside the jungle. The lasso onto the Lina with the BKB up and running. CDR is pushed far behind. Cuckoo with the stun will connect. Lina in trouble. CDR needs a backup. LSA is there. They tried to get him out. Bombi with the heal. It might just do enough to keep him alive. JG's here. Palos again to the backline. 15 seconds for the chrono. CDR still trying to fight back, but there's so many targets around him. And now Neon, they're losing too. And Ken's to fall as well. The curse is there, but it won't save us life. And yep, now this one. This fight instead, it's a lot better for Team Darlang. Maybe that is your 9-6-6 right there. So it's very back and forth.
Yeah, is this 6-4-4 or 9-6-6?
I think this is 9-6-6 now.
This is 9-6-6, okay, yeah. And Rosh is up, by the way. They did scout it. The problem is it's going bottom, so to do Rosh, it's gonna be a Radiant one. We need to go down.
Next up is 1288. Jotun finds Bombi.
1288, let's go. They are not doing Rush, by the way. Is that 1288 on its own? I guess they can force a fight around it instead. They have Chrono. Also, one thing that I'm missing in these fights are some crits from Lina. You know, I'd like to see them, but nothing's happening. No MKB, no crits. Like, she hits super hard, but I'd like some more oomph. He's going for Skadi.
The good old oomph.
Yeah.
Real Dota term. Just a bit of extra oomph. That's all you need.
All we need is some oomph.
For some reason I have Mambo number 5 ringing in my head. A little bit of oomph is all you need. Da, 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 da.
Does he ever say that? That's not a part of the lyrics, right? Like, you just made that up.
Yeah, it's just misheard lyrics.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure, I know you're Finnish. Maybe there is.
Oh, you know I'm Finnish. Wow, clap.
Yeah, I mean maybe there's a female's, like, women's name oomph up there, but I don't think so. There is Ulv, I know, like in the.
It's not too far. I'm pretty sure there's a name like that in Sweden as well. Let's see. They're wrapping up. They're wrapping up right behind. They're going to get the jump on Marcy. Scurf denies my facts here. Marcy getting killed. There's a nice curse on 4. They're going to kill Mr. Drick. And Bombi gets 872 gold for a support Batrider kill. What?
He soloed it.
I soloed it, but 870 gold, 32 minutes into the game. I mean, come on. We're not looking at the comeback mechanisms of 2019 or 2018 even. JG That's the BKB. Get out. That's your. Now he's down to 6 seconds. We're getting requests from our production team to continue our hero lists. We'll have to see if this wish will be fulfilled. We have one, but we're saving it. We're saving it for next game. We were given an assignment.
The time has to be right. It has to come
exactly.
to us. You can't force it. Yeah. We are stars.
Yeah, we're scripting everything.
Exactly.
Even the score line, right? We're getting 1288 very soon.
22-22, dude. Like, look at this. Perfect.
Yeah.
Balance.
Caster's start game is a real thing. We are the ones in charge.
We truly are, and they're gonna start pushing high ground. There's an Aegis, and there's a Black Dragon. No, he's kind of... I don't know if that he's kind of silvery, but still, it's a Aghanim's dragon.
Making solid work with this tier 3 tower. Palos, with the use of that shard, you can always get a bit of information, but you just don't want to get insta-cursed or caught or something, because that could be worthy of initiating on if the Faceless Void's out of position. Sadly, still, that Aegis is going to make things harder.
Yeah,
Harder to open up a fight.
Yeah, he's just debating a bit. Jumps in, provokes reaction, jumps back out. It's something that probably isn't talked a lot during casts, and that's mostly because play-by-players are usually like 3K, so it doesn't get mentioned. But I'm sorry to all my play-by-players. I'm joking. It's just a joke. But poking people.
Just a prank, bro.
Yeah. Poking is so important in Dota. Like, not even, you don't have to do anything. You just provoke some reaction. That's it. You know,
Yeah,
like some
poke and prod.
Exactly, some random attack. There's just so much bluffing happening in Dota. Like, it's a game. It's not all straightforward. You need to bait someone out. Can't force things. Forcing things is for scrubs. But this DK is doing it though. Just go uphill.
Forcing
Lina?
the attention from Lina, and
Oh.
Palos is like, I could chrono here, but nah. Force out
Honestly,
the glyph.
that chrono would have been perfect. Like, he would have caught both Wyvern and Lina if he casted it over the trees.
That's pretty much all you need. They got the melee racks out of the way though, and Palos is just, he's irritating them right now,
He's just showing himself, like, if you go on this dragon, I will chrono you, and that's it. If you don't go on this dragon though, you lose Raxes. So what do you do, guys? Decide. They will smoke up. That's what they're gonna do.
Smoke out a base right behind CDR. The call goes out onto Yowie. Yowie is down to half HP. Heavy right clicks coming in. Palos thinking about the chrono there for a second, but he's committed now. And he's just going to take the fight to the Lina. Doesn't care at all. There's the curse with Axe calling at the same time. Palos, he's almost finished off CDR. CDR is down for 70 seconds. That's your carry gone. He's going straight diving deep into the enemy base. Actually pulls himself back in. What a play from Palos. He feeds his Aegis. But he doesn't really
What a
care about it
play.
at this point. Bosku goes for the stun onto the Winter Wyvern. The call coming out from JG. Do they have to blow up this base, this void? Palos, you've just played yourself. Cuckoo
What
going
the
for the TP out. Jotun, he's also trying to get out of there, but he's going to get used up into the air. And the call is ready for JG and into the Illuminate Blast. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your 1288.
Dude, I loved your what a play from Palos, and I'm looking at it. Wait, what the hell? Why is he going back?
That's the whole point, Lizard,
Yes.
Why would he do that? He jumped out and went back in when there was nothing left to give.
You have to embrace the silliness, Deep Panda. You have to embrace it.
Exactly, but yeah, Palos, I mean, they did do some decent structural damage inside of Neon's base, so yeah, we do a bit of throwing.
Yeah, it was okay. They did, like you said, they took one side. Some structures have been taken. They also forced some buybacks. They also did kill the Lina, so she didn't get a lot from that whole fight. Still only a level 20, 3 levels behind the Void. All things said, it's not great what they've done, because I feel like it could have been better, but then again, could have been worse. So, Axe, next one. That's a BKB.
Oh, he killed the range creep just before Caudle was getting there. Gonna have to take Lena's teleport to the outpost, and Lena's here, turning things around.
That's
Maybe
cold.
Axe is
Holy
fighting
shit.
to the end. Cuckoo dropping low. JG surviving, gets another dunk. Does he get another one? Gets lassoed up by the Bat Rider. CDR will finish him off. Curse is also onto Yowie. The DK in trouble right now, and they don't have the damage output. At least on the side of Darling, they will lose their heroes here. And Jotun getting caught as well. That's another set of 4 kills going for Neon after the fight. Man, that was so close again that they would just get an axe pick off. It starts from such a small thing and escalates.
Dude, that call was just stupid. Like, he called just as Bat Rider jumps him, so the lasso, it was like perfect timing. I don't think I've seen a more perfect timing in a really long time. Damn. He doesn't have buyback, so that's kinda alright for Darling. They won't be able to perhaps push, but Palos, they know.
They are around. He does have Chrono available. Castaway finds him. Trickster Cloak used. There's a gem on Marcy. The chase is on, but a bit too far away to catch. Right, so, we've got Ignis Fatus coming up shortly. He's already got the money for it, just needs to buy it off, but probably saving for buyback as he has 3k positive.
I'd rather see some E-Blade though. Like, have that E-Blade casted on Lina or Hex. Like, E-Blade or Hex would be much better for me.
I always like Hex.
Yeah. Like, I was thinking, why is he not going Hex? And then, yeah, there's some status resistance on Void, but still, it's nothing great. I feel like
Ignis breaks blinks. It does damage. I didn't actually know that until now, but Ignis actually does 75 damage, so it does break blinks.
but it's kind of... I just don't like it here. I think it's a waste of gold. Like, it's okay, they have melee heroes and everything, but if you... basically, why you're thinking about Ignis... Right now, Keeper is thinking about which item do I buy to save my Lina a little bit longer. That's it. And I feel the T-Blade might be the best one, but okay.
Yeah, there's 3 heroes without BKB, and one of them is the Faceless Void, so that minor, that small moment where the Faceless Void lets his guard down, gets hit by Ignis, that could just be enough. And they also already have the Hex on Caudle, actually. He did end up buying that instead, so you got your wish through.
Yeah, dude, Caudle's Axe is like... it's been garbage for a while. I mean, if you get it, if you have to buy it, you buy it. But I mean, it's not terrible, but there are better items. That's it. Okay, they go with the Hex. They go with the Smoke as well. Void is far. It's far from his teammates. They need to move back a bit. The only problem that I see with the Hex is they have some Lotuses already, so...
Just gotta time it right.
Yeah.
The price is right. Dragon Form is out. 40-second cooldown. Heading towards the Roche pit. They're gonna start Roshan. There's gonna be a pretty loud roar, potentially. Nice Dagon there. Destroys the illusion. Do they get any idea? Palos is right nearby the Roche pit. Can he time it? No, he can't. He just already recovered. And the Roche banner picked up by Marcy. They do now get their DK form. 10 seconds.
Yep.
They're gonna need it if they're gonna fight it.
If you could perhaps bait on the Lina. Wyvern is so far from them, so they're just waiting to see from which side does Dire come, because they didn't see them on the map. They were smoked. And, they were too worried to move away easily from the rush pit, but okay. They get the Aegis, they move away now. They could perhaps take the Tormentor Smoke up again and take the play.
Yeah, what a play!
Yeah. So, what do you think? Who's got better chances at the moment? Is it pure 50-50?
I mean, currently we're at 1288, so what does that mean? That means we've countered the 3-2-2 twice.
Yeah.
So I can't go up against late game Void, man. There's just something about it that I can't break in my thought process. How do you beat this hero that's considered the best late game hero? I want to say Neon right now, but if this game stretches further, I'm going with the Faceless Boy. Okay, yeah, I'm all Darling if they're going to jump like that, but Lina is safe. JG going for the call onto the sideline, only catches Jotun. They're trying to finish off CDR. He's fighting Cuckoo right now. The Chrono is there. It's got the Axe inside. They realize Axe is the big issue. CDR is there to help him out, though. They will finish off JG. CDR doesn't get to hit anybody right now. They're just fighting this Lina and trying to hit the backline at the same time. Wyvern in trouble as well, but they got the Cuddle. Ken is going to be the next target. They got the last one to Lina. Lina doesn't get any damage out. Castaway trying to move in to save him, but they will drop Ken. Ken down as well. Now CDR left with Castaway, who's also dying. Bombi getting bullied in the backline. Ken buying back into the fight. CDR's age is gone. Castaway dropping low as well, but Paolo's looking for another jump in. They will get Jotun down with the Dagon, and now Lina surrounded by 4 heroes. Can they get CDR down? The curse is coming in. Paolo's slowly dying to the damage. Castaway's right there. LSA stun. Paolo's is down. They're going to look for Yowie as well. Yowie trying to get away with the Manta. Drick is trying to back him up, but he's got no mana left. And Cuckoo has nothing left as well either. Just slowing them down with the Shivas and helping his buddy, trying to get them out. But it's gonna cost his life as well with the stun connecting and a triple for Ken coming from the buybacks. And now, Neon, you gotta get some buybacks in return. Otherwise, this could be one more fight and Darling could just beat you with it.
Yeah, very nicely done by them. At the end of that fight, the tail end of the fight was good. The beginning was, yeah, very wonky. I feel like they could have had a much easier way to enter a fight than how they did, especially with the fact that they have an Aegis on Lina. So Lina was a bit too far out, like CDR was way too far from his teammates, so the backlines were completely cut off by the Faceless Void. You lost so many heroes before CDR actually started dishing out damage to everyone.
Caught Jotun as well on the side. Marcy with the gem, getting the backup. They got the Hex on the bat before anything gets done, and they force the one of the buybacks. They force the Faceless Void as well back in. DK dropping low and gonna get dunked in the face. Palos with his BKB. 23 seconds for the Chrono to be up. But Palos, he doesn't have much to give right now. He's trying to get away with his BKB already running up. And the call from JG coming out as well. The assistant's gonna be there on the Faceless Void, dropping really low on HP. Jotun's so low, and they're just forced away. And that's your dieback. Neon, they force out the GG, and that cost them the entire game as well. Neon to take the first one out of this one. Holy, very back and forth, Lizard, but there can only be one victor.
Yeah, there can only be one. No, I can't say. Should I say nicely done? I'm not sure. This game was crazy. Like, I really feel it could have been much easier for Neon from the get-go. But they entered, I don't know, some low confidence mode. They were missing kills left, right, and center. Like, their laning stage was so strong. The heroes that they played should dominate the mid game. That Dragonite just didn't have a game. Like, he went for, you know, usually you see some Dragonites going for maybe a Midas Blink Aghanim or Manta Aghanim. He even went a bit more defensively, but he did get the mage player that they needed, so that's fair. Overall, though, I feel that Neon, they could have had an easier time than what they, than how they won, definitely. But the game was so back and forth. It was those just sit back and enjoy. That's it. Like, see who wins the next team fight. You can't really predict.
It was literally that. It was so back and forth. It was hard to decide actually who could win these team fights. Darling had their good moments, but Neon stronger in the end. And that's game one, folks. We're gonna take a tiny break and reset ourselves. Is game two gonna be just as chaotic? We'll find out after the break. Game 1 ends up being a bit of a barn burner as Neon are the ones that walk away with the victory versus Darleng. And this game, you know, it could have been either team that wins it in the end. Lizard, you were also saying the same thing, that, you know, just let's just stay back. Let's just see which team is going to win this one in the end, because it was all over the place. You know, CA teams maybe still waking up to the series, but Neon, let's talk about a bit of their passiveness, right? Because they come out with shining colors from the laning stage, and then nothing happens. They basically just pull the brakes. They don't have any confidence in committing. They're letting a lot of pickoffs slide, and it lets Darleng get back into the game, which is what they need with the Faceless Void lineup. That shouldn't really happen. So what do you think? Is it more of a confidence thing that they weren't ready to commit to those pickoffs?
I think it's the bounty hunter thing. Like, this hero gets in your head. It's very difficult. Like, when you're watching from, when you're spectating and casting the game, or just watching from, you know, just chilling in your couch, some burger on the side, some Coke, you know, something like that. When you're just chilling, you're so dumb. Why don't you do this and this? You know, these guys, they don't have observers. They don't see shit on the map. They have to pretty much imagine where everyone is, and that's something that Dota players really tend to do. Like, they can guess where everyone is on the map, maybe with 80% accuracy at every point in the game. But the problem is, when there's a bounty hunter, you can't smoke, you can't make moves. You feel like, okay, if I make a move and this annoying guy's, whatever he is, what's a bounty hunter? I don't even know. This annoying alien is there in invis, like, we can't pass through him. We're just wasting time. Meanwhile, Void is farming. So it makes you reluctant to make plays. It makes you, it just makes you doubt yourself with everything that you do. Plus, you're kind of worried. Oh, they have Stampede plus Batrider. They can jump us. They can pull us out of position. Our Lina is still squishy. Like, they needed that moment in which they felt like, oh, look, this Lina actually isn't dying to a solo Void anymore. She's actually quite tanky. After that point, they kind of gained steam and started making plays on the map.
Well, let's see what this game 2 is gonna give us, because basically the thing here is, do you want to do too many adjustments? This is your best before a grand finals, best of 5. Of course, you might, as Darleng, maybe have to opt to some sort of cheese, but Meatball's already taken away from you. You're not going to get to play that strong Palos carry. Are you going for a more of an untraditional route? You know, this team, it is literally 3 streamers and 2 of their buddies that you know, maybe laid-back personalities, maybe having a bit of fun from time to time.
No
could
fun
maybe
allowed.
They could, I mean, they probably are just having fun.
Must win Dota. You know, when you start a tournament as a streamer stack, I've been in those. You start a tournament as a streamer stack, it is, at the beginning, it's kind of fun, you know, especially if you can stream the games as well. It's like you're kind of laid back, you're doing it more for your own Twitch clout than the tournament itself. But if you actually manage to win some games, and if you go as far as these guys have, like lower bracket finals, oh, you care. I'm telling you, you care. Even if you're playing for, I don't know, $10, you care. There's just something that, there's something with every Dota player. Look, we think we're everyone else. We think that our game is the best. We obviously have an ego problem, like 90% of the players in Dota, at least, and personality. So, you know, we hate losing, especially these tournaments, especially if everyone's watching. So they care. It's not laid back, trust me.
At least not 100% laid back.
They
They wanna win. They wanna, you know, make clout out of the main event. That's where the real content starts to happen, right?
Yeah, you show up on LAN, you get interviewed by someone, you answer with yes, maybe, and you look like you never had a social life in your ever. That's how you make clout. Come on, guys, do something. Like, they should look at Cuckoo, you know. Not everything that he does is right. I don't condone everything, but
A bit of
they
that
should-
sing personality in interviews.
Exactly. Talk about what you do in your free time.
Your free time.
On
yeah,
interviews. Yes.
Yes,
When
that's-
you're all
that's the one.
alone in your room, you know.
Yeah.
Talk about stuff like that. It's fun. I mean, it's better than being too PC. Anyways, Timber on one side, Venge together, on the other Nature's Prophet and Ember. And Alina instantly snatched by Neon. Okay, two
CDR
games
has
to Linas.
found a new hero. It's no longer the Luna.
Yeah, but why do you give Lina away twice in a row? Like, this hero is kinda strong.
I mean, these guys have personalities, right? They wanna prove why they can counter Lina. They almost did. They almost did. Like honestly, I don't think it's okay. It is a bit of a mistake, maybe letting Lina through the draft, but at the same time, they could have last game. They weren't too far off it.
Yeah, they weren't. They get a troll. We're gonna have that Blink troll, you know. Blink, get on top of. This is actually we have seen this response yesterday. I like it. I like it. I like
This
it.
is the
I love
fastest
this.
draft ever, by the way.
Yes, it is very fast, but you can see that they're very well prepared for each other. Like, I get it. Like, this Rubik and Troll, they're an answer to Lina. Basically, Troll buys a Blink, gets on top of her, Rubik steals her LSA. Like, he loves that spell. There were patches in which Lina doesn't skill LSA because of Rubik, or only one level and that's it. When she was that right-click carry, people were picking, well, she still is, but when she was absolute stupid broken right carry, remember that patch? It was maybe a year ago. People were picking Rubik to steal LSA to counter Lina, and it worked so well that most Lina carries just stopped skilling LSA completely, just so they don't give it away accidentally, you know.
Yeah. It's a smart counter in a way when you're getting countered. So you make a counter of a counter, and then you're sitting at the counter, just hating life.
Yeah, after you've lost all your games, you're sitting at the counter in McDonald's, thinking,
old.
yeah, this is it. My Dota career is over. Now I have to be a waiter again.
Yeah, good old Major.
5 seconds remaining.
Good old Lina Major, indeed.
All right. Well, we are. The draft has slowed down remarkably with these last phase bans. We've got the techies that went all the way through to this phase. The Phoenix is also out. They're suspecting a support is missing. So for Bombi, his Wyvern is out. His techies is out. His most likely his Phoenix as well. So what does Bombi want to play? We'll probably get that next. And Darlang, what they're missing right now is a hero for Mr. Cuckoo, unless he pulls out the Nature's Prophet, as they do have a little bit of flex going in this draft. We've seen Embers going off lane, and it's felt greedy as hell, and it hasn't worked out at all. Just loses the lane, gets bullied out. It's like, why are you doing this? Then you have Prophet 3s that do alright. You have Prophet carries have also been showing up once or twice. You have the Troll, though, which very likely looks like your carry, so they won't put Fury in there.
No, for sure. It's troll carry, and they just need some offlane for themselves.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Neon, it's also pretty straightforward. They just need the support. They get the Grim. Okay, something to silence the Ember. He hates playing into the what's it called? What's it called? Come on.
The bug?
Yeah, the bug. What's the bug's name?
I don't remember. I'm looking it up right now. Where's my Grimstroke? There's my Grimstroke. What is his second ability? The Phantom's Embrace. Yeah, that's the one.
Dude, in my mind, Cold Embrace, and I'm like, shut up, mind, Cold Embrace. It's not the same hero. Okay, Centaur picked up by Darling. I was thinking maybe they'll pick it a bit earlier, or maybe not at all because of the Timber. Like, he kind of can deal with the Cent. But they were waiting until the bitter end to see what's going to happen, if it's a decent Centaur game or not. I think it is. Just like in the last game, Cuckoo had I think that was a decent Centaur game. In the last one, I think it's the same thing here. Like, you get this Rubik Centaur lift into stun. I think it's strong even versus Lina Grimstroke or Lina Venge in this case. But I think one big difference in this match for a Lina lane is that you have this Nature's Prophet that can rotate in. Like, he can rotate in and he can make a difference. You know, some sprout into lift, into stun. A lot of pressure can be applied to Lina in the laning stage. But maybe on Paulus too. Like Timber into Troll. It can get hairy.
Which draft you think is more likely to win a game of Dota if you had to look at a pub match?
I think it's Darling. I think they have this one. I think we're going to game 3. Lena and the boys, I think in that first match they had Lena, but the Kotl was also incredibly strong. This time around, Pango is picked sure into Ember. I mean, the matchup can go both ways, but it's nowhere nearly as one-sided as Kotl and Dragonite, the way I see it at least. Like Kotl just loves playing into these slow, tanky boys like he did in the last game. This time around, you have Pango on one side. I don't think it's going to be as impactful.
Well, you're gonna have to bring out the confidence that you might have been missing, or if you have it from that last game, bring it with you into this game number 2. It could be the deciding factor if Darling gets the fight for the grand final spot, because Neon already leading the series 1-0. Castaway getting a call out there from Cuckoo.
Yeah. I heard he's very likable personality.
Oh yes. He's already asking for a sub in whole chat. It would be the first time, I think, a South African player would be in the grand finals.
After you lose this series, then you sub. Oh my god. Okay. Some spice. That's what I'm talking about.
Banter.
Give me some spice in these games, man.
Some Old Spice.
Yeah, whatever spice. Cuckoo spice.
No win, no sub. All right.
I'd
Well, everybody can just, clip that, put that into memory, and make sure that that happens.
But wait, where is the no win, no sub? Did he write that? Okay, so I have him muted then. I have someone muted. Who wrote?
That's how nice of a guy he is that you've muted him.
Who wrote no win, no sub?
Castaway.
Yeah, I have him muted.
Exposed. Lizard exposed.
Dude, I had so many players muted that played in Europe ever, like especially these younger stars, because when I played with them they were like 13, 14. Like imagine playing with actual babies.
Yeah. You're like I have status. I have prestige here.
No, I
respect me.
I didn't have stats and prestige back then. They were just annoying. Imagine someone cries every time he dies, destroys his items. Like that's.
Oh,
I mean,
cancel.
Yeah, something like that. I did have cancel muted for a really long time. He matured, of course.
Yeah, we all. I mean,
It
I wouldn't say
took
we
some
all
time.
do. Most of us do.
Yeah.
Always been a curse with Dota players, hasn't it? Right. I mean, I made my university thesis about toxicity in video games, and looking at particular age groups. And I succeeded really well with my thesis. I had over 600 people reply to it, and it was quite easy. It was quite easy. It was quite easy to spot that the most toxic age group out of young adults, which is 17 to 29 of age, was the 18 to 20.
18 to 20, really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
But
by
you couldn't
far.
go. You couldn't go lower. That was the problem. Like if you went 14 to 17, you'd pull your hair out. Like you wouldn't have that beautiful.
Yeah,
set of
I
hair
don't
on
think
your
I would
head.
get very accurate answers with teenagers. You know how
Bombi?
teens are. Bombi is actually getting bullied by Jotun a lot here. One more hit, and he's got it. The stick won't save him. So the first blood does end up going for Darling this time. JG, he's also got 15 stacks of reactive armor, so he's tanky enough versus Palace.
He just TP'd behind, by the way. So he went to the tier 1 tower, he TP'd behind. Like no, you could see one side to the other where he was TPing on the same screen. But it was sufficient to get those stacks and kill off Grimstroke.
Looking at the CS department right now. Like Centaur up at 7, CDR also at 7. So this top lane has been more about fighting and poking right now as well. CDR is dropping low, and Cuckoo will secure the kill. So there's your Lina down. Benj doesn't have much to do to try and save his buddy.
Yeah, and that was, by the way, without the Prophet even. He didn't start or think about TPing. Like, they pinged when they went on Lina, but it didn't really matter. They didn't need him. And he might join the next time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will. You want to have this Nature's Prophet all over the place. He steals the Lotus from Bombi. Bombi does get the Inkswell to explode on him, but it doesn't do a lot of damage here at level 1. Blood Grenade used up as well. Ken dies to Yowie in the mid lane, so that's a solo kill for the Ember. While they're still battling it out, Jotun to drop. JG is going to be okay for the time being, but Neon get their first kill. However, losing the Pango, that stings. Or stinks.
Yeah, and it definitely does. It stings and stinks. Keep in mind that they picked Pango very late. Ember was one of the first picks, I believe, right? And you picked Pango a bit later, so
yeah, first phase.
This shouldn't happen, you know. If you're picking a hero in this way, shouldn't be dying. But I do enjoy myself some Ember versus Pango, so feel like maybe they had some better picks available. However, it's about later on in the game where Pango actually starts doing some serious heavy lifting.
But at least important kills go in the way of Team Darlang. When you consider you've got 1 kill in the mid lane, you got a tiny experience lead already for the Ember. He can hit level 6, have that Remnant teleport. Now Jotun is coming in. The Swashbuckle's available for Ken, but he's tanking so many hits and he's not getting to use the Swashbuckle at all. He's just dead. He never cast it because he thought about the chains, but the chains came so late.
Yeah. You know what's good about this, that for him at least? He's dead for so long that the Walk of Shame will not be necessary. His TP will be off cooldown again.
5 seconds wait, yeah.
Yeah, he can just wait a bit and TP. But yeah, when I say what's good about it, there's nothing good about this terrible position to be in as a mid laner. December is gonna hit 6, he will continue bullying you. Bottom lane as well. Yeah, bottom lane as well not going that great. Top lane not going great. Like overall, Neon, last game they won every lane. This time around, they're losing every.
Alright, they're forcing this level 4 Timbersaw back as well. They've got level of harass with the Furion and the Troll and constantly keeping it up against the Timber. He's forced to put a second point into reactive armor. Might just have to get even more points by the looks of how this is going. That's going to hinder his farming capability, but at least he's going to be able to stay in the lane a bit longer.
Yep.
But they're not killing this Troll. Jotun
Yeah,
sleeping top, by the way, as they're going for the Lina. CDR now 3 versus 1. LSA onto Cuckoo. There's the Sprout coming out as well, trying to trade against Jotun. Jotun will drop down, and CDR finally taken as well. There's a lingering tick onto Jotun. Ken also rotates in, trying to kill off Cuckoo. Yowie comes in too, and maybe they can kill the Pango for a 3rd time. Yes, they can. Oh, this is not the start at all for Ken whatsoever. They're going to kill Castaway too, and it's a double for Drick with the Rubik. It's like this early game, it is horrible for Neon.
Yep. It's terrible. Like, we knew that it might go south real fast because of all the pressure that Prophet is bringing, but on top of the pressure that Prophet is bringing, Pango didn't have a game and he's stepping back.
They're ganking again. Yowie's coming from the back. Cuckoo is low, but they're using it for their advantage as they're going under the tower. Yowie, he's going to have to rely on the Flame Guard and the right clicks, and they've got it. Drake securing another kill, and now Cuckoo with the stun. Oh, poor Ken.
Oh, he gets 6, He's
does
fine.
get the ulti, and they're disengaging now. Cuckoo trying to make him run in circles, but this Pango is going to be right on top of Cuckoo, canceling his ulti, and Cuckoo will be taken down. So Ken gets to live a bit longer. This kill.
He might die. Okay,
He does have an active Remnant here, but Jotun, I feel like they're just going to sack him as well. And Ken, 2 recovery kills. Castaway gives him a bit of a friendly tip there as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why what why they remained like that. They wanted another kill on Ken. He gets his level 6. Once he hits 6, I think you just bail. You run away. However,
They killed Alina, but
no. Of course, I'm speaking about way later. They killed
Oh, you
Alina
put
and
him
then they
after,
remained
right.
like 15, 20 seconds.
oh, Drick has a big bounty on him, by the way. They don't want to give that one to Ken, so the stuns are there. Nice burst as well. Ken will drop with his friend Castaway.
Okay, never mind.
And Cuckoo is going to return the tip. You know, Castaway gave a good feel tip for Ken rotation, and now
Yeah.
Cuckoo is going to give a tip for staying in this lane.
Yeah, recovery cancelled. I take everything back. One team overstayed, then the other overstays, then another. What's the net worth? I want to see the net worth of how much
Well-
did it hurt the Pango. Not really that much.
At least when you look at the Gaben graphs, it's already 70% for Darlang. It's 72% now even for Darlang.
Both
He needs to rise. They've got themselves Cuckoo. The Stampede is not going to work out. 4-man rotation for the kill.
Yeah, Drick wants to do something here. Like they know there's no Rolling Thunder.
That's a level 3 Fate Bolt as well. That is a lot of burst they have with these two.
They
Chains are
catch
there.
Pango.
They're jumping 2 separate targets right now. They used the teleport, or actually ran into Bombi, but Jotun is a bit afraid to just teleport.
Maybe Venge in the end, you know, just kill what you can in the end.
Get what you can, exactly. Slowly ticking there. The Fate Bolt soaking up another raindrop charge, but Joey is going to chase him under the tower. Get a kill. Make it 11 now.
It's something, you know, it's better than nothing. Because the kill between Grim and Pango, like you said, they definitely could have killed Grim. But they see the Pango and then it's kind of like one hero is going on one target, the other on the other, and Pango gets enough time to swashbuckle. Prophet can't really TP in anymore because it's too deep. Overall, unfortunate for Darling, but they did get a kill in the end, and I think both sides are happy with how that went.
At least Neon do get a recovery kill, you know, getting a level 6, almost level 7, now 7 in this particular minute.
Lina.
Getting a Centaur is always good. Lina getting surrounded here. CDR just burst it down. Drick with the stolen Laguna Blade returns the favor. They got the lift as well onto Castaway. Bombi's trying to do his best. Ken also jumping in from the back, has his ulti available. They got the silence onto the Ember Spirit. That's the Phantom's Embrace, the bug. Bug fixed. Just poking Ken a bit. Ken does do a lot of damage with that level 4 swashbuckle. Just get hit by the first stun. Hasn't in this rune. Does not know where he is, but they're doing a decent amount of damage to him. And they kill his courier.
Yeah, they hit him with pretty much everything. Not
Ken's
every
trying again.
swashbuckle.
Blind
Yeah,
swashbuckle. Ooh, what a good read, by the way, from Ken. Pretty sick attempt. And almost gets this kill. Who's gonna die first? Yowie is low, but Ken's the one to drop first. And Yowie lives.
good read, but dies in the end.
Dies in the end, yeah.
Yeah.
Went from great to terrible.
Pretty much. I'm just looking at JG, and yeah, we're watching the map and we're seeing all the battles happening. The game is fun, 5k advantage, 10 minutes in. Game is more than fun, but what's Timber gonna do? That's my question. Like, this guy is kind of forgotten. I haven't talked about him much. He's on 4k net worth. Not great, not terrible.
30 CS behind the troll. Yeah, he was bullied a lot in this lane, even if they never killed the Timber. But kind of a mission complete.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're rotating bottom with this smoke, though. Laguna Blade still available for Drick. That could just be what they need to kill this Timber. They're under a tower. Ward placed down. See where Bombi is. They see where JG is. Triangle is a bit of a risk, maybe. Pango's there farming stacks right now with Castaway. Yoey's been spotted. So there goes this smoke. Oh, now we just wait for action, right?
Yeah. Actually, while we're waiting for action, Scriff requested that we do another hero list yesterday.
Okay. What do we have this time?
He requests Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Which 5 heroes are... How many Ninja Turtles are there? 4, 5?
I don't know. I thought there was 4, right?
Yeah, 4, and then we have to do Splinter and Avril as well. You can do the turtles. I just want to
do
do
Shredder. Oh yeah, we do Shredder as well. He's
yeah,
like the main bad guy.
Shredder. I want to do the Shredder.
Can we do like you do one and I do the same after you. You go Donatello and then my Donatello.
Sure, but I just want to do the rhinoceros guy. I can't remember. Or
the rhinoceros guy?
yeah, there's some rhino guy. Like he's a bad guy. I can't remember the name. Even though it's not a
Bebop?
rhino, yeah.
Isn't Bebop like one of them? I don't know if there's
Yeah,
another one.
Bebop
I
or
know
something.
Bebop.
That's Magnus. That's 100% Magnus. I'm putting Magnus
Because
in
he's
that
horny.
too. He's very horny. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
yeah,
And
okay.
he's no. I remember playing some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game a long time ago. It's like 2D or something. It's like I played it on some fake Nintendo that we had in Bosnia. It cost like $10 and it was called Terminator. The console was called Terminator. And
Okay.
yeah, in any way, Bebop was a boss on one of the levels, and he'd skewer you. He'd skewer you all the time.
All right.
Rocksteady.
Rocksteady's okay. That's the other one.
Is Bebop the guy that's basically
I don't know.
Bristleback?
I just have a memory of that. We'll get to that in a second. A CDR dying. It's a big pick again, killing off the Lina. No coming back
Very
into
big
this
pick off,
game.
yeah.
Yep, but
Yeah.
are we getting a follow-up for this kill? Troll is actually spotted. Ken popping the Rolling Thunder. There's the pig pole. Piggy, run. Ken does get the first stun to connect, but he can't get himself clipped, and they will just blow.
Nicely done. No ulti popped by him, no ulti leveled by the troll. Now he has it, but yeah, very easily
Dollar
picked
shard.
off.
Day too late.
Yeah, he's not really that tanky. He only has a Maelstrom at this point, so he
Right,
didn't go
right.
for Battle Fury, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't. But hey, let's talk about the hot topic right now. So your Donatello, then my Donatello. Who do you have?
No,
for
you go
Donatello?
first. I can't even
Oh, I go
remember.
first. Okay, I have
Yeah.
a female Donatello. I have Marcy because Donatello's kind of like the calm guy. He never gets in fights with his buddies, so I feel like Marcy's always looking after, but doesn't need to intervene.
I'll go with Earth Spirit.
Earth.
Kind of sounds. He's calm. He's buff. He's green, like Ninja Turtles. Like he's chill. He also has the stick, right? Does Donatello have the stick?
I don't remember if he has the stick, but
Yeah, fuck
but I,
yeah.
but I
Let's
have
go.
Earth
But-
Spirit for somebody else actually.
But he could be Monkey King then as well because of the stick.
He could be Monkey King.
But I'm going Donatello. Yeah. Donatello
My Earth
for
Spirit
sure.
is actually Michelangelo because the Earth Spirit taunt,
Michelangelo.
he literally has a skateboard as a taunt, so I have Michelangelo as my Earth Spirit.
Okay. Yeah, that also works. Well, great minds think alike, just for different dudes. Who's the next one? Donatello or
What's your Michelangelo?
what weapon does he have?
Scurf? Nunchucks.
Orange guy with nunchucks. Mid lane. Let's
There's
just
no
see if
nunchuck
this
hero
Timber
actually
dies.
in Dota. Castaway and the boys are TPing in to save their Timber Saw. And they're going to disengage with Stampede. They're getting to stack up. Ken's still rolling in, though. So that ulti is a bit of a waste for Ken. Kind of hard to catch that Stampede.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
That's a great
I
point,
like,
actually, Scurf. Thank you. He's talking about the Ember Spirits skin that has nunchucks. So technically orange, technically nunchucks. Makes sense. But personality-wise, isn't Michelangelo like the guy who eats a lot of pizza? I don't think Ember eats pizza.
So he's the thick boy, eats a lot of pizza and carries nunchucks. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
go
very
with.
humorous. I was thinking
very
Pudge
humorous.
first.
Okay, Pudge is good. Thinking maybe Tusk.
Tusk could work, yeah.
Yeah, Tusk.
All right, let's go Raphael. The angry guy.
The angry guy. He's got the double blades, right? Is that the one?
I think
Oh, double forks.
double forks.
Raphael has double forks. Yeah. I remember.
I have Troll.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Troll
I think
Warlord.
Troll is a good
Mainly
pick.
because he's always
I'm
go
actually.
crazy, you know?
Yeah. I would go Pango if he was a bit angrier. Just because he's doing that, I don't know what, like, but he looks like he's stabbing you with throwing some forks at you with swashbuckle. But
What a great idea for a cosmetic, throwing forks.
yeah, I mean those. What are they called?
Like a chef pango with the chef's hat and everything, and just throwing forks and spoons at you.
Yeah, but what's the name of that? Actually, I know the word for whatever they have. The weapon.
Daggers.
Oh well.
Nope.
They're not daggers. It doesn't matter. Stampede manages to survive with his little Shivas. Both sides retreating.
I actually know what you're talking about, the weapon, but
Yeah.
Palos is actually okay. He's considering diving. They force out the Timber TP. They think there's going to be a fight for the tier 1 tower. Bombi's also making his way bottom. The entire team of Team Darleng is here.
It's like a top of a trident, right? Like just the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
They're called Sai.
yeah. Yeah, Zai, the Zai weapon.
Sai.
Yeah.
Thank you, Atios. Atios. I hope I pronounced that right.
Poor Cuckoo. Silence, no stampede, nothing. Rubik's Cube's on its way. It's Pickle Drick. If he only turned right there, he could have hit 2 people with the stun, and we could have maybe gone in. But Jotun is going to come from the side. Take down Bombi. Maybe. Okay, there we go. He finally has it. Ember Spirit has to clean out the Embrace.
Ken is going in.
Ken is actually going in. 20 seconds for his ult. He's got the defusal slow, and JG is there to help him out. To kill the Nature's Prophet. These fights are kind of going all over the place. Like small, minute details missing. Like if the Rubik hits 2 people with the stun, they could have killed 2 heroes. And instead, the fight stretches so long that they lose the Grim. Sorry, they lose the Furion.
Yeah, that was literally the easiest double kill if he commits. These 2 teams, like, you can see a little bit of nerves today. You know, like, yesterday they would definitely go in. This Rubik would definitely just go in, roll in, but they're being more careful than usual.
Right.
Did you go with your Raphael? Or
Yeah,
no?
that was the troll, but go crazy.
Yeah. And what's the last one? Do we have anyone else?
So we've done
Donatello,
all of
Michelangelo,
we have
Raphael?
Leonardo, actually.
Leonardo.
And
What's Leonardo like? I forgot.
I'm trying to find a picture of him. He has the long Tanto swords, right?
He's the main guy, basically. Double
has-
sword.
He has the Tanto
Nice,
swords.
Aegis.
Wait, JG actually stealing it. Poggers. Ken diving in deep. They recognize this is maybe their time. Oh! Ken rolling about so Palos can just, Tokyo drift his way away. They've got this nice soulbind to stuns connecting on Rubik and the Centaur. The LSA on 2 as well. Jotun not getting to do much here. CDR forced back. Palos driving in. He's got his ulti already used, but he will drop in the arms of CDR. CDR finally killed off. Yowie will get the kill for himself. Bombi battling it out with Jotun has the Inkswell, and they will make sure he drops as well. So a 3-for-2 trade-off, and all because this Timber stole the Aegis. So JG, easy clap.
Yeah, we were talking about JG in the lane and how silent he was, doing not a lot there, but
that's my
definitely
Leonardo, JG.
Yeah, he's definitely showing up now and actually doing a lot of impact, having a lot of work on his hands. My Leonardo is gonna be maybe anti-mage.
It's actually being hunted here in the mid lane. So usually you lose a support after a Roche fight, but not a casual Pango pick-off like that. It's a bit awkward for Neon. So what do we have left? We have 3 more to go. We actually might get to finish them during this game. We have the Shredder, we have Splinter, the Mastermind, and then we have the Human, O'Neal. Do you want to do the Human first?
April O'Neil is Marcy for me.
Okay.
Like straight up. Like I don't even have to think about that.
I don't think Marcy's that wise, to be honest. We never see anything about Marcy's wisdom in the Dota anime either. It just looks like Marcy.
I'm a simple guy. I'm more about the looks than about the brains.
Because for me, I wanted to go for a bit of a twist here. Because April is like, even though the turtles are wise, the human is wiser. Kind of like the all-knowing. So I have Elder Titan.
Why are you turtle phobic? Like, what the hell?
Because Elder Titan has been here since the start of time in the Dota lore. And he's so wise, he uses reality as the ultimate object for smithing.
So you're
So
saying
April is that
April
wise.
April is Elder Titan for you.
Yes.
T Panda.
She could
I've
carry
I've
a
heard a
defense.
lot of things that you've said, but this is probably the stupidest one so far. What do you mean Elder Titan is the April? I'm kidding. It's fine.
Because April is wise. Elder Titan is wise. Oh, JG is also wise, jumping on Cuckoo, forcing out the Stampede again. Jotun trying to bully him. Two-man chains coming out as well. Can they get any damage done though? Lina's only
stuns.
just now joining the fight. They're still somehow holding their ground. And Ken just being hammered by Paulo, stuck on the spot. CDR gets nothing done, and Paulo's with the triple kill for Team Darling. They had a 5v4 fight under the tier 2 tower for such a long time that they got no impact from this Lina, and it goes all in Darling's pocket.
And you cannot give Soulbind away. I feel like that's a big difference maker in that full team fight. Like your poor Pango is stuck. Like he cannot move. He's soulbound. Countered by Rubik. Yeah, like this Rubik was picked most likely for the LSA, but it feels... Soulbind isn't the hardest spell to steal, but I think you need to at least cast some Ink Spell straight up after. It's just because you have Pango on your side, it really hurts your team. Even Timber hates being soulbound, so.
All right, we have 2 more to go. Who's your sensei? Sensei Splinter.
He's the rat, right?
Yeah.
Who is the
Are
rat?
you looking at looks again and not the personality? You were judging me about personality yesterday, so
Yeah,
I'm judging you
flip-flopping.
now for just looking at looks. You're such a
I'm flip-flopping today, yeah.
such
yeah,
a
yeah.
model, man.
I'm flip-flopping.
You're a blonde lizard.
Yeah, I truly am. I embrace my blonde era. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Scurf actually gave a pretty good one. Can you
Yes.
write it? Wait, we'll give you a second to present it as we look at this fight go here. We've got 2 separate fights going on at the same time.
CDR.
And they're TPing out. Do you want to write your answer in? You press enter and just type it, but don't send it into in-game. We don't want the players to wonder what the hell's happening here. CDR is getting bullied at the same time. Ken's coming in to save him with the ult. Jotun, that blade mail on this Furion is really hurting the Lina, and CDR goes down. Yo, we will finish him off, and Ken has to run away with the boulder. Or the thunder,
Yeah,
whatever,
they're getting-
what the hell that is even.
Yeah, they're getting some really nice pickoffs twice, 3 times in a row, 8 times now on this Lina. She died quite a bit this game. It's
Scurf.
It's not an.
Can you please type? There we go. The true rat of Dota is nature's prophet. So he is Splinter. Thank you. That's actually a good one. The TI3 Splinter. That's where it all started.
Yeah, I can see it. Can see it. Nature's prophet. What's yours?
What's mine? I want to hear yours first.
Dire's courier has
So
been killed.
You didn't really say what you had. You were just
no, I
thinking
didn't.
about
I
the
didn't.
rat.
I'm thinking.
Radiant are scanning.
I think I'll go with Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel
There's a resemblance between them, yeah.
looks a bit. He's also a rat. But it's kind of, I don't know. The personality definitely doesn't fit. You know, he's not that mentor guy. He's definitely not the mentor guy.
Well, if you know me any good, I have Enigma. But CDR, again in trouble. He just dying to this blade mail, man. They really want to kill this Furion, and Jotun, just by existing, is killing this Lina. How frustrating is that for CDR to play this game? Because you're always hitting a blade mail target. Even if you have your BKB on, he's getting bullied.
Yeah,
The reason why I have an
pinging.
Enigma is because he's all-knowing and wise.
That makes sense. But he's kind of like too big of a deal, you know. Like Enigma for me is too much.
Yeah, he's a big entity.
He's like, he's like, his Splinter is like, he's wise, but he's kind of chill, you know. He eats some pizza with the boys, chill in the sewers, you know. Enigma is the Lord of the Universe or some shit.
Yeah, it's
Can?
kind of hard for me to maybe fit a personality to kind of resemble Splinter.
Maybe some Trient, you know?
I don't know, maybe Witch
Old.
Doctor.
Old, wise, chillin'.
Maybe Witch Doctor could actually fit better, you know? He's a bit chill, he's having a laugh. He also knows what he's doing. He's got a stick. Any hero with a
Yeah.
stick could fit.
Yeah, I can see which doctor. I'll go with Trient. I'll go
Yeah.
with Trient.
Yeah. It took us like 15 minutes to finish our segment, so
Actually, what am I saying? I'm going with Chen. He controls the beasts, the turtles. I'm going with
Okay.
Chen. Chen is definitely my Splinter. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Though, 14k lead for Team Darlang, and they're close to closing out this game number 2. Just a few more steps to go, and they will break Neon. Neon's kind of... So what do you do as Neon right now? Because this Lina is pretty much countered. Doesn't get to do much this game. Ken is struggling to close in gaps. The Stampede is too strong. The supports are playing their hearts out. Jotun and Drick have really made this. I mean, can we just look at Rubik for a second, Scurf? This guy is 5-1 and 14. And he's stealing all the right spells the whole time. Like, Drick, this guy has been insane. And I hope I just don't jinx him here. Maybe actually get Cuckoo out with the Force Staff save. He saves his buddy. He's doing the right things again.
No, you won't curse him because this game is really difficult to curse Ember going in. Timber will be fine with the save of Inkswell for now. Look at this game you're playing Rubik. Like Kotal was my pick of the last game. This game I definitely like to play Rubik. Anything you steal is good. Like all the spells on this side. You don't want Dragon Slave. Okay, but everything else from like Lina, even if you take the minus armor is good. If you swap is great. Stun is amazing. From Grimstroke, whatever you steal, like Stroke of Fate is also really good nuke on Rubik because you don't swing back, you just instantly fire it under your...
He's just got the Psychic Headband as well, out of all things, so... Really, really good neutral item for him to pick up. We just saw a quick gap closer there onto the Pango. Pango does have his ulti. That was just his roll-up as he was jumping on the spot with Shield Crash. Jotun, he's got a ward and himself as another ward. He's giving a lot of information to his team. Guys, they're in the triangle. Neon got to be careful. JG wants to take the outpost, and they actually get the jump on the back. Cuckoo stuns too. They've got the Stampede again, and Bombi's dead. He just doesn't get to participate in this fight whatsoever. Pango getting tag-teamed. Surrounded by enemies. There's a nice swap from Castaway. The stun onto Palos. He gets to roll away with his ulti, but Castaway might have just given his life away just to save his buddy. But it's probably worth. Get your Pango out.
Yep. He's dead, but high ground push probably will come very soon. Rush is up. They can go straight down. Finish that rush off. And go high ground. This by the time they finish rush, Troll will also have completed the Satanic. So, you know, you have that big blink, Satanic, Aegis. You don't have to wait for much longer. At this point, I really think you can brute force it. Lina with Gleipnir and BKB just isn't doing enough.
Yeah, I agree. There's not enough. Not enough on CDR. And he's building a Force Staff as well. That's how worried he is. You really want to build damage on this hero, but I'm not sure if this Force Staff is really the way to go. Somebody should build it for him.
Who's your Shredder, by the way?
Shredder? Shadowfiend.
Yeah. Shadowfiend?
Yeah. Shredder's a selfish guy. I think, I mean, you got to look at the bad guys of Dota, right? Like Shadowfiend is one. It's literally a demon.
Yeah, makes sense. I was gonna go with Jug, but he's too much of a nice guy. I was looking at the blades and stuff, you know, but maybe Spectre? Not sure. Terrorblade. I mean, but that's too easy, right? But it is Terrorblade. It truly is Terrorblade. He's also kind of got this metallic look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it fits the most, TB.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of easy. Scriff went with Timbersaw, guys, but that's everyone's first guess, right? Like Shredder.
Well, welcome to our episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of Southeast Asia.
By the way, I can't believe Timbersaw doesn't have a single spell referencing shredding.
Timbersaw?
I was sure that he had. Oh, my bad.
Well, he's not. The word shredding doesn't really show up in any of his abilities. But
he used
have
to
you
be cold, right?
Have you read Chakram's tooltip, by the way? The ultimate in anti-flora weaponry. It's not just trees. He also hates any plant, any flower.
Plants, yeah. Yeah, but I might be wrong, but he used to be Timbersaw Shredder, right? Like in Warcraft 3. Because you could buy shredders in the Goblin shop in the normal RTS.
Yeah, the Goblin Shredder.
Yeah, Goblin Shredder, yeah. Anyways.
You know, he's the original Riz guy.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was like Rizrick. Oh, Rizrak, yeah. Oh, I thought it was a
Rizrak.
Rizrick, yeah. The
Rizrak,
guy with the original Riz.
Yeah, that's him.
That's your Timber. Well, this Timbersaw, this game, doesn't really have that much Riz. It's all about Drick.
They're just chilling on high ground at this point, right? Like you're playing versus Aegis. It's all about Drick, like you said. It's Rubik owning everyone else on his team as well.
You know, do you remember the wise words of Mushi regarding high ground defense?
No. What are the
If you're
words?
sitting and waiting in your base, you're waiting to lose.
I kindly disagree.
I agree with Mushi. I never disagree with Mushi.
Yeah, this game, okay.
Paolo's getting the jump on Ken, though. He's rooted on the spot. Doesn't get away at all. Now CDR, where's your attack speed? You've got to start blowing up this Troll. Troll gets his ulti off. The Satanics available as well. With the Aegis, Castaway's dropping low, and he's down as well. There's already 2 heroes dropping. They lost the Pango. JG's down too, and this Lina doesn't get the standing chance. Not even a chance to fight back, so I think we're basically just repeating a broken record here for Team Darling, but they have been in charge of this game since pretty much minute 3, minute 4. And they will tie it up.
Yeah. That was a very simple execution.
Easy
By
game.
Darling. Easy game for them, really. Like, the laning stage went too well. I expected them to be dominating the Lina on top. I expected the Furion to be TPing in, to be messing her laning stage up. What I didn't expect is an Ember to dominate so heavily on the mid lane. Like, yeah, you can win that lane, but you shouldn't be killing him all the time. And then Pango dies top, and it all leads from one lane to another. Timbersaw at least got forgotten a bit, so he had some impact later on. He held them together in the later portions of the game. He was that one guy that can go in front, perhaps even kill off the troll before he pops his ulti and kills everyone else. But they were just way too far behind. They couldn't come back from an atrocious laning stage, really, and the answers were all correct in the drafting stage too. Like, Lina gets picked, you go Troll and Rubik. I think we'll see more teams doing exactly that.
Yeah, this was a pretty rough game from start to finish for Neon. Like, the lanes, you already saw JG was getting zoned out. They had Pango rotate to help out the Lina, and Pango getting killed. That's where you're really looking at 2 of your most important cores just getting shut down in the laning stage. The Lina did not work this game whatsoever, so they let the Lina through in the draft. They countered the Lina in the gameplay, and it was mostly like this Furion was obnoxious for him, always targeting the Blade Mail target, so just taking a crap ton of damage. And Darling tie it up. So, Lizard, we got ourselves an actual series. The Game 3, the decider Grand Finals versus Aurora, is upon us after the break. One team to rule them all. It's a best of one series now between the two teams, Team Darlang and Team Neon Esports. And Aurora is waiting for the victor in the grand finals in that best of 5 series for one spot from the SEA close qualifiers to DreamLeague Season 22. T-Panda and Lizard, we're done with TMNT for now. So we're going to maybe wrap a little bit what happened in that last game. And it was literally just Darling dominance. So we've had 2 games where we've seen chaos, we've seen dominance. What are we missing here? What does Game 3 need, Lizard?
We need some super strategical game that goes for 90 minutes.
Would it be the
Think
first
that's what we
time?
need. Yeah, we need that. We need that. We need some 8 Roshans, you know, like it happened in the Chinese region. I doubt we'll get that though, because these guys, they know what they're doing and they're doing it all really fast. So there are some mistakes here and there, but usually what that means, this game is 50-ish minutes long at max. Like they see they're done and they're like, okay, peace out. I'm good.
We're just gonna get this game out of the way. You know, we've watched this for long enough. At least that's the vibe that you pick up from these guys, like from their games. Sometimes you see them play super aggressive, feeling super comfortable with their lead, and then you also have a bit of passiveness from time to time where they don't understand how far they are ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, I just want to see some crazier drafts. Let's see that. Let's see a Palos. I know we're not gonna see a Meepo, but let's see something different on Palos.
Let's go Palos Techies, something like that. We have a Game 3 draft live, so we're gonna dive into that in just mere seconds. We are definitely not gonna get the Meepo, so we did get this one game. It was literally that 6-minute game that we cast in the China region, where we had the level 30 Techies with the 252 bonus damage.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I love that one.
That was a good game. I think was it the FY Techies or was it someone else? But
was it FY? One. I feel like it was FY. Yeah. I'm not sure. I know he played a lot of Techies, but I'm not sure if that particular game was played by him. But it was a really good Techies game performance. He dealt more damage than the whole enemy team in the end. Well, than anyone in the enemy team, I should say. Not all of them combined.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Well, we could get Techies here. This is the draft is already looking promising towards that direction. Caudle, Wyvern, these are like series specific bans that we're seeing here. So that leaves us a lot of picks open. The Batrider, we've seen picked and banned. The Lina, Furion, these are your standard openers. Do they ban out the Vengeful Sphere from Castaway? Because it didn't look like they needed to worry about that either in game number 2. They let Lina and Venge go through, and they dominated it.
Yeah, they found the answer, right? Like the patch has been around for long enough, and the competitive the tournaments, right, have been happening in the last couple of weeks, so people have finally figured out a way of dealing with the Lina, which is kind of interesting. When I saw the patch notes, I really wouldn't say that Lina is coming back as a carry, but the changes to the Laguna Blade were also pretty cool. Just having all the stacks instantly. I saw a lot of people because of that go for magic damage and then no, just go back. Go back. Just do the normal thing. Go the right click. Mars though, first phase.
Yep.
Techies in the pool. Centaur in the pool.
Techies in the pool. Yeah, Techies. Mars could be something Neon's looking for. Darling probably has to ban it with their one and only ban that they have. Or pick it now. Take it for yourself.
Has it been banned at all in this series? Like, I don't think so, right? Not banned, not picked. If I'm correct. Yeah, I feel like I'm right. I don't think it has been banned or picked. Maybe these two teams just don't want to play it. It's something specific to the players, they're men of honor. They don't play techies.
Men of honor.
Yeah.
Men of honor when they're already throwing banter at each other's.
Yeah, so what? You can have honor and banter.
No, you can't.
You can have honor and steal even. Haven't you heard honor among thieves?
I have.
That's not.
Do you know what that means, Lizard?
Haven't you heard honor among banterers as well? It's a saying.
It's a saying, but do you know what Honor Among Thieves means?
What? Tell me. I don't. I just know these sayings.
So
and
it's a good saying, yes, but it means the complete opposite of what it says, because thieves stab each other's when they have their opportunity. Hence why they're breaking the law. They're breaking the law amongst each other's. Hence they're abusing honor as a camouflage, as a disguise, but they will use their opportunity to abuse the other. So honor means little among thieves. Hence honor among thieves. They turn against each other's. So honor among banterers could mean different. It could be a whole different thing. And on that, I can't fact check.
Why did you just make me sad? So you're telling me all those Robin Hood were wrong? Like, he's a thief and he had a lot of
Depends on the
honor.
perspective you're looking at, Mr. Lizard, because they're wrong in the eyes of the law, but are they wrong in the eyes of moral and ethical or philosophical? That's a thing to think about.
So
Batrider.
those words are 8th grade. I stopped at 7. Like, I don't know what that is. But they are very fiery on Darling's side. They have Ember and Bat. They have a lot of fire and spice bringing to this. And Mars as well. Like, this is a very fiery start to the last game of the lower bracket so far, Mr. Panda. I do enjoy the casual Bat and Ember. They can reach the backlines very easily.
They can. A lot of vision, a lot of mobility, a lot of threat for Neon as well. So they're bringing in teamfight ultis amongst the Willow. And no Techies, by the way. So Techies could still fit Darling's draft, but I don't think Techies has a place in Neon's draft anymore with Mars and Willow. This is looking like a lane duo to me.
It does, yeah, and it looks like these two teams are just not interested in Techies anyway. They get the Willow Mars, good old Terrorize into Arena, or Arena into Terrorize, and yeah, Lion wasn't also touched in the last 2 games, so we finally get it. Lion is too good. It's too good, yeah. It's like a good pick in this game as well. All the spirits, pucks, all these mobile heroes hate playing against Lion, so yeah. Maybe he should be the laning partner with Mars though. Like, you put Lion and Mars.
We could.
He can be. Yeah, he can be safe lane though. It doesn't really matter. I'd rather have a big fat Lion than a fat Dark Willow. You know, later on.
What I do like about the laning stage is even if Lion could be the pos 4, you just play it as a 5 support, because the Mars Willow lane is literally spear into Bramble for extra damage, because you get the root damage, and then of course the spear already connects, doing its own work. So
is this some life stealer on Neon? Like, they have options, right? I actually expected maybe Darling to go life stealer with.
Let's go Lycan here. Give me Lycan. If CDR plays it.
Why Lycan?
Lycan runs down Embers and Batriders. Doesn't care about them too much. There's the swap, but you have Shapeshift. Maybe the fight versus Luna could be a bit iffy, but I feel like you have Mars,
Panda.
which if put into the mid lane, you get so much out of it having a Lycan.
Panda, I have a question.
Yes.
If I open Dota buff now and I went to Neon Esports, would I find that Lycan? Will I find that Lycan has been played by them a lot? Maybe.
Well, they're leaving it open.
Because it's so out there that I have a feeling you just saw it on Dota buff and you're throwing it in the midst. Like, here, pick Lycan. I'm so smart. Meanwhile, Lycan, it's so out of field. I don't know. Storm, however, isn't. Storm is amazing here. It feels good. It's a decent matchup to the Ember. Gives you some catch later on versus Bat as well. Doesn't care about the Venge and the swaps because he can follow through the swap, which is so important for them. They didn't have anything like that up to this point.
Yeah.
I like it. And by the way, Life Stealer now makes more sense even if they want to go for it. I'm not sure though. Like, historically, he's been really good into Luna. I think he still is, like the Radiance build. But I've seen some games in which Luna just gets way too ahead, way too fast. I don't think this is one of those in which it will be easy for her though. Lina banned out. Okay, Lina was actually a really good ban too.
Yeah, I'm looking at multiple options here for CDR. It has to pick first, so I mean, he's already played one game of Lycan, so we can scrap that out because I double-checked that on Dota buff, and I'm feeling wiser
10
now.
seconds.
But you're looking at these bans, basically, here. They banned out Troll and they banned out Viper, so things that come to mind right away. Yes, Lifestealer's a good idea. Ursa doesn't have his natural counter in the game, plus the Viper also makes it hard to play against. There's no room for a Venomancer. Ursa looks alright. You could look at Juggernaut, for example, if he wants to play the Jug this game. Reasonable matchup versus the Luna. Has his ways of surviving and going in and going out, makes a lot of chaos, benefits from the Storm Spirit going in and out. Morphling, banned. So no Morphling. So I'm going somewhere between the Jug Ursa Axel here if he wants to bring the Ursa.
Wait, so you're saying Jug or Ursa? That's your
Jug or
shout,
Ursa is
right?
what I'm thinking
Yeah.
about here.
I'm thinking Lifestealer,
But
really.
the Lifestealer
like,
is good. Well, there we go.
But nice call. I like it as well. Like another built-in BKB, right, versus Luna. Another guy that doesn't care about the bat.
But the
Deep
Lifestealer would have
Panda-
been good too. I would have liked that as well. I had nothing against it.
Thank you. Thank you for appreciating my
10
I appreciate you, darling.
my idea. I appreciate you, darling, as well. But Slardar ban made me
So what does
feel this
Cuckoo
is gonna
want?
be. Yeah, it made me feel this is gonna be a Lifestealer even more. If I was Cuckoo, if I wanted to be crazy, I'd go LC here. Or Axe even once again.
LC.
Like
He played the
LC.
Wind Ranger before too. Could that fit?
it could. It could. But LC or Axe just they could make Jug's life terrible. Wind Ranger wouldn't care about the spin and the lane would be easier though. It's an option. But I feel like they were putting Wind Ranger on offlane when they were flexing her, not because okay, Centaur, sure. I forgot this guy's in the pool. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Like them picking Jug makes me think that Jug is actually really strong into Luna no matter what, even though the hero isn't drafted that often at the moment. Because CDR is the Luna spammer, right? Like he'll pick Luna no matter what, so he must know which carry fares the best at the moment against her. Or because all these spammers, what they learn through all their games in pubs is what the
They
best
don't
counters.
like playing
what
against, and how do they need to adapt? Yes.
Exactly. So, looking forward to seeing this Jug. We saw one Jug so far in the whole qualifier. The two of us when we casted at least, and it was terrible. It really sucked.
Pretty terribly bad, yeah. But at least they've built themselves a draft which is strong at pretty much every phase of the game on the side of Neon. So they went for this safe carry on the Juggernaut. Doesn't really excel at any stage of the game. I think if you're playing a best of one, where one game decides it all, a surprise pick that you haven't played before is a safe carry the option to go for. Should you just hit a specific timing and play around it? Or are you really looking at that defensive type of Dota where we are not comfortable in making risky moves because it could cost us the game and the series and our tournament?
My game crashed. Feels bad, man.
Aww. Well, that's a bit of a bummer, but we are smoked up on both ends, so we'll give you some radio cast until we get Mr. Lizardo, Mr. Rizzard back
Thank you.
into the game. Ken's actually going to walk into Yowie, so that ward has maybe been scouted out. Probably doesn't know about the ward at least, but knows somebody's around the area. And the rest of Darling heading over to the bottom half of the map. I don't think we might see a first blood fight unless Neon is forcing it. We talk about the unforced errors or forced movement, and they are going to make a move towards the Radiant side of the map at the outpost right now. But there's nobody to be found. They're in a good defensive position on the side of Darling.
I'm on my way, darling.
Cuckoo's-
I'm coming back. I'm finishing the loading.
This is not the first time Cuckoo would run into his opponents, and this is exactly what's happening again. He's going for the Watcher, gonna get hit by the stun, the blood grenade, the spin from CDR, and Centaur die. CDR for the first blood, and again, this is not the first time I see Mr. Cuckoo go for some cuckoo plays as he runs straight into the enemy hands.
That's why they picked the Jug. Now it all makes sense. It's the spin to get first blood. Damn.
Blast of the past. It's good start for Neon. Very happy to get their Juggernaut on the board right away. He is playing against the Centaur in the lane, so his spin isn't going to be the strongest ability. This guy already has like 800 HP, has a decent amount of armor. Also starts to retaliate or reflect some of that damage back towards Neon when they're poking him, but it's going to be a tricky kill unless this Lion is 24/7 on top of this Centaur before he levels up his passive.
Yeah, I think like overall there's enough control on top, right? So the spin might be very effective. We'll see. Gotta be careful not to get hit by these two if he spins. I feel like they can just turn on him and hit him. So gotta trade somehow, bring them low and then use it. Like I'm just like looking at the whole game and all these heroes. I'm still yeah. I feel like CDR is on to something. We'll see what he does with this Jug. I'm interested in the build as well. How much he does. I feel like it's such a wasted opportunity to have Storm and Lifestealer though, but
yeah.
Maybe it's just some player preference. Maybe he has more games and more just comfort on Jug. We'll see.
At least it's going to be quite hard to kill with the amount of stuns they have. Like the lasso is pretty much your only big threat this game. But probably this particular game, if you want to be out there, either you have a lot of movement speed or you just build a Blink Dagger at some point on this Jug so you can go for your quick ulti when you're trying to kill somebody in the spear. That's pretty much your main tool. JG goes in with Blink Dagger, initiates on somebody, say Luna or Ember. And Omni Slash is really good versus the Centaur, so that's one thing going your way.
Yeah, there's I saw the new build on Jug as well, where he dishes out a ton of damage with Omni Slash versus any hero, any HP, any armor. It doesn't even matter. So it's one of the new items. Was it? Did he build Parasma or something, or was it just one rapier, something like that? Not sure. Feel like it was
the 5 rapiers, 1 Parasma build. I hear that's meta.
No, he had only one item basically.
Yeah, but in the bot lane, they're already demonstrating the power of this Willow Mars. You're spearing him through the Bramble Maze, and he's already lost 400 HP on this Luna. Such a simple combo as well. Long-range Q, and another decent semi-long-range spear Q. Oh, Willow's Courier's going to die here.
Dire's courier has been
Yoink. Trying again. Palos is in the trees. DG is in position. Just goes for the quick bonk. Doesn't throw his spear at all.
I love how Luna is having to play this mini game, evading all the brambles just to get to the last hits. Feels bad, man. But we'll heal up as that healing salve.
Have you ever played bullet hell games?
What are those?
It's like a top-down where you're controlling like this kind of space shooter, and you need to dodge every single bullet. It's like old school Dark Souls.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So what you have to do in those is literally just dodge everything going your way while dealing damage. Yeah. So every time I see Bramble Maze, it gives me, I don't know if I'm butchering the pronunciation, but it gives me like Toho vibes. Oh, Castaway goes down. That's the first kill for Darling. Invading the jungle.
For me, that was when I played versus old school Tinker with March of the Machines. It was literally that.
That as well. That was another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I miss I can't believe I'll say this. I miss it.
But yet, Toho had some amazing songs, and actually, like we talked about metal music a couple days ago. There's this one artist that I've listened to a lot, like video game music. There's Toxic X Eternity. First of all, he's great. But Richard EB, he's also done some of bullet hell games into metal covers, which are just great. They're diving mid, by the way, at the same time. Ken being really pressured here by Drek and Yowie. Goes for the Vortex and has to pop almost every bit of regeneration he has, but it's not going to be enough 1v2. So there goes his Storm Spirit down, level 4.
Now you just write where team or team where.
Team where. And here we go. Bonk into another Bramble. Beautiful there from JG. Taking the time. Palos has a big one to use. But they have Shadow Realm if they need to secure this kill. They might have to use it here because JG is not quite getting the kill. Nice jukes from Palos. And just need to get a little bit closer. Spear's available, but is he not? Is he actually getting out? He needs to dodge the spear.
No
Palos
way.
is really playing mad here, but will finally get speared and impaled.
Just Bat almost got there on time to prevent them, to save the Luna. That was a lot of time. I'm not sure who wasted whose time. I feel like Luna wasted her own. Dark Willow, can she die here? Very unlikely, but it can happen. Let's see.
Shadow
Almost
Realm is
burns
always there to save. Ken's jungling, and then there's this vengeful spirit coming to steal your CS. He takes both of the last hits away from him as well. Dude, that is Spain without the S.
Yeah. You wanna stop this Storm before he gets 6.
And now there's a Haste Rune Ember coming into your jungle too. Like, they're really making his life hell.
He just thought the Storm is gonna go north, but Storm went to the line.
He's
Let's
stealing
see.
more CS. Yes, they are. He took the big creep as well. That's 3 big neutral creeps already
gonna get
killed.
Storm
And he
even.
might just get killed here all by himself by the Ember. Dude, Ken is getting cyberbullied.
He's definitely getting cyberbullied. He should report them, not to Gaben. He should report them to some higher authority. If bully
Call the
hunters.
bully
Yeah.
hunters.
Yeah, man.
This is not fair at all, man. He's last in net worth as well on this Storm. He's 500 gold behind this Luna. And Luna's also spent a bit of time running around, trying to get away.
Yeah, but
Jotun is forced away.
it's a huge difference, right? On one side, Luna, she's supposed to, whatever, just go back, farm up. Meanwhile, Storm is supposed to be doing something on the map. But we'll see. These games are crazy. You know, like one failed rotation suddenly, like in the last game, Ken had nothing on that Pango, and then suddenly they give him some love. Like here, he's level 6 now, maybe. Never mind, Yowie gets another one.
Yep, and Lion's not going to get there in time as well to interrupt Yowie. That's really hard for Neon to try to make these moves to mid to keep their Storm safe. They've had to leave Juggernaut to solo the lane. He's getting pressured by the Centaur. And here comes Palos. Palos, we've seen him do these rotations as a carry. And he's going in again for the Juggernaut. The stuns are there. And a beautiful combination. The stun lock is very good. But the Stampede, they're going to have to run out. Juggernaut still had the spin. And might just lose this Vengeful Spirit here. So, might look like a failed gank.
They looked so scared popping that Stampede to run out. Even though there weren't any big rotations happening, it was the 2 supports that are level 4. Like a kill still could have happened on that Jug, but okay, they back out. They do the safer play. Understandable.
Yep, they're rotating bottom now. Mars is
Arena.
popping the ulti on top of Palos. The spear is there. Storm has TP'd in with an Invis rune. Flame Break does connect onto the Mars. Yowie is there to dive in deep. Slate on cooldown. They've killed off Jotun.
This Storm can die.
Back. This
He
Storm
has a
could
lot
die.
of one
Storm
charges.
could die
though.
now. He's got a lot of mana. Might have to zap. Bumpy's coming in. Castaway as well. Palos dropping low. Palos about to die. Can he survive? No. Drix snipes him. Drix, dude, this guy ran from the top tier 2 tower all the way to bottom just to snipe this Storm Spirit. Like, Ken.
Hard work pays off, man. He's
It
the
does. It does, but it's the
definitely
same
shows
guy who's been chasing him around the map this entire game. Continues to go wherever the Storm is going. Man. How's that fair? Drick. Almost level 6 on this Venge as well. The stun on Jug. Beautiful stun from Lion, but Yowie is there. CDR low on HP. Remnant jump available after the silence runs out. CDR. It's the Omni slash onto
Nice,
the
Omni.
Batrider. They can't swap the they can't actually soak the
Oh,
damage
that's
as they
impale.
end up losing one.
Oh,
and
a
there we
double
go.
kill.
Double kill with the chains. Well, pretty much double. Looked like
Yeah.
it at least. Bombi having to fight the Venge. Venge is going for the TP out. And
I do
Storm
not
looks
accept the
too late.
fact that he didn't get the double kill. In my mind, that's a double kill with Sleight of Fist. He got both of them.
Yeah, that was like straight out of a movie, you know.
Yeah.
One sword here, another sword there.
They stopped the count too soon.
Yowie, aka John Wick.
Exactly. This game, it does feel like that. He goes in alone, slaughters everyone. Who touched this guy's dog?
100% kill participation, by the way, on this Ember.
Huh.
Making all the right things. Building up a Mage Slayer. That's gonna hurt Ken even more.
Dude, I'm sorry, that John Wick reference, it fits so well when you're in playing in European servers. You know, like John Wick 1 with the when he's going out for Russians. That's how I feel in my pubs.
Okay. Tell us more.
What do you mean? I'm just every game it's me and 9 Russians just. Ember going in.
They're going in on Ken again. He has a regen rune, but doesn't get to use it because the flame guard's popping. Now he does, thanks to Castaway. Ken gets the jump to safety. The Ember is now getting initiated on by JG. Ken is considering going back in. He needs a bit more time. His regen's still running. Swap comes out. They miss on the Shadow Realm. There's the Stampede. Double root, though. Running into both of the roots. Yowie isn't able to dodge Ken. Ken finally gets a bit of revenge. And he wants this guy. He really wants this guy. You made my life miserable. You bullied me. I bully you now. And Drick will go down as Ken gets a double kill on the Storm Spirit.
Dude, I feel like Ken forgot that the region got changed. So he was waiting until he's out of range to pop it, you know? And then he moved back in with it. Like, the region feels so damn good on Storm at the moment. Just the fact that you don't have to worry about the cancellation. Oh, well, he's back, baby. Well, not that back. He's still the lowest net worth core, but he's back.
He's definitely back in the game. Like, that's huge recovery for the Storm Spirit. They were taking his neutral camps. They were killing him pre-6 a couple times. They were rotating on him on the other side of the map. It's like being hunted to the ends of the world by a bounty hunter or an assassin or something like that.
Yeah, he's no longer a support, basically.
Yeah, he's got his old job back.
Yep.
What a nice boss.
So where are we gonna see some moves? And when? I feel like this Jug is going for Maelstrom, so he could.
What do you mean when? We've been fighting pretty much for the.
No,
whole
when
time.
are we gonna get some big moves? You know.
Oh, you mean like big team fight?
Yeah.
Really down to this Juggernaut, to be completely honest. They're fighting Batrider. Put themselves a pick off under the tier 1 tower. Should maybe open the tower for them too. Ken farming the jungle, and they're hunting Castaway with this Lion right now. Drick and Yowie. Yowie is there. The stun is going to connect as well from Drick. Has the Hex lining up for the stun. Doesn't get it because of the swap. Drick plays some mind tricks on him. Mind tricks.
Mind tricks. Stop it, man.
But they might actually lose this mid tower now because of all the moves towards bottom. So you're trading bot T1 for mid T1.
Yep. They also have a smoke on this bat after they have completed the tower. They instantly smoke.
The triangle. There's JG.
Yeah, they could.
Also a Juggernaut on their side of the map.
Yeah, who do they hunt down? Because they want to go for the Wisdom Rune. You know, it's minute 14.
Oh, it's the
It's
team
the Jug.
gank on the rune. They see the Jug now. And they're just going to straight run to the Wisdom Rune. Willow is coming in as well, but he won't be there in time. Batrider gets to the Wisdom first. Jotun for the steal.
Yeah, that's fine. They didn't have the sword there. That if they had it down a little bit earlier, maybe they could even go for the Jug kill instead of the rune. But they get the Wisdom Rune and the stacks. Not too bad.
Also a counter smoke towards the top lane, but Cuckoo's already removed. Finds a bit of wisdom. Shield rune is also up. Maybe this could lead into a fight. They saw the storm top.
Radiant are scanning.
But Luna wants to farm, the Jug wants to farm. They're really not in any
They're
hurry.
not in a hurry. Yeah. Do you like the Maelstrom, by the way, on Ember? That's what he's buying.
Mail on Ember.
Yeah, like he's going. Okay, Mage Slayer is common.
Gleipnir. It's a Gleipnir build up, yeah. I mean, rather build Mail than the the Rod of Atos component.
Okay, so you're thinking like Gleipnir for the storm and some extra catch. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, interesting.
Because they don't really have great gap closers, right? It needs to be like a blink bat, but you also need to save your lasso. You want to time it right on this Juggernaut, and you have a blink potential on this Centaur. But then what do you do? Venge throws a stun, and everybody's just running away. So they have a very mobile, like I won't say very mobile team, but a very elusive team in a way on the side of Neon as well, because Storm could disappear, Jug could disappear, Willow could go in Shadow Realm.
Well, will Jug disappear here? They don't have lasso on him.
Chase. Yeah, they can't get close enough. This is exactly an issue. But he also missed the arena. Nobody to be caught inside of it. Willow trying to catch Yowie.
They are very lucky to have a player such as Drake, because he cancelled his swap. If he swaps the Jug there, it wouldn't be good. Like he would Omni Slash them. He'd buy enough time for Mars to set up a better arena. But he might skewer the Centaur back to the tower. Let's see. He's thinking about it. There's a ward though. They see everything.
That's a stun missed. Jug. Ward. Oh, there we go. The Batrider jump instantly. They don't take 2 seconds to think about it. That's the commitment you need from Neon. Don't give in to fear. Never give in to fear.
What did fear do to you? You guys casted a lot. Like you did the panels at least a lot together, right?
Yeah, we had a good time. But he's a personality.
Did you ever give in to fear?
Give in to fear? I mean, dude's literally the most banterous TI champion that I know. He is stoic. He's powerful. You don't mess with fear. Except Mike messed with him the whole time. He was always bullying him. Or trying, at least.
I miss those times. I miss your I miss your impersonations. Yeah. Good times. Good times.
I mean, we're available for a LAN. So
stun, storm, mid.
Got an attempt made at least. Not enough for a kill. Maybe one more slight. Could maybe do the trick. Is he gonna try and dodge it? Is the chains available to Yowie going the other way?
You know what? I feel like this is one of those games where Drake should take the L and stop buying the Aghanims, buy some sentries, and let this bat get a blink. Like instead of relying on your Ember buying Gleipnir, God knows when, bat could have already had a blink, and you'd have another way of initiating. I don't agree with their itemization at this point.
It does feel like a lot of Venge players just want to force the Ags because it's so good, you know.
We haven't.
Everybody says that, right? Because it's in the meta. Because it's so good. It's so broken.
Dude, yes, but I'd rather see a Venge with Solar Crest.
I was thinking Solar Crest as well, but Ken walking out on the edge of the arena. Castaway is already down. They got the Omni Slash. That's a lot of damage already dealt. 2 heroes down from Neon, and they only now get to kill the Venge. CDR is moving out. Bombi's low on HP. JG's being targeted by the whole team right now. Palos with a double with the Luna. And that's opening up the tier 2 tower.
Classic Palos joining the fight very early on, right? Like he's been... I mean, he rotated even before the tier 1 tower was dead on top lane. Tried to kill Jug, and he just plays a very active position 1. I think him and Akashi probably have a very similar playstyle in the way I see it. And Jug with the Omni Slash, he almost killed Avenge with level 2 Omni, so not really a lot of impact in that fight.
He needs more attack speed. That's really what you just need on this Juggernaut. You need more attack speed and lockdown on your team so you can hit targets. It's really like he's a sustained damage dealer in melee. A very fast one. He runs around a lot. He's hard to hit when he has his Blade Fury, but he also struggles dealing damage unless the opponents are locked down, and that's what they need.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see the value of Jug over the Lifestealer. Like Centaur got way too much.
Look at mid. There's a chance here. Oh, there's not a chance anymore. At least onto the Ember. Maybe they can kill the Batrider. So Ember's gonna walk out.
Yeah.
All starts off with one singular stun, but then again, the Batrider felt like, hey, we're powerful enough, and actually just, you know, walks into the gank that failed originally. Drick, gotta get out as well. They are hunting him. Arena will be used. Oh, nice swap to dodge the stun, but it's not gonna do a difference though. Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Hold! Hold!
Yep.
What did we just witness?
Where did all that damage come from? What the hell even happened?
That was just the Maelstrom Ember doing 3,000 damage while Centaur's doing 2k. Luna did nothing there. It was just the Ember and the Cent.
Okay, but you know, it's like one is expected, one is not. From Ember you expect it, and the Maelstrom procs obviously did come in handy. But Centaur also, just that burst was insane. It was the Shiva's Guard, right?
The Shiva's Guard in Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, and then you have
15.
maybe every single 30% Maelstrom procs coming out from that slate.
Well, just she was amplifying it, amplifying everything. That's why this item is so busted right now. You know what? I'm not. If they had a Lifestealer, this guy wouldn't have a Shiva's right now. All I'm saying, all I'm saying, this guy would have a Blink and maybe a Veil. But okay, they go straight into the pit. They do have the Venge minus armor, and the smoke is up on Neon. They're ready for this.
The scan connects instantly.
Oh.
Stampede in 13 seconds. I don't think they're gonna get caught like that under the tier 2 tower.
No one was showing on top. Ember was still pushing, so they know this smoke is happening. They know for a fact.
They see Storm as well. There's the jump.
Oh,
and again!
again!
Just look at that damage. It is obscene. Cuckoo, with the help of Yoey, blow up the Storm and the Juggernaut. Castaway getting hunted down. And JG, that's 8 kills in total in less than a minute. That's a 5k swing in gold as well with those 4 kills. This game took a, you know, how turn the tables.
Yes. The tables turned. This is this is a disaster for Neon. These two fights just cost them quite a big chunk of net worth. 13k advantage now.
Dude, this game is getting harder and harder for Neon by the minute. Like they gotta. How do you counter this? How do you counter this? Literally, do you just keep on farming and get more items, get more tanky? They're all kind of squishy on the side of Neon. There's a lot of less than 2k HP heroes in this team.
Yeah, they're just getting obliterated by, like, Centaur stun. Shiva's double edge got them to 50%, just the Centaur, and then on top of that you add in pretty much anyone else, and they're gone. How do you counter it? You just need more farm. You need BKBs. At this point you don't have those, and the game is rough. Your Storm is buying. Okay, that's Sanj and Kaya. That's fine too. Yeah. Tank up a bit.
CDR just used Omni Slash on Tormentor and finished it by himself.
Okay, who got it? It's the... Okay, you got it to Mars. It's not bad having that...
That's a good shard.
Yeah, it is. Being able to pike them all up, spear them all up. 2 of them at least.
Yoey might get into a bit of an ill surprise in the top lane, but he's got his distance. Storm's coming in. He instantly remnants away.
He's going for
He's
Mars,
going for a kill at the same time. Dude, he just dodged a gank into killing somebody else on the other side of the map. Cuckoo killing JG.
I really think this was more of him going for the kill and not even seeing the gank.
Yeah.
And it just happens at the same time. It's like sometimes you pop the stampede to run away, and then your teammate gets a kill because you popped it. You know, it's one of these situations.
And another one bites the dust.
Yeah. Double dipping. Luna, at the moment, has enough gold for the crit, and I too believe in dropping the Ring of Protection constantly. Why is he dropping the ring, by the way? He's keeping it in his... This is some BM. I'm not sure. Someone in the chat probably knows, but he's carrying this ring in his backpack. Yeah, and he's dropping it every time in front of the towers.
That's the TI ring he wish he had, right?
Did someone get a divorce on Dire? Is this some next?
I hope not. That would be some next level BM, dude.
That would be some real emotional damage right there. Yeah. Hopefully it's a TI, like you said. That's the thing. That's way more wholesome. Top lane, Storm is in.
Get the attempt on the Centaur. Not really doing much against a 3.5 KHP Cent at 25 minutes in the game. You don't really kill this guy unless you have everyone. And a little friendly tip and another tip. Maybe he said a funny joke or something. Maybe he explained the ring thing in their team comms.
Yeah. Could be. CDR.
We're onto some kind of banter here. Like we need to know. We need to know the spice. They jump on Castaway. There's your Lion deleted. Nice jumps as well from Yowie. He's just going all over the place here. Pretty much used every single remnant that he had. He has that DD rune. Ken is low on HP, but this Yowie Ember is about to drop the swap state from Drick. He's playing mind tricks once again. Cuckoo, he's got the stun on CDR, but they're looking to fight all the way to the end on the side of Neon. Can they hold this base? They need to get kills. There's the Eclipse coming out from Palos as well. Castaway will drop, and that's a second time they kill him. So a dieback on the Lion. And they have taken the base. The 2 lanes of Rax, the third. Team Darling looking and can feel that grand final spot going their way right now.
Dude, I cannot believe that Ember lives. This Solar Crest Glimmer combo and the swap is way too strong. Nice little Storm.
Trying to blow him up. The lasso's going to be there to connect on the Storm Spirit. They've got a bouncing magic missile going around, stunning Drick. Bosku, meanwhile, just jumping on the back line, hitting Bombi and CDR. Hashtag for Gabby as Palos is looking for vengeance. As Gabby got knocked out, this team did not. It is Team Darling to the grand finals up against Aurora.
Wow. You know, when you see a team name such as Team Darling, you don't expect them to be super serious and reaching perhaps the grand finals. You expect someone like Neon to do that, right? Like you expect them to be fighting for those slots to all the lands, but it's always nice to see a stack doing it. I did really enjoy this game. I feel that it could have been a bit more competitive with a certain pick instead of the jug. I don't know what they were thinking. That had to be a carry call. Like, I'm more comfortable with this. Pick me this. I have more games or something. I don't know. It just made the game so weird. Like, you have this Jug who cannot really... Okay, it's not only on him. Storm got wrecked, by the way. Let's put it that way. Ken, once again, had to enter recovery mode. But wouldn't it be easier if he could enter that recovery mode together with his safe laner? Get infested, jump on some Centaur. That Centaur isn't destroying your team, instead you're killing him. It is what it is. They get dropped out. Congratulations to Darling. Yeah, they deserved it. Like they brought a lot of flair to this qualifier. I wish them all the best in the grand finals. It's not going to be an easy one.
It's definitely not going to be an easy one, but they made this end of the series definitely look like it. You have Drick chasing Ken around the map. This combination with the Ember and the Centaur, annihilating twice in a row inside a minute. Just some crazy combination of damage that they have, which Neon didn't. They had nothing to play around with, really. You have playmakers, but no one to really follow in. And I think as well, even if the Jug made sense, it execution-wise really didn't. There was no impact from this Juggernaut. So, you know, sometimes a bad draft can cost you a series, and in this case, it does. Darling are going to march on to the Grand Finals, and that Grand Finals is going to be starting in the SEA qualifiers. There's only one best of 5 to go. However, you're going to have to wait an hour for that to kick off, as Aurora is going to go up against Team Darling. But Lizard, it's been a nice 5 days, but it's time for us to leave. And it's time for the other casters. We have Permasneeze and Crasheroni for a pretty hype best of 5 grand finals coming up for you guys. So, Liz, Riz, nice Power Ranger picks, nice Teenage Mutant picks as well for you dudes.
You too, man. We need to do some Marvel and stuff like that the next time. Like we'll figure something out.
We'll do those in the future in another episode of T-Panda and Lizard doing random stuff. But hey, congratulations, Darling. Let's see if they can pull it all the way through as Aurora is waiting for them in the grand finals. That will be in an hour on this channel. Until then, take care of yourself, everybody. See you guys in an hour. Bye-bye.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Just a couple of days ago, Crasheroni, a couple of Twitch chatters, my lord, showed up in our stream and said, look, I come from the future, and why are you even watching this qualifiers? Why are we even here for? This is a waste of time. Team Darling will win. And here we are in the grand finals in an absolutely unreal situation where Darling have just smashed just about everyone. Master Cuckoo's conquered them all. Permastees and Crasheroni here to bring you the action. We only have one slot for Southeast Asia, and are you kidding me? Is Cuckoo really gonna take it?
I am in awe that Darling have made it this far. Look, let's just be real here, right? Like, I feel like expectations for everyone weren't very high for Darling, right? They were a team pretty much made for these closed qualifiers, and kind of slapped it out of the park recently.
Yeah, they just got up to the plate, had their chance, and hit an absolute home run. Cuckoo, Palos, Yahweh, and we already talked about the two supports as well. And the biggest thing for me is that they're coming in with no pressure. We've seen this happen in so many other tournaments before. When you're playing carefree, when you know that, it's not the end of the day with a loss, suddenly it allows you to just play free. And that's exactly what that lineup has been doing.
They've even been doing some unconventional things, like unconventional Dota. Hell, they drafted like a no-stun lineup, and they won with it, and they made it look decent.
That was 60 minutes of
bonkers.
I don't even wanna talk about it. I hope that never happens again. Something about Cuckoo's disciple, green spitting heroes, that's his jam. But we do have to look on the flip side, right? Team Darling, they're coming in, not a lot of heavy expectations. They're just doing this for fun, and I think it just kind of got real a little bit for them. Aurora on the flip side, it's been real, right? These are some of the favorites. This is the talent lineup, or the remnants of it, plus Armel coming in and having high expectations. First qualifiers didn't really work out for them, and now they want to prove themselves.
And prove themselves they have, right? They've been slapping every single team down that they faced. 2-0s all around for Aurora.
Yeah, it's not even close. Like, and they've made it look convincing. I think the key thing for me that I've been really impressed by is that increased level of discipline. We're not entirely sure who the coaching staff is or the support staff is on that team, but I think there were some initial worries because Jabs, he's been a prolific captain, been a prolific drafter, but he's always had Sunbi by his side. Sunbi's recently decided to take a little bit of a break, and as a Jabs head myself, I was personally like, oh, is he going to sort of lose sight of some of these important things in the draft, lose sight of that identity? Hasn't been the case. Still stomping all the kids.
Yeah, the Aurora drafts have been looking on point. There's never been a point where I was like, wow, Aurora, they've drafted no stuns. Like, what are they going to do now?
Yeah, and I think the big story for Aurora is that mid lane switch out, right? We saw Mikoto head on over to Bleed in lieu of the past season breakout, and in his place comes Armel. And you wouldn't remember this because everybody's just diluted by recency bias. But Armel is literally one of the Southeast Asian GOATs. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He's been one of the top mid laners for the longest time. In the Battle of the Mels, the 1v1 that sort of incarnated this entire fiesta, he beat Sumail in the 1v1. Like, there's no question about it. This guy's skilled. But just because recently on Secret, he's been a bit lackluster as compared to the past, people are just writing him off as if he isn't still that guy.
And if anything, right, like, I feel like Dota players, unless you're like 40 at that point, you're kind of like a fine wine, right? Like your skills are only set to improve as you continue playing the game, right? Like, I mean, think back to when you first started playing, right? Like, you've grown as a player. These players have grown as well. And Armel has been looking hot recently.
Absolutely. I think he's really transformed a little bit here because in the past, I think he used to be, like we said, that guy, right? He would carry crazy games for his team. Right now, he's doing it in a very different fashion. We see a lot of priority, giving him first phase picks, second phase picks, just snapping his hero up bright and early and forcing the other team to respond, right? He's been favoring the first pick Pango, doesn't really care what he ends up with, might have a rough lane, but still causes so much disruption in the game, kind of like Quinn from Gaming Gladiators. We'll see whether that gets banned out. For now, it's the Kotal, Enchantress, as well as the Doom taken out by Darling. On the flip side, Aurora, they've taken out the Centaur and that Nature's Prophet.
Now, Sneeze, I do want to quickly talk about the elephant in the room.
Let's hear it.
And that big ol' elephant is the last time these two teams faced each other.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We've talked about Aurora 2-0ing everyone. It was the same exact thing with Darling. But that game wasn't even close, right? Like, the first game was like 5-28, and the second game was 10-31. The series was over in an hour.
It just felt like The first game, they're like, okay, we've been playing super fast, super aggro so far. Pick up the meepo, pick up the Slaughter, let's go crazy. And Aurora were like, yeah, you know what? You like your meepo? Let me bring out the most basic old school counter to exist. Elder Titan, right? Some might call him April O'Neil, but that's a different story. Elder Titan just completely smacked. They played it in the off lane, and Jabs, that's the thing about this guy. He's the captain, he's the drafter, and he's the pos 3. He also is literally the player with the most different heroes played in the game in professional games. He can pull out anything from his big endless hat, and that's exactly what he did. Just kind of muffled them with it. Team Darling, they're just gonna get Yoe's Ember Spirit immediately stolen away, and their response is a Slaughter.
I like this right now. This is potentially going to be your mid laner for Darling. Kind of slaps Ember Spirit. Like it kind of really destroys this hero.
Yeah, and we saw from Dota 2 Pro Tracker as well that Yoe, he did practice a little bit of mid Slaughter. They've been sort of ping-ponging a little bit, right? Sometimes it's on in previous games it was on Cuckoo. They still have that flexibility there. Another hero they've been really prizing is that Dragonite, and I'm sure they would have snapped it up if Aurora didn't ban it out.
Darling, they definitely favor getting either their mid lane or their supports kind of nice and early. But when Aurora, another team that have really heavily favored just picking Armel's heroes like straight off the bat.
Yeah, they don't care.
You leave yourself open to getting countered in the mid lane very early on, and this might be kind of exactly that scenario here.
A couple of key heroes that still might be considered in this final sort of ban, and before we head into the next pick phase, right? The techies, you have your Lions, you have maybe the Phoenix, not so much anymore. Nature's Prophet taking out Bat Rider and Venge, both still available. So the key supports, we've usually seen them picked up in the second and third position in the draft at least. So at least forming up that initial gang squad that will run around the map and get things done. And both these heroes on Darling and Aurora to start things out can enable that aggression early on.
I think another opening you have for Darling right now is there's like Lina still in the pool. But to be fair, we did see CDR just kind of get slapped down on the Lina. So maybe not the Lina this time around.
Yeah, they might have a bit of PTSD from that. I don't know whether Palos is going to feel comfortable bringing that out. There is a good bodyguard though, but we talked a little bit about this Slaughter. There was a brief period where it felt like Slaughter first pick, first ban material. It still kind of is that, but his power has waned a bit. And if Slaughter doesn't really have a good lane, and his blink timing isn't ideal, this hero can really, really fall off and become nothing more than a stun bot.
And there's that Bat Rider that Darling have been favoring in both. I like both Drick and Jotun can play this hero. We've been seeing it on Jotun a lot more than Drick, but I feel like it's still in Drick's wheelhouse, right? Like Position 4 Bat Rider was a real thing for a long time, and if this is your offlane from Darling, it's quite strong, right? We saw Bat Rider Centaur, Bat Rider ET kind of own lanes, and it's very similar with the Slardar.
Kind of own. I mean, they completely decimated. There's a bit of defensive and offensive potential coming out from this Bat Rider as well. You know, the Flame Break, able to bounce you back into the Slardar's range. And we saw it work very well against melee heroes like the Slardar as well, bouncing you away from targets you're trying to stick on. And speaking of peeling, Abaddon and Rubik, two heroes that can just look at that aggression, either lift you away or shield you out of trouble. I really like this response. And not to mention, there are a couple of Siggies for both Ollie and Q.
Yeah, we have no idea, right? So this could be an Ollie. I'm assuming it's going to be an Ollie Abaddon. Ollie Abaddon has been really impressive recently.
Yeah.
And Q Rubik has been impressive, right? For a while now.
Yeah, I feel like it is almost a mandatory position 4 pick that you need to know how to play Rubik. Out of all the other position 4s across Southeast Asia, though, I usually peg Q as more of a Tiny or a Task or a Clockwork player. He really likes to get in there and set up for his team. Rubik kind of needs to take a bit more of a back foot, but I feel like he won't have a problem this game, especially since Abaddon's going to be trucking a lot of the save potential. Timbersaw being snatched up as well. This more than, I would assume, puts the Slaughter in the mid, the Timbersaw on the off, because as much as you can have a good lane as the Timber in the mid lane, I'm not sure whether you can match Ember's aggressive potential once he starts rotating.
And we saw Timbersaw recently in the mid lane from Abed, I believe, and it did not. It looked good for maybe the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
But it really, really fell off as the game went later.
Yeah, I think the main thing was that we saw Abed try and pull off some ganks as well, which were remotely successful, got a triple kill at some point, but it just couldn't really do much the second you started getting sieged. You throw out a chakram, but you're dealing with a hyper carry that's hit a timing in the Luna and BKB and just stands there and delivers. Speaking of the Luna, there's a classic pairing. Of course, the Luna is banned out, but the Shadow Demon still starting to increase in popularity. The Morphling will be the selection, so 23 going back to one of his favorites. Not really feeling threatened this game.
That's incredible. Like, a 23 Morphling is very scary, right? One of the best Morphlings in the scene, right? For a while now.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, if he's feeling confident enough at this stage of the draft to bring it out, especially since they immediately have bans to deal with it as well. Just taking out the Faceless Void and the Slut, a couple of pretty good carry-to-carry matchups. Another one that you could potentially
right now,
think
like,
about.
what are you worried about on the Morphling, really? Like, getting lassoed? That's about it.
I mean, what I'm seeing is a potential last pick Palos Meepo, right? Because they have overall last pick. So Aurora, no room to try and get that ET or direct counter. You don't really have a lot of ways of dealing with these multiple units. You have a decent sort of spread of damage with Ember, but Morphling, he doesn't really get intense in terms of his damage delivery until slightly later in the game. These tanky cores could be a problem.
One notable hero still in the pool for me is this Magnus, actually.
No. We don't talk about that hero anymore.
What do you
know
mean?
Like, I didn't look. Masaro's had 1 to 2 good showings. I'm fine with no Magnus. I'm sick of it. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm sick of teams having a somewhat advantage, having a mid game where the Magnus just kind of falls a little flat, and then that's how the game is lost. It's getting old. You know what I mean? I want to see something explosive. This is Grand Finals Crash, and they're not gonna risk it all on such a high execution hero. Or maybe Jabs will. Who knows? He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, who knows with Jabs? It could literally be anything, right?
Jabs the kind of guy to build Midas Orchid. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. We got 2 of the most prolific captains in Southeast Asia, and also 2 of the most zany players in Southeast Asia, right? They kind of get down to some crazy business. Kuku's going to ban out his own Viper, which is his specialty, so probably... I mean, they're just worried about the Viper coming out as a initial countermeasure to whatever carry they're hoping to pick up.
10 seconds remaining.
Which leads me to believe it might not be the Meepo.
5 seconds remaining.
Really? I mean, Viper kind of is gonna obliterate Meepo. I think the one hero that I'm looking at is still this Life Stealer. It works very well with the Slada, and the rest of the team, Shadow Demon can just buy him that bit of time that he requires to get another Rage out. Other than that, you don't really have any control through the Rage. That's kind of my initial guess, at least. We saw Jabs destroy a Lifestealer already on that Viper pick.
I think you could also go for something like potentially the Troll Warlord. It's fine into like it's weird into Morphling if that like it's okay because like you strength shift and then ET ban Meepo.
Man, Aurora, they do it themselves. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit worried for this Meepo. He's dealing with some tricky business in the Timber, but that's not going to matter if Jabs can start running away with the game. And we talked about some of the potential counters to the Meepo in the off lane. Now, Palos is going to have to come up with what he wants to pick for it in the safe lane, and it is going to be that Troll Warlord. So the Whirling Axis will help with the mischance. Nice bit of just single target focus coming out. And even if he gets the Mega Meepo on Jabs, it's not really going to matter if the Troll can just get the thwacks off.
And it's the same thing in the Morphling, right? Like, so what, you strength shift, I'm going to be fervoring you.
Yeah. And funnily enough, Darling, they've come out of the gates with a very much more conventional draft compared to what we're used to seeing from them. Bosco going to be reprising his role on the Timbersaw, and Yue putting to practice what he was spamming in pubs, right? That mid Slada. We'll have to see how it squares up into Armel. Once again, a situation where both these teams, they have had no issue just first picking their mid laners. We need to see how it pans out for them, though, because they will be the ones who hold the key to getting action started.
My eyes are definitely going to be on Batrider this game, right? Jotun's got some big shoes to fill. He is pretty much the only reliable control you have for this Ember Spirit. Like, Slardar is going to be the initial kind of jump in. Jotun's going to need to follow that up because once Slardar's stun, it might not be enough to full to zero the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Jotun. I'm looking at Drake and Jotun, both of these supports, because I think the game plan's very clear, right? The early game, you're going to want to try and build as much stacks for maybe Bosku to go back and clear or Palos to take eventually. But the Meepo, as well as the Ember, they have very, very high invade potential. If Aurora are able to just get into that area, kill a couple of supports, run you over from the start, things are going to get really, really tricky.
Tricky indeed. Sneeze. Game number 1. I'm excited. This is everything I could ask for in a draft, right? We have an off-lane Meepo, which I've seen before. Like, we have dabbled in the off-lane Meepo recently, but it's been a hot minute. And like we talked about with Jabs, he could do anything. And this is... Meepo is anything. Meepo is a thing.
Yeah, this is one of the... How many heroes are there in Dota now? 120-something? This is one of
God,
the 120 things that Jabs can do. Off-lane Meepo, right? We'll have to see exactly what their plan is, because I still stand by what I was saying, where I think there are threats to the Meepo in this game. But, you know, it's pretty decent overall. Can get a lot of targeted harass out onto these supports. And, I mean, even if you summon Meepo illusions and just kind of flame break him a little bit, it's just going to net you down. That control can't be understated.
Yeah.
Now, this is the grand finals. Didn't think we'd be here. It's literally the streamer team. I mean, it's only Cuckoo who streams, but you get my point. Versus what was touted as Southeast Asia's #1, right? These old talent guys now with Armel, you know, the immense amount of confidence that Armel is having now back on home ground. That's got to count for something. And Aurora, they had the chance to watch as Darling had to go through that grueling 3 games. Now, there were some parts where it was closer than others, but still they had to fight for it. And we always have to keep in mind Aurora coming in fresh, whether that momentum is going to favor Darling or whether Aurora, you know, having that additional rest and info can help them out.
Drake, you got to be careful here, my friend. Well, not too much kill potential. Aurora level 1, right? Like, what are you going to do? Level lift? Ooh, you know, doesn't feel too good.
Congratulations on losing the lane. That's
exactly.
Literally going to happen.
Yeah.
You kind of need it as well, because I mean, between the Poof as well as the Fade Bolt, it's quite a chunk of magic damage that can eat into the Troll. And Troll's all about trading, right? He wants to stay in that lane, like you've mentioned before, occupy as much space there as possible. He can jungle, but doesn't really want to be forced into it. So if he's able to pressure out the Meepo, even better.
Do you think we're going to see a similar thing that safe lane Meepos, where they gank through that portal come level 4?
Oh, 100%. Okay, no, not Jabs. Jabs go farm. He's gonna he's gonna min-max, like, stack a camp for himself, poof it on out, and maybe work and clear around some of Palos' jungle in the bot side. For now, Q taking quite a bit of the damage. That's the benefit of the Bat Rider. So good at trading early on.
Flame Break. How many patches in a row has Flame Break been buffed? Like 2, 3 now?
Too many is the answer.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. Look at that. It's just so annoying because it's the projectile is slow, but it still just takes you down over time, bumps you into an uncomfortable position. You need to kind of reposition before you can start trading back. 10 out of 10 trading spell, I'd say. Fade Bolt's like maybe
I'm gonna say something. Yeah. Fade Bolt. Well, Fade Bolt is, as it levels, a lot better. Level 1 Fade Bolt, that's just to secure range creeps.
Oh,
level 3, like level 2 Fade Bolt, now we're talking.
Yeah. Now we're in trade town.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the grand finals, so Aurora, I think, you know, it benefit them the most if they came into this as if it were any other match. Because the second you start thinking, okay, you know, you start getting carried away by the zaniness that Team Darling are bringing out, you start losing focus on what you do, you lose that discipline that we've been sort of praising them for. I feel like that's where Darling will strike the hardest.
You also have to keep in mind, right? Dota, like Darling are probably going to be playing to have, not to have fun. They're playing to win at this point.
Yeah.
But they're going to try to have fun along the way as well, right? Like we've already talked about, no pressure from an organization really weighing them down. Pressure from the fans, sure, but no real external pressure from any big org that's expecting you to go far.
Yeah, I mean, no pressure as well, right? First blood, who cares? Jotun, he's going to give that one up to Jabs. Maybe he should care a little bit because this is Jab's Meepo, and Meepo is one of the heroes that can just explode. But you know, man, no pressure, right? It's all good.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah,
we're chilling, we're having a good time. You can afford to lose one game in a grand finals, right? Like you can afford to feed first blood.
You
here
can
and
afford
there.
to lose too. That's how the best of 5 works.
That's
crazy,
true.
crazy
That's true.
business. First time on this format. They'll come through onto Palos. Has a salve in the back pocket, so he can just get reset up easily. And yeah, Trade City, like we mentioned, no surprises here. Other than that, relatively quiet overall. A little bit worried for Amel as I keep seeing his health bar just drop so low. This is not the first time we've seen Amel play on the edge, but one crush, one bash, that could be the end of his life here in the mid lane.
I mean, as long as he doesn't die, he's doing incredibly well. 18-3 to Sardar's 12-3.
Starting the aggressive move out onto Jabs here, but a nice net on both heroes. Light it up down the middle as well. Stops him in the tracks. Set up here, Drake has rotated over to the mid lane, the bash, like we mentioned in the crush, but Ollie here to help his buddy out, and are they actually going to turn this on the Yoe? Nicely done, and Drake trying desperately to finish that off, but the last auto attack from the Shadow Demon lands right before the miscall can connect. It's still a good attempt there, overall from Darling, but the fact that Amel gets the initial EXP and gold, that's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly didn't expect to go that way. The Shadow Demon gang really came in great. Ollie, great rotation, right? You know Armel's screaming for help at that point, right? Like, I'm dying, please, anyone help me.
Yeah, just unintelligible, like, shouting in the comms right now. Like,
Yeah.
like, ah, help! And Ollie's like, alright. Ollie's like a calm guy, you know, like throughout his entire stint on IG, is never really sort of been the front face for interviews and stuff like that, but they do have a lot of personality and honestly brings so much stability to this lineup where you have sort of eccentric players like, in a way, Amel and Jabs, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's also great to have someone with his sort of hero pool as well.
Yeah.
Right? Ollie, like Phoenix, Shadow Demon, Abaddon, playing the Ench as well recently. There's a lot of good stuff for you.
Similar to Jabs, can play just about any position 5 hero. It still maintains his specialties, right? Sometimes when you diversify your pool a little too much, you lose out on that lethality that specialists might have. But yeah, Ollie, he's just been performing so well. Q, bumped back by the Flame Break, nicely set up, using the trees to fog him. This Rubik might be in some trouble. Palos and Jotun are dropping low though, the nice nets to keep them in place. And here comes Ollie yet again. With the miscoil, just secures the troll, and now they're making the chase down onto this Bat Rider. Meanwhile though, Yoe does get a kill on Amel in that mid lane with the help of Drake. But Jotun might be the price. Bond up. All you need is one more miscoil, but Jotun, beautiful Flame Break to create the distance, and he'll be fine. 3 for 3 on the board right now.
Once again, though, another good rotation from Ollie. Unfortunately, he couldn't come mid.
Yeah. That's where Drake exactly was. I mean, you can see the focus that they're having on trying to give Yoe a great start, right? It's already sort of been hampered by that initial mess up. Still fine, though, right? Yoe, he's still making his timing. We've seen this build up from the mid Sladas before where, you know, it's really just a phase boots, blink rush, and shot just to really play for the crush.
Is that what we're leaning towards this game? No sort of Echo Saber or anything like that?
I don't know about that, but right now I'm watching Jotun die here to a high ground blood grenade. Nice deny. Gets the aggro of the creeps as Jabs gets mildly body blocked by Ollie. Might have been able to just close it and get that last hit if that wasn't the case.
But we did see Meepo rotate, right? This is kind of the question that we asked a little bit earlier on. Is Jabs going to be using his other Meepo to make space around the map?
Yeah.
A little bit, right? Securing the rune, being there for Armel.
Yeah, additional body means that the Bat Rider doesn't feel nearly as comfortable running in, especially because of the threat of the net. But him dying there does allow Yoe to get a nice little bottle refill. Everybody, I think this game, everyone's pretty happy so far, right? Nobody's really sad about how this early game has gone. You know, every single core is doing well in farm, especially Palos as well as 23. They are unbothered, flourishing in their own lane, just chilling and grabbing as many last hits as they can.
And I don't necessarily know who that favors. Morphling, he's going to go for this Vlad's build-up, which means he's going to have a little bit of an earlier availability to fight. But Troll, he's going for a little bit of an earlier build as well with the Maelstrom, which I feel like has been more and more in favor recently. Like, people have fallen out of the Battle Fury in as the Maelstrom, and it's really good into Meepo as well. To be fair, Battle Fury is too, so.
Yeah. I'd actually argue to say that Maelstrom might be better because you can eventually build that Domionia, and that causes major problems. This is pretty surprising to me because we already mentioned the potential for Shadow Demon to get stacks up, and the potential for Cuckoo to farm them. But it seems like Drake is going to be the one claiming all these nice little creeps he set up for himself. Set up again in the mid lane, but Yowie going to get chased away by Q. It almost feels like at this point it's mandatory to have some sort of support presence for Armel to back him up.
Yeah, Slider, he's one of the heroes that might not necessarily care about Ember Spirit's level 6. Right, as long as you have that Guardian Sprint, you could potentially chase him down.
Yeah. It's definitely one of the threats of the mid Slada. They always talk about how mid Slada used to be rough because the chase, or at least the distance that you have to fully chase someone down is so short. But with how buffed he gets from like his own little puddle if he sets it up, even with the crush, I don't think it really matters. Like, Yowie is going to be in serious trouble if he starts getting run down. No, sorry, Ember is going to be in serious trouble. Yowie is fine.
Yoe's fine. Yeah, Yoe is big chilling.
I think already, net worth-wise, everyone pretty even, but the fact that Darling are eking out an early advantage does bode well for them. Amplify damage rune onto Ollie. Beautiful lift to break that one up again, and it feels like Yowie, the past 2 minutes, he's been trying to make some aggressive moves on the mid, now rotating down to the bot side, but everywhere he goes, Ollie and Q are right there to stop him.
Aurora are playing together so well right now. And if they can continue playing this well together as the game goes on, it once again might not even be close, Darling. They have yet to find things that they necessarily, like, they've been yet to find something on the starter which you desperately want right now.
Yeah. I guess there are sort of 3 modes, right? The first is you're behind, which we don't need to talk about, where you're basically just going to be poverty, join your team, and crush bot. But Yowie, even though he hasn't been able to connect on a kill, is still doing very well for himself in terms of the farm. So, you know, he's even gone to, we see in his Q items, maybe a bit of a greedier option, going for the Echo Saber first in ahead of the Blink.
I think that's okay. I think this is one of those, like, you're a mid laner. You're kind of expected to take up space in the map when it comes down to farming.
Yeah.
And Slardar doesn't do that. Right? He needs an item to help amplify that.
Once again, in this mid lane, Ollie gonna show his face to help his buddy out, but he's gonna have to pay the price for it. Amel gonna come back, give him a cursory goodbye through the Sleight of Fist. And yeah, that's all you can really do, Ollie. He's doing his job, but it doesn't really feel good because while Q and Ollie are standing around helping Amel out, Jotun's farming camps, Drake setting up ancient stacks, I fear that the supports on Aurora might reach a point where they're kind of behind on EXP and gold.
And it's super important for these Darling supports to get gold and XP, right? The Bat Rider level 6 is the only reason you really pick the heroes the game goes later.
Yeah. I mean, a Flame Break, with how good it is now, is a very, very high contender to that statement, but it still is that lasso that's going to help you control out the Morphling or maybe the Mega Meepo. I can't imagine that Darling are too sad about this early game, though. It feels like they're getting everything they want. Meanwhile, Aurora just holding hands and hoping that they can tide through some of this early pressure.
They gotta do something about 23, though. Slowly but surely farming up a storm, and this rotation from Jotun could be exactly that.
They'll come through with the Bat Rider, lasso available, but the immediate response, Aurora, they brought the members as well. Q is here, stolen Chakram, but they're pulling in 23. He's able to morph strength up, and the Troll is here as well, but so much burst! Just cuts through that Timber Saw, the stolen Chakram. Q, he's doing so much work! They morph into the Timber, and they steal his Chakram at that. Double up on the cut potential, and Jotun looks like he'll just narrowly make it through. A little bit of that regen, but they chase him right through the Twin Gates. Amel doesn't want to let him go just yet, but they don't spot him. And not really what Darling wanted there. The Troll joining the fight, overcommitting. And dude, look at the damage dealt by 23. He just turned into that Timber and ripped them a new one.
Yeah, fighting in the trees against a Timber Saw. Crazy, right? Who could have guessed that?
Yeah. And 23 is like, oh, you want to put me in the trees? I'll just morph into the exact hero that's going to ruin your damn day. The Vlad's complete right now also just makes him such an immediate threat like you were mentioning. And he's actually got a position to try and push this tower.
Sure. Why not, right? He's kind of feeling unkillable with Q in the backlines there.
Yeah, everywhere that Q and Ollie are, you gotta feel so safe, but you need to make sure that they don't kind of fall prey to the extended chase of Darling. For now, Yowie Sticking around in this mid lane, not much Ollie can offer in the ways of wave clear. We'll just have to watch his mid tower go down. Doesn't seem like there's any response here because the rest of Aurora, they are busy in that bot side. But smoke up. Darling, they're looking for action.
They've got Lasso off cooldown. Now is go time, right? Once again, you'd really like to get this Morphling. He's sitting in the bottom lane. You know exactly where he is. Armel's a big kill too, though.
Yeah, but can they really close the distance? I mean, Yoe has his Echo Saber, but in this type of instance, you'd think, okay, you know, the Blink and Armel's dead there. But because they've sort of made that choice in terms of itemization, they'll miss out and the smoke's just gonna go wide.
And they might get Ollie, but he's got his borrowed time available, so that's an incredibly hard kill.
It's just been able to soak some EXP. Some supports get a little bit too greedy and they try and like maybe walk up and use the spell to secure last hits. I think that's kind of one of the things that really impressed me about Ollie. He knows exactly where to be and what his limits are on that position 5. Just exactly what he can juice, and that's so important. Because you don't want to be giving freebies over to the Darling cause.
Yeah, any sort of kill for Slardar goes a long way, right? Because like we talked about, he isn't necessarily the best at farming. He's a hero that farms other heroes.
Correct. One of the classic quote-unquote anti-carry heroes alongside Razor and maybe Viper, right? You're really looking to put a dent into the opponent carry or cause net worth and game. The golden experience is just rising. It's a less than 1k because 23 just had such a splendid one. But the rest of the cores on Darling, they are starting to surge ahead of their counterparts. This offlane Meepo from Jabs has yet to really make anything happen after a couple of initial rotations, but maybe with that Aghanim Scepter just freshly picked up, we'll see some action.
I don't necessarily think about Aghanim Scepter being the fighting item for Meepo.
Okay.
Right? Like, it's definitely a big survivability item for Meepo, absolutely. But, you know, if you want to fight, Blink Dagger, Diffusal Blade, I feel like are a much better option. But if Slardar is one of those heroes that doesn't have Blink Dagger, you're not too pressed to be getting your Blink Dagger either, because Slardar clearly shows that he wants to be farming instead of fighting.
Yeah. And that's the priority for the side of Darling now. As Shiva's almost completed for Bosco, that's going to help them cut down the Meepo even easier. But we already saw one of the potential problems that could come out for this Darling lineup. If 23 is able to morph into the Timbersaw, or hell, even the Slardar, it could spell big trouble. They're chasing now onto Yoe, who's shown his face in the mid lane, jump forward, crush onto him. A bit of a taste of his own medicine. Great pick.
That was a sick waveform crush. That was sick.
He did it so quick too.
Yeah, he did. It was quite like water.
Yeah, that's literally what he is.
Yeah.
They'll start pressuring out. You already mentioned this, the Vlads kind of signifies intention to fight early. Beautiful net from Jabs to set that up, and they'll get another. Oh, was that the Amplify damage? Oh, sorry, Corrosive Haze stolen by the Rubik? That's gonna make these pickoffs so easy. I don't know whether Darling can stand around until this spell expires on this Rubik.
Or you just gotta kill him if it doesn't expire, right?
You actually need to. You need to assassinate him, yeah.
This might open up, like, if you have that spell for, what, another, like, minute and a half, it might open up something like the Roshan. You've got the Vlad, you've got the Manta-style finish on 23 now as well. Could be something interesting.
Yeah. Still have yet to really see any successful connected move from the side of Darling. But like you mentioned, maybe it's just the focus on the farm for now. Everybody's scaling up in their own way. Levels pretty even across the board. It's really just Ollie who's struggling a little bit. Top side, they've got the touch out onto Palos, but I don't think they have the damage to threaten him just yet. It's just Jazz and the two supports. And in comes Bosco with that Shivas, tagging up everybody on Aurora. But 23, he's ready to play. Comes in, swoops in Jotun. They crush out onto the Mega Meepo, but Armel, he's shown up. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now, and it's not exactly even. Palos wants to pop that ultimate as he drops low and starting to chop out onto the poor Ember Spirit. Armel doesn't stand a chance as Q. Still trying to play around in the tree line. But once again, it's just your two supports alongside 23 and Bosco. He's still full HP. Nice jukes from Ollie to skirt away from that Chakram. But the Shivas, that's going to present a way bigger problem. 23 left high and dry, but still able to waveform through, clean up Yoe. As the dust settles, ends up being a 2-for-3 trade as Bosco not able to find 23. Overall, Darling, they should be pretty happy about that situation.
I think they should overall be. Morphling getting that much gold, though, is kind of scary.
Yeah. The self-tip and the voice line, man, that's cool. I mean, that fight starts because it almost feels like with that Mega Meepo, Jabs felt confident enough to tank the damage, but like what we were saying in the draft, right? There is a lot of AoE. You get stunned, the amplified damage, that Mega Meepo will fall a lot faster than you might expect. One Aphotic Shield and Ollie might not be enough.
There's a lot of AoE, and there's a lot of single target damage as well, right? Between the Shadow Demon, the Troll Warlord, and Sidar. He's got a little bit of single target damage as well with that Echo Saber. Meepo, the Mega Meepo, is not the saving grace that you'd like it to be.
There's a safety remnant available for Amel. He's gonna have to fly away to it, but that's where Jotun was waiting. Spots him right out, and Yoe, with that blink, will hunt him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Some excellent moves being made by Darling in the past 2 minutes.
Which they desperately needed to be making, right? Like, we've already talked about how Darling, they were kind of missing their earlier engagements, but now they've got Blink Dagger on Yoe.
Yeah. Doing up that
It might just be go time.
It is definitely go time. We've seen the power of this troll able to just waltz into Roche and take that easily. That ability is just going to be amplified by the Corrosive Haze. And true enough, straight up into the pit they go. They know that the Ember is down for 3 seconds. These early death timers are quite low, but maybe they're just gambling on the fact that Aurora won't be comfortable fighting into this smoke up, though. They want to contest. Rest of the side all filtering in. 23. Smoke breaks. Ollie's the first one in, though. Just charging rampantly into the pit. This position 5 Abaddon actually has no fear.
No, why would you?
Yeah, true. What are they gonna do? Kill you? Lol.
I mean, that's what borrowed time is for.
Yeah.
It gives you so much time for your team to react, which Aurora, we've already seen that they are willing to throw heroes to save their friends.
Yeah.
And it's been successful before, so, why not? Might be successful again.
So, I know this is kind of crazy to say about a lineup with a Meepo as well as a Rubik, but I think one thing that Aurora are missing right now is burst damage, right? The heroes on the side of Darling are getting pretty considerably tanky, and unless you're getting an instant connection on a single target or morphing into the Timbersaw, we're seeing some of the issues come into play where they're not exactly able to work them down. I'm not really sure what kind of items you pick up later down the line. I'm sure the morphing gets stronger and stronger, but Aurora want to take an extended fight. Darling are completely fine with that.
Yeah. Troll Warlord loves that, right? If you can't burst him down from full to zero, gets that ultimate off, gets that BKB off, who cares?
Yeah, Aurora still are feeling confident with this timing that they've got, though. Running forward straight onto Bosku, netting him up, and he's all alone down here. Shivas or not, he'll go down. Cut him down to size. The rest of the squad too busy dealing with the Tormentor. Get a pretty high value pick-off overall.
And that might be Aurora that are looking to head into Roshan.
Yeah. They understand that
Off they go.
if they leave it again for Timbersaw to come back up, Darling are just gonna snag it. So they need to beat them to the punch.
And between Meepo and the Vlads on Morphling, very easy.
That's great.
Chakram doing work as well.
Yeah. Stolen by Q. I mean, that's the key spell that he's been looking at this entire time, and for good reason, right? The Slada, the Timber, and even the Troll, they all want to collapse right next to you. And you just pop a little saw there, everyone's slowed, everyone's sad. It's a bad time. Crash, you ever stand in the middle of a chainsaw before? Like right in the middle?
Frequently, actually. Funny
Yeah.
you say that. That's
I can
actually my
tell.
favorite pastime, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. You look like a real professional.
What does that mean? What the hell? what do you... I don't even understand that.
I'll leave you to figure that out as Jabs.
Okay, thank you.
Working on this Tormentor all by himself. Or, technically... Okay, if a Meepo has his 3 buddies next to him, do you consider him by himself still? I don't. He has friends.
The Tormentor doesn't.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I guess not. Does it only...
Right,
doesn't it damage
Tormentor-
all the Meepos? It
Tormentor
does,
does? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it splits it like you do have friends.
right? Yeah. They're real. It's not just a figment of his
Yeah.
imagination. Here we go, though. Smoke up.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, that's like one of the theories, right? Are the Meepos real?
Yeah.
Is he just...
Big Dota theory.
Or is he big tripping? Like, is he just mad tripping and somehow caused everyone to trip at the same time?
New Lorgasm dropped.
Yeah. Gotta ring up slacks. Divider we stay. Yeah, I mean that description is, do I know you? So it implies in a way, I'm lorgasming right now. It implies in a way that the Meepos, they might not necessarily even be acquaintances.
Radiant structures are
Wakanda complete on the Morphling though.
fortified.
And the growth bow, oh, that
Big
is
damage.
That's juicy, right? The
Big
additional
damage.
magic amp from the growth bow. This guy is trucking. There's a reason why you don't give 23 his hero.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Tier 2 tower
And this
taken
might
down.
be kind of the burst damage that you're looking for from Aurora. That Conda's going to go a long way for it.
Yeah. For now, it's been a while since they've sort of engaged here, and understandably so, Darling. I don't think they feel so comfortable walking into that Aegis Meepo as Jotun, trying to create some space in D-Ward in this area, will get taken down. But he plants some pretty deep wards. I mean, there's one in the cliff over here. That was from a while ago, and yeah, I mean, right in the mid lane, spotting out any movements. There is that chance for a solo pick-off with that Slada or that Bat Rider tag team up with anyone else.
And look, it's also a good position to die in, right? Like, what is Aurora going to get in that area? They're going to get a tier 1 top eventually, but at that point, you're 10 seconds, 15 seconds away from respawning on the Bat Rider.
Yeah,
Who
it's
cares?
It's one of those deaths. It's just one of those deaths that you sort of gain a little bit of information, buy a little bit of time, and for some reason, the script has been flipped, right? Aurora, the start of the game was a little bit shaky for them, but it was just enough for 23 to come online. And boy, this Morphling is hitting right now. 15k net worth, it's just a 2k gold lead, but it feels like they're in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and I think the name of the game for a lot of these teams recently, like I feel like we've been saying it a lot, is they understand when their timing is, right? They understand when to hit their
Hold.
timing.
I don't know whether a timing's gonna be hit or whether Jab's gonna get smacked. He blinks in to the mix, finds the backline, but meanwhile the fight's completely scattered. Yowie tries to blink and get the Morphling, but already dodging out. Palos, everything's so messy. You're getting a drag back onto Armel, but now he's the one killing you off. Q is gonna go down, no more sneaky chakram as they clean up the backline and get the first life of the Meepo. He's committed far too deep for this Shadow Demon who has the Aghanim Scepter complete already, and Jabs is gonna go down a second time. A bit of a disconnect in terms of what Aurora were trying to accomplish there. Jabs just pulls the trigger, jumps in, but the rest of Darling, they were well and ready. Not be done just yet as Ollie does get tagged up. Palos can make quick work of this poor Abaddon. No more borrowed time. He'll be able to sneak his way under that tower. Or not what you were planning for.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, that's I don't want to say classic.
Am I back? Can I
Yes.
hear again?
Hello, are you there?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh.
attack.
Okay, well, we'll just leave it at that now. I'm just gonna keep continuing on without my dear boy Crash Roney. It's him dealing with the issues this time round. But I mean, speaking of issues, we're starting to see some of them. You're running in and you're trying to commit the Meepo, starting the fight, but Drake, he is a farmed Shadow Demon. Like, he's just gonna turn around. He has the shard as well, so he'll cleanse himself, ulti you, whether Mega Meepo or not, and it's gonna be so easy for the side of Darling to just focus you down. And a little bit of back and forth. Right now, Aurora, we were just saying maybe they flipped the script a little bit. They have this timing with the Aegis, completely lost it, and Palos now leading the charge on the front lines.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, looks like Drake sharing in the issues that Crash might be having, but timely as we take a little bit of a breather. I mean, that fight was just all over the place, and you could kind of sense the panic in a way from Aurora. So many different things were happening. We were looking at Jotun basically drag Armel out of the picture, not allowing that Ember to have any impact on the Meepo, just slowly going down. And 23, it felt like he was just being routed. He could not afford to commit into the mix as well. Just altogether, really nice divide and conquer type beat, and I'm not talking about the Meepo ultimate. Yeah, see, it definitely has to be a lot more careful about how he jumps in like that. We already mentioned it and we already saw it. In fact, there's a lot of damage for this Meepo. You can just cut through him easy. And it's going to be a while before he reaches the point where he can tank that. And I dare say there is no point in the game where he becomes unkillable just because of these heroes that he's up against. Troll, Slada, Timber, they have so much damage over time and extended damage throughout the fight, consistent damage, that if you try and man-fight them, it's not really going to work out. I can't help but feel like Aurora, they need to rely on the element of surprise a little bit.
No, absolutely. And I think Disperser will definitely go a long way this game in your survivability, but it's definitely not the end-all be-all for him, right? That isn't going to be the item that saves him forever. It's going to give him maybe one way to disengage, but at the end of the day, that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like Aurora, this is a bit of a slap in the face for them. And they might just have to resort to trying for these off-angle pickoffs to start the fight. Because we've seen when they run into Darling as a lineup, not only are the Darling heroes too tanky for them, they put on a lot of damage individually. And they all have their own ways of really messing with you. You jump in, you get disrupted, suddenly Jotun's pulling one of your allies just completely out on the outskirts of the fight. Bosku's acting like this frontal bodyguard now with the Eternal Shroud as well. It's a lot to deal with, and Aurora, they need to come up with a plan for this.
Right now, their biggest plan is the 23 BKB, but that's not going to amplify their damage, right? That's just going to keep 23 alive for a lot longer.
Yeah, but that was kind of the key issue with the previous fight, right? I'm not sure whether you caught me saying this, but 23, he was almost hesitant to commit in with the rest of the squad. Sure, it's a bit deep, but I think that BKB is necessary. The damage department might not necessarily be an issue because, hell, he already has Kanda, Manta, and Blitz. That's a crazy amount, right? So I don't think he was really able to put those tools to work that fight. The BKB is the only option.
Absolutely. You desperately need a BKB, and I wonder when Palos will be building a BKB for himself, because it definitely seems like it's nice, but it's not necessary, right? And that might be what the Manta style's for, where you're just kind of not too worried to build a BKB.
I mean, the thing he has queued up next is a Satanic, so clearly he's not too concerned about that. Just wants to have a second...
Just more purge, right? Just more to get him out of the scenarios, right? Get him out of the nets, chains as well. There's no reliable lockdown other than lift, and that's that's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I mean that entire fight, Bosco did a really good job just tracking on top of that Rubik. He's had enough of Q stealing his chakram to put him down himself.
Fair enough, right? Q is a big part right now of Aurora's fights. Ollie, you can't focus the Abaddon, right? And that's been true in Dota for a very long time. It is so hard to focus this here unless you can somehow cheesy kill him through his ultimate, like whether it be like an axe or something like that. That's really the only way that you can focus a hero like Abaddon. So you have to find these other heroes like Q, like Jabs, even Armel. If you can jump this Ember Spirit, he doesn't really have a defensive item.
Yeah, I mean, right now for me at least, the story for Aurora, whatever the plan is that they concoct, it has to start with Drake. He already has his Aghanims Rush and the Shard. We already briefly mentioned the impact that had in the previous fight. Even through the self-disrupt, you need to find a way to take him out. He's going to do way too much work. Especially with the Eye of the Vizier, he didn't even need to get something like an Aether Lens to keep a safe distance, right? You need to commit so far in on Jab just to kill him off. You find some off angles, set up some vision, fight around it. That kind of feels like the only way.
And that's where like these supports are going to be so important in this game, right? Jotun, we've already seen him die to get vision out. Ollie, he's probably going to be doing something similar, but once again, Abaddon, very hard to kill. As long as Aurora are somewhat in the area, Ollie should be fine, right? Getting these aggressive wards out.
Yeah, in a way, I think my eyes on this and this entire game, I'm just looking at 23, right? He's the person who's going to be responsible for putting out most of the damage. We talked about the plan starting with killing off Drake. He kind of feels like he has to get in there because Jabs alone can't do it.
Look, Sneeze, no offense, dude. No offense. But saying that you're looking at the safe laner for the big plays is very boring. That's not me, you know. That's not like I'm not trying to call you out or anything, but
you got a better
it's very bog standard Dota.
You got a better option, man. You wanna give me a suggestion?
No, I think you're right. It's just a little, it's just a little boring. What can I say?
Well, I mean, this game is anything but boring, right? You started off by saying we got everything that we want. In a way, things have been so much more even than the previous matchups between Aurora and Darling. Joke or not, meme team or not, stream team, oh, they aren't even taking this seriously, unreal. All of that doesn't matter. At some point, it becomes real, and these guys are here, they're in the grand finals, and it feels like they're showing up.
They're showing up indeed, right? And they be the momentum from the previous series that they've got going for them.
Not deterred by a couple of early fights gone Ori, Carlos will just square up on that tier 2 tower, take it with ease. Now the Roche isn't going to be a factor for a while more. I'm wondering during this period of time whether Aurora even feels strong enough to continue fighting before the Morphling BKB. It's going to fly out right now. So
and Shiva's.
True. On the Ember, you mean?
Yep.
Okay.
Not on the Morphling. Morphling did not build Shivas.
You scared me a little bit. I'm like, where did that go?
What the hell? Where did we go wrong? The Morphling is buying Shivas.
Dude, in my eyes, the game is even, and it's nice to know that Gabe agrees with me because I've just taken a look at the win probability and it's 49 to 51. Like, both these teams, yeah, like, it is so close. And you can kind of understand, right? Even in the late game, things get really hairy. The Abaddon Aghanims, if it does come out, is going to pose a serious problem for Darling. But it's a long way until we get there. I'm sure that Darling would love to end the game before that happens. Aurora, they are just kind of scattering around, buying themselves some time.
Aurora, they should be happy with this, right? Like, their momentum is based around Roshan right now. That's the only thing that's going to constrain their
Straight into the mid lane onto Jabs. He might have to hold that thought, the dig up, and the Mega Meepo just to keep himself safe. Mega Meepo not popped just yet, but Jabs, he's still on that front line. Not too worried because he has Ollie behind him, but both teams just dancing around, playing in the river. That's a Slada's territory. You might want to watch yourself there. Immediate smoke back up as Darling want to continue to aggress. No major ultimates or cooldowns have been used so far, but the immediate slide and just jump away. They weren't able to connect on the crush. This time it's Aurora re-smoking and ready for action. Yeah, look at this, the ebb and flow. These two teams, they are just... You can feel the tension in the air. Like we said, it's gotten real. You're in the grand finals. You're about to take the one slot for Southeast Asia. For Aurora, it's expected. For Darling, the people prophesizing for the future already mentioned this might be theirs to just sneak under the belt of all these other organizations. It's all about that initial connection and what you can convert from it. We've seen Crushers, we've seen Chains, but no additional follow-up because they're just so scared.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Fear is a real thing as you go into the grand finals. Jotun, very cheeky plays once again. Getting wards out this time around the Roshan area, right? Recognizing that it's going to be bottom. It's going to be very important. That being said, Palos, he could just take a top potentially, right? Roshan's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Gives him a nice 10-second window to take Roshan.
Less than that, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
They might just try for it though. Yowie is in the area. Has that Aghanims
They've got the stuns, right? They could try. No, they're just going to portal down bottom. Yeah. Safe.
It might be a bit earlier.
Vision out.
It might be a bit earlier than Aurora is expecting. They're still kind of dancing around this mid lane, thinking that Darling might be in the area, but if they don't respond in time and get a good position in the bot side, the Roche is just going to be snapped from right under them.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Aurora. Or Darling, rather. They're already here. Roshan is going to be going through that gate anytime now.
Yeah, there he comes. A summer vacation where he's about to just get assassinated. What a sad tale. This one's got to go down real quick. Aurora, not even needing a smoke, just making a beeline straight for this pit. Doesn't seem like they can do it quite in time as closing in is Jabs. Does he dare blink in? Goes on the poof, brings the net out, but didn't actually commit. It'll be 23 who just waveforms into his own death. Just gets evaporated. Beautiful crush from Yowie to lock him in place. And disaster for Aurora as they need to retreat. Ollie gonna be forced to pop the borrowed time. But he's locked up. They want Amel. That'll be the bigger kill. And the disruption finds him. It's daytime vision. You're going nowhere. Even the lasso for good measure. Jotun will give his life up for it, but Palos was waiting right at the Remnant. Ollie will die as well. You get the Aegis, you get 3, and you only lose your bet. You could have written a better story for Darling in that engagement.
Dude, the Remnant catches from Darling have been insane right now. Whether it be Jotun earlier or Palos right now.
Yeah.
Right, that was actually kind of insane, right? That is such a disciplined and good play to see.
Yeah. Oh, they try and get the Roshan banner with 23's courier, but Drake gets that little freebie and even tips him. Trying to kick him while he's down. And Aurora sort of lost out this timing. With the Troll Aegis, he's going to feel a lot more confident to start pushing these remaining tier 2 towers. Could spell trouble for Aurora as their map just closes.
The next big timing for Morphling right now is his level 20. Right, the BKB was not there. Or, like, it was there, but it didn't work. Right? It just, you got blown up. What can you do at that point? Other than not waveform into your own death.
But that's a very difficult task to talk about because the previous fight, you know, he's kind of getting Pavlov dog syndrome a little bit here, right? The previous fight, he didn't dare to waveform in, morphed in Timber, tried to play the outskirts, didn't do enough damage to actually threaten anyone. This time round, he's feeling the pressure. Okay, my team can't do it. I have to. Submits himself to his own death. So it's a very tricky situation for 23 to pilot up. It feels like if he goes in, he dies. If he doesn't, his team dies. Either way, it's a lose-lose situation. Like we mentioned, almost feels like you need to get a little creative with it. Start things out onto Bosku. Netting him up, but not going to connect as he's able to just walk his way out of there. Uh-oh, Yoei has got the touch of the jabs, but that's what the dig is for. Hiding away underground, taking turns to just burrow, just playing some whack-a-mole. Darling will have to. It's a nice crush onto Morphling again, and they have the control. He needs to get out. Able to pop the BKB, turn back onto Yoei, but he just gets healed up, and the Morphling doesn't stand a chance. Palos stands his ground, BKBs, delivers, and just smacks 23 down into the curb. Looking nothing compared to this puddle that Yoei is swimming in. Just trampling and swimming right through you. As jabs, he Mega Meeples up, but again, the Shadow Demon just slowing down the Shiva, so much control. You'll actually buy back on 23 this fight. Amel wants to get the touch out of Palos, they'll get the first life. But the rest of the side of Darling are still standing around. You gotta watch for the Timbersaw, who ends up going down anyway. Yoei now in a little bit of a pickle. This buyback actually working out for Aurora. They pull the trigger on the most expensive one in the game, and if they get Palos, that will be more than worth it. The desperate nets coming through. There's the lift. That's the only instant disable they have, and they'll put it to work. Finish off Palos as well. And as the dust settles, I think Aurora, they must have come out on top of that, but boy did it cost them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Darling, they actually have kind of a win condition. I know they lose the fight, but they kind of have a win condition now, right? If they can get 23 down again, no buyback, that opens up your high ground.
Yeah, we're looking at a potential very easy sweep through as long as Darling, they're able to connect the way they have so far. I just kind of feel like these past few engagements, 23 has been such an easy target. And Ollie, even with his Aphotic Shield and the attempted saves, it's just not enough to fish Morphling out of there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I like this change from 23 now, right? He's recognizing that Lasso is a problem. So, time to buy a Lincoln Sphere, right? It's the only thing that's going to save you. The BKB doesn't do anything in the face of Lasso.
Yeah. He just needs to be able to dictate how he enters the fight on his own terms. It's been so disjointed so far. Every single time he's waveformed in, it's just been into Yoei. And Yoei just crushes, starts bashing. And even when you BKB, the Troll and the Slada, famously, I mean, these are the Bash brothers right here. You bring in Spirit Breaker, you got the full squad. Your BKB does nothing.
Yeah. It's such a weird game right now. Like, Armel has bought a Blink Dagger on the Ember Spirit. That's the sign of the times that game is going weird for Aurora.
Yeah. You kind of need it because it feels like a weird pickup at this point in time, but the full-on search forward commit is so crazy that you just need tools to be able to reposition and get yourself out of that impact zone, right? As soon as you're always in there, that's where they're going to stand their ground and fight. Palos just wants to stand his ground and smack you to bits. I think Aurora are slowly realizing they can't actually walk into that no-fly zone, the puddle. All the BKBs and the control in that area where Kuku's just able to freehand throw his sauce out and about. It's too much.
No Aegis, no problem. Darling, they're going to go again.
Straight in, looking for a target. Shivas will just barely miss out on tagging Ollie. They're coming in from a pretty off angle. Oh, Aurora, they're about to be caught. But at the very least, it's not the Morphling. Just your position 5. Ollie will try and buy as much time as he can, but that's about all he can do.
It's actually kind of sad. Ollie almost has his Aghanim Scepter. Dying here doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, it's not going to cut him down too much, though.
No, he buys out, right? So at the end of the day, you get all your... You don't lose any gold there.
Clap? Actually, that might be the... That might actually be the one item that could change the flow of this fight. If the damage is able to be redirected over to Ollie instead of this poor, I guess 23 Savage Morphling, Aurora might actually stand a chance. I think Ollie's about to become the most important hero in the game.
Once again, though, I don't think you can full commit onto the Abaddon. Like, he's still not a hero that you can full to 0.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe you need to get him isolated. Maybe this is a point where you lasso the Abaddon, isolate the Abaddon, and that is when you can deal with him.
Yeah. I mean, there's also, even if you don't commit onto him, there's nothing stopping him from just running into that prior impact zone that I mentioned, like in between the chakrams, right into the Slada and taking that force damage. Found Q out. Just a freebie there. Actually has the killing spree, so nice additional chunk of change for Palos. Not that he needs it. 25k net worth at this point in time. The goalie is still so even, which is crazy. And they're neck and neck in kill score as well, but it'll be them, Team Darling, who start knocking on the high ground. And Aurora, they're 4v5 right now. They don't have the option of buying back. But without an Aegis in Palos' pocket, they might not feel quite as confident to commit.
Satanic BKB and the Mantis style. They're gonna try for something.
Yeah. It's still advantageous in terms of the numbers for now. Just give Palos a couple of buddies to hit the tower with. Yowie actually jumping forward for the blink, but jabs. He's straight onto Jotun on the backline. Once again, the main meeple threatened. He has the mega up, but they're standing their ground and delivering. Jabs, he's in trouble, and he's gonna be able to just narrowly dig out of there. 23 against Palos once again, but forced away from out. You're fully committing onto the meeple, and he doesn't stand a chance. Ollie, with their Aghanims, managing to actually keep him alive for now, but he's finally gonna go down as Jabs scurrying his way desperate out here. The Yule setup is there, and they'll just crush the meeple back down to earth. No more digging for you. Palos actually forced to pop the ultimate. 23 morphing into that Timber Saw, but now he's left high and dry. Iced to bits by that Shivas, and Armel doesn't stand a chance as well. 100 seconds without your Morphling. Can't help but feel like this is gonna be the end. There's nothing stopping the troll from just laying into your buildings other than his low HP. Still just go back to that creep cam, use the Satanic, and Drake still coming forward with the setup. Armel forced to buy back. He feels like he has to do just about everything here, but he can't afford to commit into what might be his potential dieback. That'll be the end of the game. Jotun does go down, and the heroes on the side of Darling are low, but not Palos. Managing to get back up to full HP thanks to that Satanic, and he'll continue the beat down onto this Rax. Maybe not the game ender just yet, but at the very minimum 2 sets.
If they go for T4s, they might. They might.
Amel, you gotta watch yourself. The Hex out, the control, it's there. Can't really connect with the axes from Palos though, as Ember Spirit will be able to sneak his way out of there and showing the respect. All the other supporting cast members on the side of Darling, they're a bit too low to feel comfortable sticking around. And Aurora will hold on the back of that Armel buyback.
That's a lot better of a buyback than I thought it was going to be. Armel, he had the potential of just kind of dying there, but the discipline and the skill for Armel, right? That was a very good use of his buyback that I feel like potentially other players might not have made, right? Maybe Aurora, if they're a less disciplined team, if they don't have the game knowledge that they do, that might have been a GG call.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was feeling like a gone fight, losing 23 like that. He did a pretty good job in terms of dipping into the backlines and trying to do the damage, morphing into the Timber like we mentioned. We're just feeling like it isn't really enough. Armel, he is contributing quite a bit in terms of the damage department, but these heroes, they're so tanky, and you haven't really itemized to cut through the HP. Close to 4k on Yowie, now waiting for a shield rune as well. And kind of similar situation for the Timber, right? The EHP is insane, and now that additional bit of control with the Hex. Jabs has one as well, but oh, Yowie, look at where he's positioned. He'll jump up onto Jabs, but have they sort of caught an off angle here? It's 2 heroes on the side of Darling in the midst of everyone on Aurora, but who's sandwiching who? Yowie will just turn around, start controlling Armel up. Jabs scattered. It's 23 trying to enter the fight. Look at the target focus. It's on to Drake, but he's forced to BKB. 23, he's dropping so low. You want to get out of here, but you still need to do the damage. He's got a full commit, but Yowie turns his sights towards 23, and you've already lost Drake on the backside. Decent start to the fight, but Ollie down as well. Both safe supports for both sides. Going down as 23 desperately has to waveform away the entire side of Darling. Just looking at him as Jabs able to clean up, but you're losing your Morphling again. I mean, Jab stays alive for a crazy amount of time, but 23, he really feels like the only one who can put a stop to them, and he's the one getting stamped down to earth.
Roshan is up. If Darling wanted to turn tail and go back for the Roshan, but they're pretty free once again to just kind of hit these racks with Morphling dead.
Yeah, Jab's gonna try and commit in, force the buyback from Ollie, but the meeple already going down. 95 seconds without Jabs, and suddenly this might actually be it this time. Q, he's got to try his best. Delay them with the Chakram as well as the lifts, but one crush from Yowie. He could just be falling flat. The only member missing is Drake, and they don't even need him to just melt that Rubik down straight onto the tier 4s. Yeah, I think they've done it. They're forcing the buyback. It's a 3v4 at best, and Drake, he's going to join them. Make it a full force situation. What can you do on Aurora? I just don't really have an answer. Looks
Nothing
like
right now. You can't.
Darling Have they just done it in this game number 1 here? Ollie trying to buy as much time as possible, but as we know with the Abaddon, it's nothing but borrowed. It's a nice hex to control, but Armel, not much else he can do. He flies away to the opposite side of the map, doesn't even want to witness his own Ancient falling. It's too painful to bear as Palos, Cuckoo, and the gang, they'll take away game number 1 in what was the closest game we've seen in a very, very long while for Aurora.
Yeah, it was even for the first, what, 30 minutes of the entire game, and
Dead even.
Darling, they finally break Aurora. It shows that gods can bleed, right? Like, Aurora were looking unstoppable. They were looking godlike throughout this entire close qualifiers, but Darling, they slapped them back with the momentum from the earlier series.
Yeah, this is a best of 5, and like we kind of jokingly said, you can't afford to lose 1, even 2 games. Aurora, they are experienced players, but maybe you can tell me, Crash, what do you think went wrong? Because they held it so close throughout the whole game, and then it felt like in one fell swoop, you know, Darling just kind of rolled over them.
I think 23 died just one too many times, right? It was that waveform into his death that really kind of sealed the deal. The forced buyback as well just ended up being a big window for Darling to take advantageous fights. 23, he had to play safe because he didn't have buyback.
I'm gonna be honest. Again and again, we always draw attention to the offlaners. That felt like an impossible task for 23. While, you know, Jabs on that last pick, Meepo, or last pick at least for his team, not last pick overall draft, but I didn't really feel that pick come to fruition. I can kind of understand that it can pressure the backline, jump in, but a lot of these awkward fights started with Jabs just being on that front line, trying to buy time and putting Aurora in a very weird spot. Do we commit? Do we not? If we jump in, we're gonna die to your way. If we don't, our poor Meepo's just gonna get melted. It just felt really hard to execute. As game number 1 somehow goes the way of Darling, I think that's not what anyone expected, but this meme team is less of a meme now, and I mean, if there's any time to wake up and realize they're legit, this isn't the same team you defeated 2-0 earlier on in this qualifiers. We'll be right back for game number 2 to see whether Aurora can punch right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed
A warm welcome back to Dream League Season 22. This is the thrilling conclusion of the Southeast Asian Close Qualifiers here. One slot remains. Team Darling against the side of Aurora. During that break, I heard the sound of a bunch of different keyboards clacking from across Southeast Asia. It's the officers of all these esports organizations drafting up an initial contract to Cuckoo and the squad. Because they are just smacking their opponents left and right now. Sneeze and Crash bringing you the action. Crash, was that really what you expected? I don't know. That was a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, especially after the first series between these two. Like, let's be honest, right? Darling, they weren't there yet. But they've had a whole close qualifiers to mesh as a team, get some potential scrims in, continue to gel together and grow together. And that's what's important in these qualifiers right now, is growing as a team, learning from your mistakes, and continuing on, right? They had the upper bracket run on Aurora. Darling, they ran through the lower bracket.
Yeah. As the Great Miracle once said, upper brackets for bitches. And right now, Aurora, they haven't sort of fallen to that state yet, right? We do need to remember this team was basically undefeated throughout the qualifier so far. That first game showing that they can bleed a little bit, and it does go back to what we were talking about as well. A little bit too much pressure put on 23, and that Meepo last pick, it didn't do it. That wasn't the sauce. That was one of the 120 things Jabs could have done, and it wasn't the right one, clearly.
No, I would have loved to see a more traditional offlane, but a lot of them were banned out, right? So you almost felt forced to do some sort of cheesy kind of pick, but
yeah, and
it wasn't it.
I think the main thing for me is that we've already gone through the training of dealing with these tanky heroes. That whole Blade Mail hard meta, everybody suddenly was forced to learn, no matter what skill bracket you were at. Okay, what are the anti-healing or what are the HP percentage damage or spells in the game? You got your Skardis, you got your Spirit Vessels, you got your Phoenix, AA. I feel like Aurora didn't actually have any tools. We saw at some points, you know, these heroes go up to 3k HP, and we're not even counting EHP or any defensive tools that they have. And there was nothing. There were no Spirit Vessels. All you really had was the Shivas, which doesn't really hit like it used to. And you're really just relying on 23 to do so much.
It was a hard game for 23, right? At a point, right, when he used his buyback, you got to play super scared. And when the weight of the game is on your shoulders, you can't be playing scared. Yeah. Right? You have to be playing clean, concise Dota. You can't be playing scared Dota.
Yeah, and the thing with your carries, you always want to set them up for a straightforward game, right? You want the itemization to be clear, you want the timings to be exact, and line up with what everyone else is trying to do. With the way that draft played out, and with how weird the team fights and the game went, it just ended up being messy and confusing. And honestly, Aurora, for the first time, it kind of feels like they are quite literally on the back foot in this grand finals, but it almost feels like now they need to be the ones to come up with something to deal with this Darling madness.
Yeah, like we've already talked about, right? You can afford to lose at least one game. Losing two, things start getting a little scary, but you can afford to lose one for sure. And Aurora, if game number one was them testing the waters, they've realized it's hot water. Darling are really cooking right now.
Yeah, you're swimming with a real dangerous fish in that Yowie Slada, and I'm just wondering whether or not, I hope we don't see Drake get his hands on that Shadow Demon again, because that was nasty. He had so much time and so much space, like we mentioned, to just farm up, because he didn't need to worry about Bosku, and he didn't need to worry about Yowie. Came in twice in the lane, got the advantage for that Slada, dipped, farmed the fattest stacks in the world with Cuckoo as well, and he just came out with a brilliant X timing that just did in jabs. And from there, you just, a few times, yes, they realized they had to focus him down, but he just did so much work that game.
Yeah. And not to mention Jotun too, right? Like, he had some nice deep wards. He died for them, but that gave them a lot of vision. The lassos were on point.
Yeah.
And I would almost maybe ban the Bat Rider, but they haven't so far. Yeah. And Darling, they might just kind of first pick it.
Yeah, still kind of going for the focuses on some of the Yowie heroes that he's really shown up on so far, right? That Ember and that Dragon Knight, not things he's been scared of picking, and he's become serious threats on them regardless of the quote-unquote lane counter situation. Techie's Venge and the rest still in the pool. So far, Aurora's answer to this pick has been that Abaddon, but it's kind of been broken last game.
Yeah, Ollie played well, right? In the early game, the saves were there, but as the game went later on, I felt like the team fights were a little too chaotic for the Abaddon.
I'll still give it a try though. If there's anyone in this entire qualifiers that have piloted it to success, it is this man. Some of the experience coming
Yeah, and
into play.
Abaddon is still flexible, right? Keep in mind, right? First drafting Abaddon, you could run a carry, you could run it off lane or as the support, and like the world's your oyster for this Abaddon hero right now.
Yeah, Darling played it on carry and they won. Like, I did literally have no idea how Palos did that. Still, that was one of the craziest drafts ever. And I think I want to give a special shout out to Jotun because you mentioned a bit about his warding and sort of his sort of setup for the rest of the team. But what was really interesting to me is I think most bad riders are used to playing in that mindset of grabbing a pick off and pulling them back into your team. He was a little bit different. He just runs into the back line, grabs one of the key members, and drags them away from the fight as far as possible and lets his team do the rest of the work. So suddenly you're in a weird position where you're standing right next to the bad rider, you're like, I don't really want to commit on this pos 5. My team is dying, but by the time I get over there, it's going to be a waste of my time. And that was really cool to see.
And we'll see what kind of like what do you do to deal with that, right? I feel like Aurora, they bought blink daggers, but at that point, like what you doing? You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of gold on your Ember Spirit, who already has a lot of mobility.
Yeah, we've seen the one way to deal with this.
Item.
We've seen the one way dealing with this bad rider is just coming out of the laning stage swinging, right? You can't allow this bad rider and the pressure you can put out to just usurp you and your positioning. I think Aurora, a good sort of strategy for them might be investing in these lanes that can't be broken. We've seen it before, you know, I think it was Faith Beyond or Bark on that Abaddon, and you just get to the point where you can't be moved, and you're higher level, higher sort of net worth than them, and you're just standing there. We'll see whether that's the case, though.
There aren't too many good carries that face up against the Abaddon in the off lane, right? Like there isn't really anything that comes to mind, really, like that can kick the Abaddon out. You pair it up with like a Venge or a Shadow Demon, all of a sudden the Abaddon's kind of scary.
Yeah. A lot of high-value support heroes still in the pool, but Shadow Demon will no longer be one of them. Aurora choose to show the respect to Drake there. As always, T-Panda likes to call him Pickle Drake. And there's the Hoodwink. So that's a Q special.
Yes, it is.
Athos, Mage Slayer, and Gleipnir eventually. That's the build.
Yeah, it's pretty baboom nutty. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I worked really hard on that one.
He's doing it. That's that one. It took him 6 months, but he got there.
Yeah, it was long in the workshop, but we got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mage Slayer Hoodwink, right? Like, it's like, what do you mean? Like, why? Well, Acorn procs Mage Slayer. It's as simple as that, right?
Yeah.
It's good on the Ember Spirit for the same exact reason.
Yeah, all the low committal Mage Slayer proccers are up in stonks right now. Timbersaw gonna come through. Cuckoo had a very comfortable game on it and looking to sort of repeat that performance. And both these heroes are kind of decent to the Hoodwink, right? I'm thinking, because Hoodwink always wants to be able to bushwhack you to a tree, and both these heroes obliterate trees like ants or like just kind of splat bugs, right?
5 seconds remaining.
If Cuckoo's fast on the Q, you might not even
ever
get the chance to bushwhack, right? So like, who knows?
Oh, there could be some cute look. There could be some cute plays where Timbersaw is getting ganked and you try and escape with a timber chain and you plant a tree in front of him instead and just kind of stop him.
Absolutely.
There's definitely a lot of I won't say the word isn't synergy, but interplay there between these heroes. Lion is going to be selected. So Techie's still an option, but given that we're assuming all the supports have been picked up, that's probably just going to be left behind.
Aurora can flex the Abaddon still, but I don't think that's what they're looking for right now.
Yeah, can't help but feel that way as well. Haven't really...
Like, Ollie's just too good on the Abaddon at this point.
He really, really is. Now, the Keeper of the Light was first banned out, and the Pango as well. So these are the successful heroes that Amel has found himself on. It'll be the Mars that Jabs has found a couple of games himself on, and the Hoodwink Mars combination. It's a very, very deadly kill lane, and can square up into the bat.
And this checks the box, right? A more standard offlaner that you can still make a lot of aggressive moves on.
Start to go high tempo as well. Luna, Abaddon, and start the run at you real soon. The team fight basically secured for Aurora. They have a lot of magic damage and Nyx damage across their heroes right now. And even against the Timbersaw, if you catch him in the arena, he can't exactly get out. So it puts him in a very weird spot where he's not able to maneuver the fight quite how he
5
wants.
seconds remaining.
Same thing with the Bat Rider. If you kind of catch him in an arena, all of a sudden the lasso isn't doing much.
Yeah. Where you going, buddy? Like, so nowhere.
Yeah.
Just right next to us. Die. You silly.
First item BKB on the Bat Rider, you get the lasso off and you can just get him through the arena.
Yeah, that's
the
if you
play, maybe.
That's if you somehow manage to run through the whole Aurora lineup and
Yeah.
not just get disintegrated by Luna Glaze, which has been such a key factor. This will be the hero for Mr. 23 this game.
Radiant team back.
Darling,
Dire team back.
go back for that puck. It is a Yoi special. We've seen him fumble a little bit on it here and there, but that's kind of the player that he is, right? He's very, very explosive. The highs are high and the lows, woo. Sometimes you don't want to watch.
Yeah, but the puck, I don't think I've necessarily been unimpressed by the puck. I think there's always been good moves on the, like, despite
5 seconds
losing a few
remaining.
games on it.
Dire
It's
team
still been
back.
good. It's still looked good.
For sure. I agree. I think this is definitely one of Yoi's strongest heroes. You know, a couple of fumbles, at least the ones that we've watched in the early game, maybe not really expecting the jumps. We've said it before, there are telegraphed disables between the Hoodwink and the Mars, but if you just get blinked on and speared to the wall right next to you, Jabs just materializes. It's a little bit hard to play anyway, or get out of that. So that might be something he has to keep in mind. But other than that, a really good deal of control. Tag team up with the Lion Bat Rider, run over the map, and really good gang squad to deal with this Luna as well, who will be wanting to farm in her own jungle.
Radiant team
Absolutely. You get a nice deep ward in that strip area on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, going back for the Palos Meepo, that's something that they've run themselves before. Not too
Yeah.
afraid about the matchup into the Luna. I feel like later down the line with the Glaives bouncing and all that, it could pose a serious threat. And with the shard,
10
but
seconds
until then,
remaining.
you can. There's the chance that Aurora just get clobbered here.
5 seconds
Yep,
remaining.
absolutely. Yeah, Darling can just run at you at every stage of the game,
Yeah.
right? If you get early defusal on Meepo, they're running at you. Even an early blink on Meepo, they're running at you. As long as you're not getting the Ags, which just kind of lets you, like, unless that's a problem. Unless your survivability is a problem on Palos, I wouldn't be getting the Aghanim Scepter first.
Yeah. We'll see what kind of item he goes for, though. You already mentioned that you don't see the Mega Meepo as this, okay, timing to start fighting. Maybe it will be the Diffusal Blade instead, like you mentioned. And that's an easy build-up towards the Disperser. Can increase the aggressive potential. Just one more little annoying disable to tack on to whoever the Abaddon tries to purge, right? And Ollie, he's going to have to be on point with his timings to try and shrug off most of those.
You may now select
Oh, they go back for the RML Sniper. This is a favorite of his. Brings it out at every chance that he can get. Darling can run at you, but now if you're not focusing the right target and Jabs and Ollie do their jobs, you're running into certain death. This is gonna be interesting.
I am still worried about the sniper. There's a lot of jump on Darling. Literally, like, all 5 of their heroes either buy Blink Dagger or have a way of jumping on top of you, aka the Timbersaw. It's not the easiest sniper game. Is Armel gonna play well? Probably. Is it gonna be the easiest sniper game? Probably not.
So it goes back down to what business Armel is dabbling in, right? Is he a double agent or is he 007? We'll have to see whether he's able to just sneak around, you know, punch away from the back lines, remain relatively untouched. But you know that a big red target, a big red bounty, an assassination contract has just been put on his tiny little gnome head. Darling, they'll be gunning for him this entire game.
And Sniper, he is, to be fair, one of the few heroes that actually does well against Puck mid.
Yeah, not just well, obliterates Puck
Yeah.
mid. Puck can't
Yeah.
stand up to this hero. And this is exactly why we're assuming Armel picks it. Just maybe come out of the lane with such a great advantage, build a couple of Wraith Bands, an early pivot into Shard as well. You toss that little grenade out onto Meepo, he ain't doing anything. He ain't doing jack. He needs to turn tail and run. So, I mean, I kind of like what Aurora are doing in terms of flair, but in terms of my personal favor in the draft, I do have to go with Darling. I like what they've put together.
My eyes are going to be on Drick for the 6-minute rotation, or even the 5-minute rotation, jumping on top of this sniper with an Earth Spike. A nice early kill on sniper. We've already talked about Yoe. He's not going to have the easiest lane, so you've got to start killing sniper. And you've got a great gank hero to do it, so my eyes right now are on Drick.
I mean, even without the line on that Shadow Demon, he was just rocking up mid. Hey, eat a disruption and die, buddy. It's been amazing so far. And like we already mentioned, the lanes, it feels like they need to go a bit better for Aurora this time round. If not, they run the risk of just getting trampled.
They got to go a lot better.
Yeah.
Considerably better. Everything but the mid lane, because we've already talked about the mid lane. The mid lane is going to be a sniper victory, most likely.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. No Drake interference,
yeah, fingers
please.
crossed. Yeah. The top lane ain't the easiest, though. Right, Luna's a squishy hero pairing into Lion Timbersaw.
Yeah, Ollie's got
very
this.
scary.
I believe in Ollie. Ollie's got a way of making these work. And honestly, I feel like there have been so many times where I look at an Abaddon in lane, and I'm just like, yeah, I can crush this guy. Then a Photic Shield does the thing where the traits are insane. You're taking damage, he's resisting damage. That's kind of one of the reasons why stuff like the Voodoo Restoration was so insane as well when they added damage to it, my lord, with the IO.
Oh man, so glad they removed that, dude.
As a Witch Doctor player, I'm just grateful they haven't touched my Paralyzing Cask yet, because that thing still clears creep waves. I can still farm, you know, Ice Frog.
I think it was needed. I think it was needed for the hero, actually, because he is a greedy position 5 for sure.
And he's still not being picked, so Ice Frog, leave my man alone, please.
Well, in pubs, he's picked quite a bit, but in pro scene, he's just not reliable enough.
Yeah, it's kind of like Pudge and Sniper, right? It's the age-old situation. They're fun as hell to play. But if you're trying to win a DreamLeague Season 22 qualifier, that's a bit of a different story. Hasn't really stopped our Mel this game. I think, like you mentioned, eyes will be on Drake to see whether they can get anything done. And Jotun and Drake, they're already starting out in a very, very sneaky position. Trying to mess with him. Seems like Q was privy to it, though. Comes in with the Hoodwink Bodyguard mode and doesn't allow for the block to be interfered with. Will just be forced to TP out. And a good block from Amel will get his creeps in pretty decent position, but you know, both these players, they're skilled, they're just gonna start drawing aggro.
It's kind of a crazy read from Q, actually. Like,
I don't know how much of it was a read and how much of it was like post-rune going back to lane kind of situation and happens to be there. But either way, prevents what feels like would have been certain disaster for Amel in the lane.
yeah, unfortunately, Puck wasn't in the area. Like, maybe if Puck was there, you got a kill. But at that point, it was just some nice early harass.
Yeah, I mean, Yoe's full focus was just on blocking his wave, right? Because he can't afford to be just on that awkward low ground against Sniper. He'll just be right-clicking him at every possible chance. Now, Runes did go 2 for 2, so nothing really crazy going on there. We didn't see any early kills as well. But I kind of feel like these darling side lanes have high potential for aggression.
Aurora have a little bit of potential in their bottom lane as well as they accumulate more levels. But it's going to be these safe lanes from Darling that, or the side lanes rather from Darling that really turn up the heat. Mid lane should be a little bit of a wash, right? Like we've talked about, and it's going to be up to these side lanes to create that early space in the game.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is that Drake, once you start moving, I'd like to see Ollie and 23 maybe even bring up Q to try punishing Bosku, because I feel like Cuckoo had a completely free game on that Timber last time round. They didn't really at any point in time in the laning stage kill him or address him or stop him from farming like 4 or 5 ancient stacks. So, I mean, we saw what a problem the Timber can be if he's left alone.
And they don't have the best ways to deal with Timbersaw, right? As he gets more levels and gets that reactive armor. Ooh, mid. Jeez. I mean, that's the name of the game for Armel, right? Like, it's going to be close multiple times.
Yeah. Can you do your best impression of the Sniper Immortal quacking?
Quack.
That was so good. I thought he landed proc, right? Wait,
Yeah.
dude. It'll keep me 3 times in a row.
You want another one, dude? You want
No,
two?
I want the Yahweh experience right now. That's what he's dealing with.
Yeah, he is.
Ow.
That's the Yahweh experience. Ow.
Yeah, that's his entire Dota game right now. This guy's literally so stupid. It's one of the funniest immortals added to the game, it's gotta be. It's so unserious, actually.
It's up there with Merry Fistmas for sure.
Yeah, Merry Christmas is a new recent contender. I really like that
Yeah.
one. Jotun, once again, getting aggressive. Nice setup from the dual lane, and Jotun looking to go down with that Acorn shot bouncing around. It's more than enough damage. Q and jabs get it done. This is the lethality that we were talking about here in this off lane for Aurora.
This is something that I've noticed Jotun do quite a bit, actually, and that's not respect the creep wave. Oh,
It's just the waves.
just barely a miss.
I mean, he honestly, and
Like-
the Lotus and jabs didn't have any additional mana, so that wouldn't have been anything. But yeah, your point about Jotun?
He just kind of fireflies into the middle of like the new creep wave, and the creeps start wailing on him. You get the spear onto the trees. Not only is the Mars and Hoodwink wailing on you, so is the entire creep wave, and it's just such a weird move to make. This is the second time. Like I saw it last game as well. He did the same exact thing. It's just a little bit too aggressive of a maneuver, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just the immediate sort of time to die now. Maybe Yowie is just summoning him into the mid lane
Yeah,
to get that bottle
maybe.
refill. I gotta assume that's it. He's like, can you just do a little bit of dying real quick? He's like, all right, honey.
Yeah.
Gotta help you in the mid lane again. Feels bad, man. There's Amel. He is clobbering this park, but this is really what we expect. Later on in the game, it's gonna get harder for the sniper, but for now, he is the king.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh. Whoa. I mean, you're trying to get a little creative here.
You gotta. You kind of have to.
You might be getting a little dead here, but none of the Aurora heroes in the bot side can actually come and connect, so able to hold on to his life there.
Share
Even a
tango.
yeah, so this is desperation mode a little bit here, clinging on to whatever resource he can find. Just trying to be annoying and drag the creep wave so that the sniper might lose some EXP. Yeah, I mean, this is the only option. He's just gonna come straight back here. If you stand there, you're gonna die.
I like this move actually, rather. This is kind of the necessary movement to make, like you said. Dragging him to the tier 2. That's much needed gold and experience going Yoe's way.
And that's become kind of the norm. As soon as you're dealing with a lane you can't really handle in the one-to-one matchup. Shenanigan time! Bring the
Yep.
creep waves for a world tour. Welcome. This is a part of the map you've never seen before. It's actually the Dire Jungle. Yeah, just show them, oh, that's a Satyr Torment. They're like oohing and eyeing and got that tourist
It's like a
hats on and
guided
stuff.
tour,
This
yeah.
is this is a special. 1 in like 20 creeps get to see this view. You're a very special guest today.
Wow.
Yeah. You ever see a
One
Satyr
thing-
Mind Stealer before?
No, I haven't personally. I've never seen one in real life, at least.
I'm sorry to tell you that you're not 1 in 20 creeps. Then you're just part of the 19.
I'm just a normal creep. What can you do?
Just a regular creep. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. So, one thing we didn't mention about this top lane that I do just want a cheeky little note on here is the mana drain Cuckoo is very, very good in lane. And it's going to continue to be good in the game as well.
Yeah. Just allowing that Timbersaw to keep the fight going. For now, it's Jotun and Drake setting up an Ollie, but nothing that can't be prevented by the Aphotic Shield in this early stage of the game. So fighting around for the 6-minute rune, I believe it was Mel who got the touch on that. Yeah, no, actually managing to bottle that amplified damage rune. Yowie. Nice little refill, and maybe might call in the support and the backup to try for a kill once he hits level 6.
All these supports right now are like kind of
Dude.
poverty mode when it comes to levels.
Yeah, it's a very similar story to last game where so much attention was drawn to the mid that, you know, Ollie and Q, they're just forced to just kind of make patrol rounds. The difference is that this game, it's the same situation for Darling, right? In the previous game, they were farming away. Jotun, once again, running it in and just finds himself under the tower, gives another freebie over to Jabs. So we'll just say thank you very much.
What are you doing? What was the point of that movement? I don't know, man.
Ooh, Ollie avoiding certain death there. Tried to be a little funny and contest for that Wisdom rune, but spots the TP from the pup. It might just be warning 23 now to clear the way. Danger is coming.
Is under attack.
Mage Slayer Sniper. I'm not too surprised.
Popping the Dream Coil onto Ollie. He wouldn't mind dying for his carry, but that's only if 23 can get out of here. They'll still commit. There's a lot of damage coming out from this puck, but no additional lockdown. Oh, they gotta be careful.
He wants to cancel the salve. Go, Drake, go.
No, I don't even think it's that. They saw... Yeah, they have a ward back here, and they saw 23 pivot back into this area. They know he doesn't want to lose out on the EXP, but level 6 on Cuckoo starting to commit in. Oh, here comes Palos as well. This is gank that we're talking about through the twin gates. You need to bring the full squad to save this poor Luna. Hoof damage gonna come through, but Ollie holding his ground again and saving his cause. They bring in the full squad. 23 stands supreme. Take down Drake.
Radiant are scanning.
The supports from Darling are finding themselves under the T1 towers one too many times now.
Yeah, getting a bit too comfortable for sure.
Yeah.
It's a similar situation to last game where Cuckoo top of the net worth, or at least kinda there, you know, neck and neck with Amel and the sniper. But yeah, you still haven't really stopped this Timbersaw.
And what are you going to do to stop the Timbersaw as the game goes forward? Right, that reactive armor is going to be so valuable as he gets more levels into it. Obviously, he's got other priorities right now, and that's dealing damage. But as the game goes on, the reactive armor is going to be very valuable.
Interesting build here from Amel, prioritizing that early Mage Slayer as Ollie narrowly gets out of dodge there. Heads up TP back just to reset. But yeah, a lot more of a stock standard build for this Luna, but yeah, I was wanting to keep my eyes on this sniper. Post Mage Slayer, that's going to increase his resistances quite a bit, but apart from that, what else are you really going to get done here? I guess that's the big question for Amel.
Like item-wise or game-wise? Because
both.
The sniper gameplay is very, very normal, right? You A-click ground and hope for the best.
Sure. Runs into Palos now. I'd love to use this arena, starting to slow out onto that Meepo. Isn't anything that's really going to stop him from just poofing to his other Meepo for now? And now Jotun, once again, he's just clearing this creep wave, being so annoying on this Bat Rider, stopping any sort of push from coming.
That's exactly why Armel made his way into this bottom lane. Oh, spear.
Yeah. Can't really get out of there. You know, his Firefly was already running out. This should be an easy kill for Armel to claim. Actually, the jabs who gets the last hit.
Jotun once again, he's dying in really good positions. Right, a little bit earlier in the game it was questionable, but that was a decent death. Right, you clear the creep wave, and all of a sudden the push has halted at least for a little bit longer. Right, they are going to be able to pressure that T1 tower nowadays.
Yeah,
but it's wasting time, and that's going to give your puck a little bit more of an opportunity to slowly start getting back into this game.
Yeah, and Sniper can hit towers, but not really at the pace that you want to clear this objective without any trouble. You don't want to spend too much time here as well, because you're basically splitting EXP and farm across two cores. But still will commit for this. They understand how important this tier 1 tower is to take. It doesn't look like Darling, at least for now, want to mount any sort of defense.
No, instead, actually, Palos, he's posturing around here. He's just finished the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah.
The call to come in might be a little bit too late, though.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Cuckoo was going to make his way through the Twin Gates, because he's finished off his tower on the opposite end of the map, and he has the Veil, which can amplify a lot of the spell damage. But he's just kind of prioritizing just taking that space and occupying the area, maybe making it a bit uncomfortable for 23 to show his face. So, altogether, pretty quiet early game, all things considered. Not quite as much action as we were hoping for from Darling so far.
Yeah, Darling, they've missed the mark a little bit, but I still think they have a lot of this early game potential, especially now the puck has gotten some levels, right? That was the main deterrent, was the puck didn't have a lot of experience to work with. Like, puck is very spell heavy, right? You need to have your abilities on puck to be able to do things. Gold comes second for puck, I think.
Sure. I mean, speaking of the abilities, throwing some out now, trying to come in with the jabs. Palos was still positioned around this area. Looks like they will just settle for Ollie. It's a nice arena and a lot of damage onto this poor little Meepo who just gets melted down. Meanwhile, borrowed time comes up and there's nothing else to be found here. Aurora, they just answer right back and shove the side of Darling off their own bot side.
And tower's already gone too, Darling. They were looking for something a little bit too aggressive. Right, Cuckoo is not willing to rotate just yet, which is a little questionable to me.
We're once again finding a situation where they're focusing down the Abaddon. Sure enough, when they started that fight, he was still level 5, but thanks to that creep wave semi being cleared by the Mars spells, he was able to get that borrowed time and just turn the entire sitch around. I think a big sort of counter, I won't say counter, but a big limiting factor for them was up until this point, Drake didn't have the Finger of Death. Now with this spell, that's where they'll get going. Another smoke up in your way. And Drake want to get things going. They'd love to find 23 and they're right on path to spot him out. Easy kill here. Not much to be done. Finger of Death as 23 turns around, actually doing quite a meaningful bit of damage to the Lion, but nowhere near enough
I was waiting for that centaur to stomp them too. I was just waiting.
Radiant's middle tower
We'll
is
see.
under attack.
As even in lieu of losing their carry here, the side of Aurora feel confident to try and commit for this tower. Beautiful snatch from Jabs. That's the blink reveal. And the additional damage coming out from Q from the sharpshooter. They got 2 snipers this game. And only one of them
Yeah.
really has to hit.
Radiant structure.
Continue the pressure.
The low committal like burst damage is actually kind of crazy between the assassinate and the sharpshooter.
Yeah. I mean, Yoe can dodge it, but the rest of the heroes won't quite be as lucky. And
Yeah, like these squishy supports. Yikes.
we're still kind of waiting for Cuckoo to get involved, right? He's just been completely farming up this top side. It's kind of seemed to be his playstyle at this point. And he's, what, like 50 gold away from the Shiva? So that might be the sign for him, or that might be the timing for him to start acting as a defender. Yeah, but for now, he doesn't seem like he has any regard for his own mid power.
I can't imagine you're waiting much longer on Cuckoo other than the Shivas. I can't rationalize waiting any longer.
Yeah. Oh, Palos. Jabs on the hunt, but a little bit too far away is that Meepo. He doesn't know where the rest of the squad of Darling are. All 3 of them up in that top side. No info. Jabs doesn't want to just give his life away for nothing.
Yeah, unless Q's in the area, and as long as Palos only gets one in the arena, there's no chain stuns if Q isn't in the area. And even if Q is, it might not be enough damage to kill off the Meepo. He's reasonably tanky. Like, he's got a reasonable amount of armor, so might not even kill him from full that way. So, yeah, things have to align perfectly for Meepo to die again in the arena. It's happened once, right? The stars align quite frequently in Dota, so it could very well happen again.
The one thing about this Meepo, before he gets Dig and Mega Meepo, he doesn't actually have any save for himself. In a way, this Diffusal early on kind of makes him an easy target. Yoe with some fancy footwork there, able to just snag the multi-rune and get out. Quick fingers there, but it's still caught in the middle of the arena, able to jaunt away. Throwing the sharpshooter onto him, but not enough damage to finish him off. Sharpshooter gonna go wide.
Overall, good for Darling. If they don't lose anyone there, that's very valuable. Now, once again, we've got a little bit of a window with Arena down. And with the Blink Dagger on Meepo, with the Diffusal, and the Shivas, might want to start going here, making some sort of move on Darling, which has been severely lacking recently.
Yeah, everything's lining up for them now. All their little crucial items and spells. With Drake just grabbing that Blink Dagger, you can fully expect both Yoe and him to start making a move. Even without it though, they want to settle onto Boss, who finally trying to address this Timbersaw. Where's the Bushwhack? Not in time. Q waits it out a bit too long and ends up missing that opportunity. A little bit of a slip up. Meanwhile, mid lane, with the help of Ollie, 23 will stay alive to that aggressive move. They actually committed both the finger as well as the coil here. But 23, more than enough stats. They're straight in onto the Meepo though. Palos in some trouble. Armel doing quite a significant amount of damage, but Jabs just smacks them down with a rebuke. Q able to answer right back, but with the Lotus and the Shivas, I don't think there's enough damage in the tank to deal with them. Ollie, use that borrowed time in the mid lane to help out 23. Look at Yoe, he's just being so annoying. Dancing around them, playing with the blinks. He knows there's no direct control. Eclipse forced out from 23 on the front lines as Bosco and Drake just fully retreat. Yoe's been able to snipe out Ollie. Just being so annoying. Somewhere, somehow, the snipers died. We must have missed it along the way. But overall, these are the moves that Darling need to make sure they lose the Meepo alongside one of their supports, but it's not too bad.
Absolutely. That was a huge kill on Sniper, right? He is not the highest net worth by quite a long shot, right? That belongs to Cuckoo. He is very much in front. And dying there is going to slow his game down a little bit. Obviously, Puck is the lower, but we had kind of expected that with the Witchblade now, though. Puck's ready, right? He's got the levels. He's got the Witchblade.
Net worth literally doesn't matter because do you see the way that Yoe is playing? He's just dancing around them fully free, sniping people off on the backline, and there's nothing much that Armel and the gang can do about it. They'll start Dream calling up onto him as well. Immediately, Ollie's there to try for the save, but they don't really coordinate the break in time. They've just killed off Drake though. Taking out that Lion, there aren't going to be any additional disables as the entire side of Aurora comes through. Nice arena from Jabs just to catch him, and the sharpshooter break as well. Well, the reactive armor isn't going to do a thing. So keep the Luna alive.
Darling are struggling. They keep making these forced engagements, but you're missing your Meepo, and at this point, I feel like Palos, he's not feeling comfortable enough to fight without that Mega Meepo. So your timing with the Diffusal Blink Dagger has completely been missed.
This is one of the fears of the Meepo. When you reach these initial timings, if you're not strong enough to stand up against the magic damage your opponents can put out, might just be giving over one too many kills. I mean, even with the commitment on the Sniper there, he's starting to get tanky in his own right? The Mage Slayer and the Dragon Lance, this pure investment into stats has paid off.
Absolutely, and he's got that shard as well, which is just going to increase his survivability a little bit more. A lot a bit more, I dare say.
Yeah, he can just bounce right out of there, bounce right out of trouble.
Are scanning.
Now they're gearing up for this push on the tier 2. Good wave clear. Tools on Darling's side, but none of them in the vicinity to deal with this. The push is going to come a little slower. But yeah, it seems like Darling, they want no part of this. Or at least not yet.
Now Sneeze, without looking, I'm going to play a little game with you.
Let's hear it.
Mars has a Mithril Hammer, so without looking... Okay,
Mil-
hold that thought, actually.
Yeah, Hoodwing just gonna get Finger of Death down, but they get the response back onto Drake. 23 has the backup of Ollie in the area, but Jabs finds another, killing off Jotun yet again. Like you keep mentioning, these positions for the Bat Rider where he's dying, they're not the worst, but you're 0 and 6 right now, and you've yet to even make your way towards the Solar Crest. It's not really a great showing.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, you get a deep board out, you get the ward, or you don't even get the ward, you don't even get a deep board out, actually.
Nope.
That was a really weird play.
It kind of seemed like he was just trying to cut some creep waves and maybe mess around with them, farm the innards of their jungle. But yeah, you were playing a game. What am I looking at for Mars?
Sure. Not looking specifically.
I'm not looking.
Mars has a
literally not
Mithril Hammer. Is it BKB or Deso? What do you think? What would be better for you?
Knowing Jabs, it's Maelstrom against the Meepo.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, he has items flying out to him right now. I'd be hard-pressed to think that it's... I was going to say, if it's not the BKB, it'll be hilarious. But yeah, of course.
It's not. It's the Deso.
Of course. It's Jabs. I mean, he's getting some kills. He's feeling good about himself. The scoreline, pretty nice for him this game as well. 7-0 and 2, having a phenomenal one.
I actually think the Deso's the right play, because it opens up early Roshan.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they'll hop into right now. Aurora, sensing that this is their opening. Of course, there's the early Luna timing that you still want to hit. 23, it's been a bit of an up and down game for him so far, getting picked off here and there, but he's gotten the crucial items. Now gonna get that Aegis and gonna feel a lot more comfortable about breaching into the high ground.
Darling, they do know this is happening, but clearly they do not care. Right? This shouldn't be a high ground push from Aurora. It should just be kind of like a very slow and casual first Aegis, mop up the tier 2 towers, create space around the map, get space, shrink the space. All about space, really, this first Aegis, right? Shrink the space on the map that Darling can farm, accumulate net worth on all of your cores, wait until that second Aegis, and then push the high ground.
Cuckoo with the setup. Nice God's Rebuke to stop that Timber Chain from coming out. And with the Sharpshooter, this poor Timbersaw is dead. Atos just for good measure, and Jabs is on a monster kill streak. I was just about to say, I'm not really sure whether the side of Darling will want to defend these pushes, but without their Timbersaw for 35, this tier 2 tower is forfeit.
Yeah, without Timber, they're definitely not doing anything. Now, Meepo has finished that Aghanim Scepter, so a lot more survivability on Palos, but still, are you ready yet without that Disperser now?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of survivability, Eternal Shroud would have helped that Timber a lot, finally finishing that. So, for the side of Darling, it kind of feels like they just need to tank up to the point where they can't be threatened by this Luna, by this Sniper, and that's where they want to take the fight. The early run at you, it's completely collapsed. That's not happening anymore.
And now it's all about 23, right? The whole game revolves around 23 right now.
Oh, really? The hard carry? That's someone told me before that's boring.
It's boring. It is boring. It is boring, Dota. What can you say? I agree with you.
I wouldn't say so. I think this game has been pretty clean so far. The fact that how Aurora have been bringing numbers to protect their carries, I wish some of my pub teammates would learn from this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And this is the discipline that has really set Aurora apart. You talked about it already. Always being very, very aware of their timings. Got a bit derailed in that game number 1 and might be derailed here if Drake is able to blink in the middle of them and get the mana drain, but no! Jabs just completely obliterates him. You call on the backline, but you can't find a thing. Palos, he's trying to commit, but 23 still has that second life, just baiting away. There's Jabs again. Another arena finding Yue, eating the Hex to the face though, and another little stun. Drake, he's bought back into this fight, and they've taken down Jabs. The godlike streak over. Jotun coming in a little bit too late with that lasso as Ollie. Another beautiful aphotic shield puts a stop to it. Drake, he's just lining these up over and over. It'll connect onto a kill, not only on the Luna's first life, but the Abaddon as well. Without their supporting cast, can they still stand? The sniper has gone down, and it looks like Darling, they're able to defend. The shout from the Luna, they need to watch that damage though. It's cutting through the last people of the Palos. You just need to finish him off. One Lucent Beam is all it takes. Q trying to find that Acorn, but gets smacked down by Yoe. Now they can just dance around 23 and kite him to absolute death. That Lucent Beam doesn't work when he's magic immune. The nets, they're just playing around with this sad Luna. No more allies to work with. The blink up to the high ground, Yoe. Oh no, he's gonna get sliced apart. Palos. Oh, no, Palos too. Okay, no way. No way. No, so close. So close.
God.
I mean, even if Palos died there, surely Jotun finishes the job, but a huge mess of a fight, and at the end of the day, Darling hold this timing.
Yeah, and that all comes down to Drake, not just his buyback, but the amount of two-man stuns he hit.
Yeah,
that was
crazy.
Absolutely insane. You go down there in the end, unfortunately, a dieback, but you did your work that fight for sure.
Dude, the entire fight, so much damage done by 23. I think our observer pointed out as well, Scriff. He's just like, I think he was amazing. He paused on that for a little bit. He's like, close to 10k damage. That's what in the... Yeah. That's more than half the damage of the team. And I mean, for credit where credit is due, a lot of it is thanks to Darling just kind of running into the shards with the glaives running around. So getting cut through here, there'll be a lot more aware of that. But we're seeing the problem with the sniper. No matter how far ahead you are, the second they turn and look at you, you just kind of get blown up.
And Armel, he's got to play a lot more conservative now. He got blown up by Palos, and you just got to be more careful, right? You were kind of standing in a weird position in the trees, but if you're in the trees, you've got nowhere to go, right? You have nowhere to run at that point. And Meepo just kind of cut him down.
It kind of feels like he didn't really expect the damage. It looked like he was safe, even to me, and then suddenly he disappears. I'm like, oh, there's a sniper. Ollie.
And that's the problem, like, with these blink daggers on Darling. Sniper is not safe.
Yeah, it's another game where Ollie's like working overtime just to try and keep his Aurora cause alive. You're putting him in such a rough spot, but he's more than delivered. Armel, again, in this mid lane, you can't afford for the sniper to go down, but so much burst, and Jabs, he'll come through, blink away. They can't get the chase. Beautiful net, forcing the arena out. They actually buy back onto Armel. They know they need to take this fight, but Ollie doesn't have the borrowed time. He used that for the Tormentor, and now Q, he's in a little bit of trouble, has to use the Sharpshooter to try and run through the tree line. Ollie will give him a stray, parting miscoil there as Drake standing his ground. 23, he needs to deliver big time in this fight. Armel still being able to escape, turns around, get the snipe down onto the park, and it looks like Darling, they've overcommitted for this move. The buyback from Armel pays off big time. They're able to kill Bosku as well. Still see him, that Shiva's the Acorn, maintaining the vision, the assassinate. TP not in time. Armel with a triple. Again, it feels like it cost Aurora, but this time round, Darling, they make a crucial misstep.
1,000 gold for Sniper, making that buyback very well worth it.
This time it's him who does a butt ton of damage, laying down all those shrapnels that you have to run through. That initial commitment is really clean from Darling, but it felt like when they started chasing onto Jabs as well, that's where things got a little bit messy. 23, untouched that fight, able to just do his work.
Now, to be fair, I said it last game, I'm going to say it again. With this buyback on the core like Sniper, you have a little bit of a window if you kill him, but this game, who's pushing high ground? Meepo isn't the fastest high ground taker. Sure, it's reasonable, but it's not compared to a Troll Warlord or a Luna.
Dude, if you walk up to high ground on Meepo, the sniper is gonna do the thing where he right-clicks you, and you have to either A, jump in and commit for him, or B, get the hell out of there. That's not a feasible...
The only way they're going high ground is if Sniper's on dieback.
Yeah.
Right? That is the only window they have, right? And you still have to be careful of Luna Hoodwink Mars at that point. Like, it is such a hard high ground. You don't have a low committal hero to push that high ground.
Counterpoint, they only go high ground if Abaddon dies as well, right? Ollie, he's been such a key factor in making sure these fights go the way that they have. very unsung hero for the team, and even in the cases where it hasn't really worked out, it could have been way more disastrous if Ollie wasn't in the position that he was at. So, eyes on this Abaddon here.
Are scanning.
You're looking at Drake for some of the early rotations, and he did manage to connect with Yowei, but very much easy pickings for the residual magic damage, and Glaive just bouncing around. Speaking of Drake, forced to blink away. He smells danger. Gets right out there. Bosco able to Timber Chain out as well. Now Roche might respawn in just 50 seconds here, which is maybe why we see Aurora aggressively sweep up to this area, wanting to establish some vision. But they won't find a thing for now.
Has fallen.
What does danger smell like to you, Sneeze? What's the Aurora danger? What's the aroma of the Aurora danger?
It don't smell good, I'll be honest.
No.
You can probably smell it coming from a mile away. I mean, the fact is that if the Sniper and the Luna are missing from the map and they're farming in these areas, or at least not farming in the areas that you have such deep vision on, by the way. They have the full vision in the dire sort of
Radiant are
safe lane-ish mid jungle area, and they have vision of the lane. You don't see anyone there, you know they're up to no good.
Scan connects. Armel is not here.
Dude, Armel is playing so far back, and you kind of have to. Drake coming forward, the instant stun! They evaporate him and he doesn't stand a chance. 23 is just gonna stand his ground as Palos tries the lanes on the Luna, but this is where you're the most dangerous. How dare you step into my territory? The walls of the arena sentence you to your death. As Aurora obliterate their opponents here, he'll make a meeple out with Palos. He has to disperse and run. Where's the chase down? Jabs is right there to meet him and won't let Palos go unscathed. Bosco desperately trying to do whatever he can, but this game, this fight, Armel and 23 are untouched. And they obliterate their opponents there. Yowei desperately trying to jot away, but you know Jabs is hungry. He'll be looking for a spear. Juked out. Yowei smells the Aurora danger coming. I couldn't tell you what it smells like because I have a perpetual blocked nose, but even by smelling it, they don't dodge it. It was a perfectly executed fight. 23 read them like a damn book, and 12.5k damage this time around. Jeez.
Once again, it just felt like a forced engagement. Obviously, Roshan's coming up, so you kind of feel like you have to.
Yeah.
But, darling, they weren't all in a position, right? Drick blinks forward very aggressively. And this is the second or third time in a fight he's getting Deso down by Jabs, just destroyed immediately.
We meme about Jabs, and maybe I meme about Jabs a bit too much, but this Deso has definitely proved to be the ideal pickup. It's melting these low HP supports and not allowing Drake to stand a chance. He's feeling comfortable because he's sitting there mana draining. You know, he doesn't have a plate mail, but he's still, you can get the intention. He's getting, you know, T-Panda calls him Pickle Drake. He's being smushed like a pickle, that's for sure.
He's definitely in a pickle for sure.
Yeah, he's every time Jabs look at him, instantly evaporates into a pickle-like vegetable object.
And it's not gonna get easier too. Luna has a Daedalus. That's so much damage to your magic immunity.
Yeah, he's gonna cut down through that health bar. 23 almost looked like he precast that, and now Moon Glaives are gonna come out from your Lucent Beam. You think your magic immune, you're still gonna get sliced down.
Yeah.
It's such a tricky situation. 5k gold lead now as the Roshan is up. And this is the next objective that it feels like Darling have to contest for. Second Roche on the Luna will be a bit too much for them to handle, it feels like, on that high ground. As long as Aurora play this disciplined. Just need to hang on to Armel, make sure he has a good position.
Jabs.
Vision.
You got to get rid of this Mars somehow. You got to deal with him.
How? I mean,
I don't know.
he's been insane this game. I mean, only really dying like a couple of times so far.
Dire's top tower
Oh, he's look at him. He's a pump faker. He's like, you want to come in here? You trying to ask for death? 12, 2, and 5. Looking monstrous, and they'll just hit straight into this Roche. Seeing the rest of the Palos Meepo clones commit for the top tier 2. In comes Yowei though. Giving his team some vision, but just some nice AWP plays coming around again. Here comes Bosco. Uh-oh, things are gonna start to get hairy. 23, holding, standing his ground, and he needs to grab that Aegis, force to pop the BKB, and he'll be able to snatch it. The mask straight onto Drake again, and Armel evaporates him. Palos, he's turned into this Mega Meepo, but there's nowhere to go. Held up by the Gleipnir from Q, and you're trying to burrow, trying to dig out of here. Bosco comes in to just distract them. Hello, look at me, I'm a streamer. They don't care. They'll just shoot you down. Lucent Beam melts that Timber Sword down to size. And the last touches Armel with a double jabs, lines them all up. That arena wasn't anything flashy, but it does the job. Drake, the one factor that's been helping them so far in this game number 2, consistently answered, addressed, and put down. And the rest of the squad, they just can't find an opening in these fights.
Darling, 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 it might be back to the drawing board now. You're dealt with,
dude.
right? The puck was such a power pick for them.
Yeah.
But our Mel Sniper reigned supreme.
Yeah, you're kind of relying so much on Jotun as well as Palos to get in there and threaten the sniper, but the reality is, like we mentioned, you're kind of hoping that the rest of Aurora don't exist and you don't have to run through them. That's exactly what you're dealing with. We haven't really felt the presence from this Bat Rider this entire game, in stark contrast to some of his other performances.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, you know, I said at the beginning of the series my eyes would be on this Bat Rider, and got a lot of eyes on the Bat Rider this game, and it's been mostly Aurora's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of eyes on him because we keep panning to him when he's dying. 110 and 6 right now. And contrary to his previous performance where he would get something done, you know, you're losing a bit of efficiency by killing him off. Q and Jabs are just like, yo, this is sweet, man. We get free gold every 2 minutes. More Deso charges. Oh, look, Hoodwink as a Gleipnir. Q is so farmed.
And we've got that Mage Slayer there as well, right? This is the build for Q.
Yeah. The early Atos just really tripping the side of Darling up as well. Now they are in a troublesome position. It might not all be Drake, but it's a pickle for sure. Forced to use up. Setup is still there. Sharpshooter holding it in place with the loser. Is Kuku just gonna die?
Yeah.
23, it's a nice little meta to try and dodge that Earth Spike. But right now, Q's the one in trouble. They finish off Abaddon and the supporting cast of Aurora goes down. Buyback onto Kuku. Do you still want to take this fight? Amel forced to pop the BKB. Still dismantled by the physical. 23 is standing his ground. Gonna lose that first life as Palos and Kuku off of that Timbersaw buyback. They might be in trouble now, but that's the Eclipse. The big bad Luna will just TP out of here and escape. Jabs has the TP, but actually uses his mana on the spear. That might have been a mistake. Gonna try now. The lingering duration will get him out of there. Nicely done to preserve themselves. That's kind of an opening for Darling now.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful coil from Yahweh. And this is why he's such a good puck, right? Despite having a bad game, or just bad lane even, you can still find ways, if you're a good enough puck, to secure the game for your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of in the name of Yahweh's entire game. Sometimes the rough matchups, first pick your mid, tough laning stage, doesn't matter. He has been consistently finding these creative ways to really keep his team back in it. Even in moments where his opposition is just fully focusing heroes like Drake, who have been amazing so far. It does cost them Kuku's buyback though, and that might be something they need to watch out a bit more closely. Kuku's been playing relatively carefree in this game so far.
Yeah, without Kuku, that is not just a lot of your damage, but a lot of your fight presence, right? Kuku is definitely the hero that, like you said during one of the last fights, it's, hey there, look at me, you know, pay attention to me as much as you can. My Meepo is, he's invisible, you can't see him, right? He's smoked up, he's in the back lines, I'm on the front lines, pay attention to me.
Wait, Palos, who is that guy? Like, whoa,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
where did
We
he
don't- I
come
don't
from?
know
Oh
him,
my
I don't know
goodness,
him.
hey, yo, we're not together, yo, chill out. What the
Yeah.
Starting to see the problem where they can't really focus the Luna and the Sniper at the same time, but in the case whereby Amel just gets destroyed right next to the Luna, you don't really have that same problem. Aurora still feels strong though, the setup is there, and beautiful Hex, that's the reveal from Jabs. He's gonna get an easy pick off onto Drake again. No Lion for 52. You can't really blame him because that's the first time that item was revealed. Jabs was holding on to the gold for a hot minute. Straight onto your high ground, this is where the Luna is the most dangerous.
And the racks, they're just gonna melt.
Yeah, they don't
Right,
stand a
Luna
chance.
just doing Luna things.
Once again, Bosku can do nothing but present himself as a juicy target, but there's something juicy on 23. He's not going to get distracted. Now, Jabs
Objective
does have a habit of committing for kills where he doesn't really have to. Hopefully that's not the case as Palos jumps the backline again. It's found on Mel, forcing the BKB out. But that's what Ollie's there for. Keeping his sniper safe again. And it's a beautiful hoodwink bushwhack that just grabs all the meeples to that tree. Bayonet them all to death. One little assassinate as well. Yowei trying his best with a beautiful coil. Jolton looking for an opening, but he runs straight into 23. That's not the target that he wants. Forced to just blink away, but Jabs has found him, and Jabs has him killed.
Oh, Jotun,
Dude.
this just didn't hit this game, and I think now you're looking for a more traditional safe laner.
Like the
Right.
Venomancer smile. That's what else he's been playing.
Okay, hold on a minute. Maybe not.
Okay.
No, like something like maybe a Techies.
Dude,
Right?
Aurora.
Something that can protect your heroes.
They want to end the game right now. They've even bought back on Ollie Bosku coming in, trying to catch them off guard with the Blade Mail, and they might just have done the trick. 23, he's dropping low and ends up going down. Not really expecting that, but Aurora, they pull the trigger on the buybacks. This could create a very big opening if Darling unable to respond. It's a 5v2 situation. 30 seconds without parallels. They want to secure the Mega Creeps. And nothing will stop them from doing so. Yowei will try. Bosku, that surprise Blade Mail pickup actually just kind of ruined 23 a little bit here, but now on this high ground, do you choose to try and end the game? Looks like it. Aurora, they want to push this to a game number 3. They want to even the score. And it looks like they'll be able to do so. One glyph available for the side of Darling. They'll be forced to pop it. Oh, the instant hex. Yowei, he just gets melted. 95 seconds without your park, and even with the Meepo coming up, I don't know whether you stand a chance because of Avernus, allowing this Luna to just go completely brazy mode. And this Ancient is down 1-1 when the best of 3 crash.
Yeah, this Aurora lineup has been looking absolutely crazy, right? They hit their timings so hard, right? They recognize exactly when Luna's time to go, and Armel Sniper, a tale as old as time. You pick the puck nice and early. I don't care. We're just gonna give you the sniper, and you're gonna destroy your lane and destroy the game. There was so much pressure needed to be put on the Armel Sniper that 23 had a free game.
Armel playing this just like a pub, bro. He's like, what are you guys talking about? What, we're one game up in the grand final? No, I'm just schooling this Yowei kid. I mean, I've been doing this for the past few games anyway. What are you talking about? A little bit of revenge for that earlier performance, and I think the key difference is, you mentioned it early on, Jabs on that Mars, right? When you went for that off-kilter pick in the Meepo off lane, it's not like it's anything too surprising, but it can't actually commit onto the bat. The stark difference is, this time round, they killed the bat over and over and over. And for a hero like the Mars, who often has to choose between his own scaling item or early Blink Dagger, suddenly he has both Deso and Blink. He's just setting everything up for his team. Beautiful performances all across the board from Aurora.
Yeah, being able to full to 0 Drick was like crucial these games, right? The one fight that Darling won was because Drick was landing 2-man stuns after 2-man stuns after 2-man stuns. Like there was 4 points where he was 2-man stunning people, and you just can't deal with, you can't let that happen anymore. And that's exactly how Aurora adapted. Get the Deso, destroy Drick, focus on these supports, and they did it time and time again.
Yeah, this is the one sort of lineup where your Lion stands there, magic immune, and they're like, yo, let's hit him. Just gets absolutely destroyed. All the overwhelming physical damage coming into play there, and really nicely constructed draft from Aurora. More than anything, it wasn't an easy one to execute as well, so really big props to them. I mean, Darling, they've got to shape up a little bit. A bit back to, I won't say back to the drawing board. I think some of their ideas definitely had merit, but it's clear that they didn't respect the kill potential and the scaling coming out from the Mars and the Hoodwink.
Yeah, it's back to more traditional stuff. I don't think we're going to be seeing this Bat Rider again, as much as Jotun likes it.
I think we might be seeing the Bat Rider, but the last pick Meepo, that's clearly something Aurora can deal with. They've done it twice now. You might have to just avoid that one. We'll see whether that's the case for Darling as we move towards a game number 3. This is the grand finals of the Dream League Season 22 for Southeast Asia, and only one team can move on to the main event. We'll find out who after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
A very warm welcome back, everybody. DreamLeague Season 22, we are getting ever closer to finding out which one of these two teams, Aurora or Darling, will take the one slot available for Southeast Asia. Game 1 was amazing. I mean, Darling, they were so closely tied and were able to just smack down Aurora, proving that that team can bleed. But Game 2 answered right back. We're down to a best of 3 crash.
Yeah, might as well be. It is, to be fair, right? It's still a best of 5. Let's just clear the air there, right? But it might as well be a best of 3 because things are tied.
Absolutely. That's how the score works. I mean,
crazy, right?
I did give a call to my team of researchers. They analyzed the data and they found out something that you might find interesting. Let me just throw this across to you. Turns out, Meepo ain't winning today. It ain't looking too good. I mean, even in their previous series, Aurora, they were able to break that Palos Meepo. And I think maybe it's time to switch gears because we've seen Palos perform world class before, right? But even on the Meepo, right? Like, he's had great games on the Meepo, but it just seems like something that Aurora know how to deal with. Time to switch gears, maybe?
Yeah, once again, like, we asked for a more traditional laner for jabs.
Yeah.
We got the Mars.
Yeah.
We got a great showing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's back to the same thing for Palos now, right? Something more traditional. The Morphling, the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
There's a few heroes that he can pull out that are definitely in his wheelhouse, wheelbox, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he was even playing the Abaddon at one point, had a great slot game. I mean, he's his pool is pretty wide. I mean, I'm looking down the list of the drafts. They brought out a literal Drow Ranger to kill off Talon in that final game, right? Like, so the possibilities, I think this meeple might be falling more and more into bait territory, not just for the Darling side, but Aurora as well. When we saw that picked up by Jabs, it just didn't look too great. It kind of didn't really feel like Jabs had a presence that game, funnily enough. He was just a giant meat shield that took some attention, but didn't really do any damage. And we'll see what the adjustment is for game number 3. Of course, we do have to mention yet again, the overall picture is kind of crazy. Coming into this qualifier, 8 teams vying for that one title, and I think a lot of people might not have expected Darling to make it so far. For me, I got won over when they picked that no-stun Viper Veno lineup. Like, that was hilarious, and I hope maybe you talk about moving to more to conventional, maybe they just go complete crazy mode and go full unconventional again.
They could, right? You still have a it's so weird to say, you still have a game to lose, right? If you're gonna do some cheesy stuff, it's not gonna be when your back is against the wall, right? It's gonna be when you still have a little bit of time to flex around with some things, try something, and if you're gonna do something crazy, now's the time.
Yeah, so we talked about, you know, Jotun's performance on that Bat Rider. It wasn't really the hottest as compared to game number 1. But we also said, okay, let's go back for some more traditional position 5s. I mean, so far he's played like what? Veno, Ogre. Those are traditional position 5s, not really the ones in the meta right now. But the one that's missing so far is the Venge. It's been curiously left behind in the draft so far, and maybe that's something Jotun can use to his advantage and pick that hero back up.
Yeah, I think right now at the stage of Dota, things are so important, like repositioning wise.
Yeah.
Because people have figured out how to position in fights, right? That's not like a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
Right? Dota has evolved so much that a lot of these big things like positioning, like drafting has been figured out. Where on the other side, like if you have these repositioning tools, it doesn't matter where if you have good positioning. Vengeful Spirit swaps you into your whole team and you die. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, we saw a couple of clean ones coming out as well. It's not just a defensive tool, but one very useful one for putting one of the members of Aurora in a very, very tough spot. We already see how much Ollie loves that Abaddon. They haven't been shy about picking it every single time. And maybe the Venge is the counterplay you need, right? Fish that target so far away from Ollie, force him into a weird spot to try and commit into the play, into whatever play you're making, and then kill them both.
Yeah. Absolutely right. The Abaddon is a hero that you can't go in and full to 0. But once again, if you can force him out of position, you're in a better position. You're in a better position as Darling, right? And I also wouldn't be too surprised if Darling, they go back for this Bat Rider to see an Abaddon ban.
Yeah. Wouldn't be... at this point, Ollie has shown that he... Even in a losing situation, it's not going to stop him from doing mad work. For now, it's still the emphasis, though. They don't want to deal with the Kotal that has been such an enabler, not just in the hands of Q or Ollie, but Amel as well, right? He hasn't been shy about grabbing that in the mid lane. Hell, he rushed like, what, a Dagon?
He did like a Dagon 5 rush. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. It was crazy.
To be fair, that game was the one game where Drake was really dealing with quite a bit of electricity issues. So we still can't really draw that as part of the overall statistics in terms of analyzing how these teams want to play against each other. They still will go back for the Bat Rider though. So a lot of confidence in this pick. That one bad game isn't going to deter them.
But once again, Aurora, they've got the Abaddon open, the Vengeful Spirit, these heroes that do really well into Bat Rider.
That is.
Why not?
Nothing
right? Why
new.
not, Aurora? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's as simple as that.
This is a typical best of 5 sitch. You always get into these weird trades off where, you know, you're still picking the same things, but it's just about the minute tweaks to the draft. Darling, they haven't felt pressured enough to go complete bonkers off the wall draft-wise yet. Still going back for some comfort. And they ban out the Luna and the Hoodwing. That's the respect there. So I'm going to force Aurora onto a bit of a different track here. And that might just serve them well, right? Darling, they haven't really put Aurora, or at least Aurora, the team, hasn't really been put in a position where they've been contested up until this grand finals.
Darling, what is in the toolbox for you now? Right, Aurora, now that they've picked up this Lina, you have to combat it somehow. This is such a strong lane from Aurora, right? And they've done it frequently.
Yeah, this is nothing new for them. Should be expected, especially if you're leaving it through in the draft. If Aurora focused a lot on the Yahweh heroes. And, I mean, last game that Park, I think Yowie really tried his best. I don't think you can even say he
He
played
did.
bad, right? These dream coils were fantastic. But it's just an overall issue that Palos didn't have the game that he wanted. Like we mentioned, the Meepo a bit more of a bait, which is why maybe we see both teams kind of ignoring it, going back for the Centaur Wall Runner instead.
More traditional offlaner once again, right? Like checks the box. If the Timber Saw isn't working, you're gonna go for something a little bit more early and aggressive with the Centaur.
Yeah, the problem with the Timber is that most of what he provides is damage, and would you know it, Abaddon, if you can't really disable or pull his carry into rough positions or whatnot, he can deal with damage. It's not really a problem. This might be an overwhelming amount though. Finally grabbing the techies. This is a combination we've seen time and time again, and boy is it lethal.
Yeah, the Darling ran something very similar quite a few times actually, right? They run the Centaur, the Bat Rider quite a lot.
Yeah.
And pairing it up with the techies, this is really good for them so far.
Yeah, Centaur Rubik, also something that they weren't shy about bringing out multiple times. The Magic Burst. It's a bit tough for any measly old non-strength carry to deal with. And would you know it, Lina's early HP pool, not the hottest.
Oh, really? I had no idea. Lena's not a strength hero? You could have fooled me, dude.
No, look at those muscles, man. Show some respect. Okay?
No, absolutely. She looks like a strength hero. What can I say? She's red like strength. What do you mean? Like...
Bro, the thighs go crazy. She's clearly been doing leg day. You need to back up. Okay. We'll see what Aurora choose to go for here. Like we mentioned, they haven't been shy about picking the Armel hero early on, but they're really giving this a good think. Pango is not available.
And then what's in the pool for Armel, right? Like sniper? Okay.
Yeah, they kind of switch gears a
There's
little bit
Mars.
here in this grand finals, where they've usually been picking Armel's heroes first. They're understanding that Yowie is a very, very lethal mid laner, and you can't just afford to give him that direct, large advantage. So they're leaving the last pick priority for him, just going back for the Mars, the Lion, another decent combo into the arena.
I mean, the Mars is so good this game, into both the Centaur and the Bat Rider. But I'm not too surprised to see this being picked up from Darling, right? More traditional kind of safe laner. And long gone are the days of Meepo now, I think, for both of these two teams. They're not willing to put that much pressure on a weird hero right now, right? Because Meepo can kind of just do nothing. And we saw Palos try his best on the Meepo as well as Jabs, right? They both tried their best, but it wasn't good enough at the end of it all.
Yeah, and this Faceless Void is a Palos signature. We're no strangers to seeing him land killer chronos and winning the game, putting the team on his back. There aren't a lot of crazy in chrono damage tools, but it's just additional control, right? You're hoping to run in, lock down the Lina in the chrono, or maybe even just the Abaddon and just full focus her with the Centaur elsewhere, prevent that save from coming through. And it's a very easy answer to Mars as well. You're always going to be able to time walk out of the arena if he's not pinpoint perfect with his spears.
You are susceptible to dying in lane, though. You could potentially get stunned for too long that you don't that you can't time walk enough of the damage. Right? You're not going to get full to zero, but you could get whittled down quite successfully.
Yeah. It's not quite as lethal as Hoodwink with the burst damage coming in from the Acorn shot, which was, I think we're starting to realize you need to respect. But I mean, good Faceless Voids, they know how to navigate these lanes, right? The early levels are the trickiest with the low cooldown, high cooldown on the time walk. But as it gets later and later into the lane, it should be fine, especially if Jotun on that Bat Rider protecting you.
Mid laners for both of potential mid laners for both of these two. Oh, definitely for Darling. Potential mid laner for Aurora, right? This could still be a mid Lina. They very well could have picked Armel's hero super early.
Yeah, they're still kind of waiting it out though. Invoker is the ban, which is a Yowie signature, so not really surprised there, just kind of respecting. And the classic combination with the Faceless Void, right? The Cataclysm, even though we haven't really seen it in a long time.
I don't think we've seen the Invoker throughout this entire closed or open qualifiers.
Yeah, it just has gone completely under the radar. Not quite as relevant of a hero as it used to be. There are still the specialists who love to pick him up, but there are so many better options, it feels like, in the mid lane.
Yeah. With this Slardar ban, I'm leaning towards maybe one of the spirits for Aurora, right? Literally any of them. But Darling, they could be doing something very similar too with the Quap ban.
Yo, way back on the Storm Spirit. Very potentially susceptible. They still could pivot this Lina to the mid lane, and that's gonna spell a little bit of trouble. But Yoei, honestly, Yoei and losing lane matchups, that's his bread and butter. He's fine. Like, he's one of the players that even up against a potential counter, I'm like, you know, he'll find a way to make an impact. The last pick is gonna be that Templar Assassin, and they're gonna run it in the mid lane instead. So potentially high tempo being set by Aurora again. Which lineup do you like more though, Crash?
I'm liking Aurora's. I really like their catch potential, right? The TA traps are going to be great this game. Not just giving vision, but that potential silence with the shard is going to go a very long way to set up for a hex, a stun from the trees. Like, you have a lot of catch potential on Aurora that, you know, if Darling, they're caught off guard, they might just get full to zeroed.
Yeah,
on any of their heroes.
I feel like this Mars arena, sure, you have the Faceless Void and the Storm Spirit that can zip through it, but coupled with any other disable, especially if Jabs is as on point as he was with the Spears last game, you're gonna have a lot of trouble. But like I said, I feel like the one player in this game that I've seen consistently recover from losing situations or find impact, hit or miss, the high highs, the low lows, it's Yoei. And this Storm Spirit has the potential to really pop off this game, can just reach into the back lines, kill off Q and Ollie, and start the fight off on the right foot. I do need to play for a bit of a later timing though, it feels like. I'm not sure. It feels like this Storm Spirit's going to take a little bit of a while to come online.
No, it absolutely will, right? Especially if you're not having the best lane, which you can have a good lane against TA, but TA at no point in the game really cares too much about Storm Spirit.
It honestly kind of, it's a very, very different hero, obviously, but conceptually it feels like this Kotl that Amel has really loved to pick. In a way, up against this Storm Spirit matchup, you're always going to be able to juice the lane, go back to stacks, and out-farm the Storm, and just play at a way higher tempo than he can respond to. Darling, we'll see what kind of answers they have in store as we're into game number 3 of this grand finals. Who would have thought we'd come here? Now, I personally was very pleasantly surprised to see Darling put up such a great fight across the 2 games, because that first series in this qualifiers, it didn't really bode well. But it's clear that this team, at some point for them, like we keep mentioning, in this grand finals, it's become real. They are this close to qualifying into the main event, and they don't want to give up this opportunity, and they sure as hell are playing like it.
Yeah, this is no longer a streamer meme team, right? This is actually a close contender to one of the better teams in SCA right now, and you have to start asking the question, like, is this team going to stick together? Is this a return to grace for someone like Cuckoo?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of his friends and fans will argue otherwise and say that the grace has never left that beautiful man. I might be one of them too.
That's fair.
This Centaur War Runner, we've seen him perform on it before. I think the big 2 heroes for him across the qualifier so far, at least in the opens, where Darling just completely decimated, were these Centaur Slardar picks. So this isn't anything too unfamiliar for him. It's a decent hero into some of these range calls as well, right? If you're able to close the distance, and you will be able to with the Stampede.
Yeah.
Just get all over them.
Well, Stampede's not the end-all be-all just because you have Arena.
That's true, that's true. It's really going to come down to these off-lane ultimates, it seems like, for the team fights.
And don't forget about the Faceless Void as well, Palos. You miss one too many Chronospheres, this game might, you know, fall out of reach for you.
You're kind of crazy for saying that, because I feel like the #1 way to lose against Darling is forgetting about Palos. You can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what they did Aurora last game, which is why, you know, they ended up succeeding, because they managed to put him down, and he's such an important factor to Darling's success. 23. Once again, coming through with the harass. They routinely do this. It's so annoying to deal with, forcing the TP out, but he's already at half HP. He's gonna have to rely on Ollie for some nice tangos to keep him pepped up.
Oh, no. Not again, dude.
Drake.
It scares me every time.
Drake.
He's the one who paused, though, which means his internet's still around.
Yeah, he didn't get a complete brownout situation.
Yeah.
He's just okay, maybe a little bit of lag, restart the router a little bit, you know, call his service provider. What the damn hell is going on, guys?
What the hell's going on, dude?
Yeah, I'm trying to get into DreamLeague, brothers. Like, this is... Can you wait? Like... Yeah. That's not even needing... Yeah, not even needing tangos, right? Ollie can just start discoiling away. What's the benefit of the Abaddon?
Oh.
That's a little bit off the mark there. It's one of the benefits of this Lina into the Centaur. Just that intense range.
Yeah, very hard to close the gap on Lina. And if you're positioning well, which like we've already talked about, these teams, these players, they should be positioning well at this stage of Dota.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to route out this Lina unless you get a big jump on the Storm or the Void.
I really like both these teams' drafts because it feels like it's not going to be a situation where we look at the end of this game and we're like, oh, you know, they got outdrafted. I feel like both teams are bringing very balanced ideas and concepts to the table. It's all going to be down to execution, which is the best type of Dota to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I am worried about from the Darling draft is the damage in the Chronosphere, right? If Palos doesn't get off to a good start, then he might be in some trouble.
Yeah. For now, Jab's giving him a little bit of a hard time, just making sure to poke him with that spear every single time he pops up. Q is just keeping Jotun busy. I think for me...
Palos, he's taking a lot of damage.
I think for me personally, at some point I believe Cuckoo will be self-sufficient in lane, right? Once he gets that helm,
Yes.
Perhaps if that's what he's choosing to go for. But I'd love to see a rotation down to the bot side from Drake as Jotun looks to be going down again. This is going to be the second time Jotun's giving over first blood to this Jabs and Q duo.
Once again, the positioning, it's not there on Jotun.
More like he's almost doing this on purpose, it feels
Maybe.
like. Right? Because that's not really a mistake you make at this high level. It's almost like he's like, okay, I fully traded out using my resources. I don't want to just sit around and be useless, so I might as well die and put on as much pressure as possible. I kind of get where he's coming from. It's a bit more of an old school sort of mentality of playing. But the last thing you want to do is leave Palos in a rough spot again.
Especially into this very, very good kill lane, right? The more stuns, the merrier in Dota 2. Can't help but potentially think that, and maybe this is just because Jotun doesn't play techies and Drake doesn't play Bow Rider, but you might have like just as much kill potential in the top lane and a better save potential in the bottom lane, right? The techies being able to stop them with not just the sticky bomb but with the blast off as well, where Flame Break doesn't quite provide that same utility.
Well, I'm just a little bit worried playing techies into this lane because there's so many stuns to stop it. For now, Armel in some trouble, but it's almost routine. Drake, near this 3 to 4 minute mark, he always comes into the mid lane to try and win it for Yoe, and Ollie's there every single time.
And once again, it comes down to the communication, right? Just help. I'm being ganked. Help me.
Screaming.
Okay, cool. Every single time, it's as simple as that.
Yeah. As soon as the game starts, he sets a timer for 2 to 3 minutes and just like has his TP on standby.
Yeah. And it comes down to trust too, and this might be something that Aurora might have that Darling doesn't, is that togetherness as a team, right? That trust where might be a little bit more scattered on the side of Darling.
Now you're disrespecting the sort of union that brought this team together. Look, I'd argue to say if there's no trust, they would have made it this far. Like all these crazy drafts that they found themselves in, the crazy no stun situation. You know how much trust you need to have to play a draft like that? It's like at so many points in that game, I'm sure you're just like, man, how do we even do this? It's the highest execution
I think
thing ever.
trust and faith are different things, though, if that makes sense.
Okay, please
right,
explain
like you
yourself.
can have faith in your team,
Sure.
but you might not fully like if you do this, I do this, and I trust that you're always going to do this, so I'm always going to respond by doing this. You might just not have that fluidness.
Okay. That sounded like a tongue twister, I'll be honest with you. You kind of went.
It was a little bit.
Yeah,
it was a little bit of one,
delivered
yeah.
that with excellence. Well done.
Thank you.
23. To the Twin Gates come Jotun, and that's a setup that we're waiting for Ollie. Once again, he's always there. Q is going to punish him, and Jotun's just going to go down. So it was a great attempt coming out from Darling, but you need to deal with this Abaddon somehow. I'm really surprised that we didn't see a ban on it or anything, because this has been the story of all these early games, that Abaddon prevents any sort of move from Darling from coming out.
It's almost like you need your stuns to reliably kill this hero, and Abaddon just, stops them from doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what's going on here, is starting pressure onto Bosco. He was just walking up and mana draining. You might just pay the price for that if Drake has a blast off. But oh, look at Ollie. It's just giving him straight back up. It's a nice blast off onto 2 though. And Drake's trying to finish off the Lion. Asked a little bit of an auto attack, fogged him out. That must have been the blood grenade that finished him off for some sort of damage over time. There's Bosco. Just going back up again, just forcing the rest of the side of Aurora back. So bringing 3 people up here, but not really finding the connection that they want on this center wall runner.
Yeah, Darling, once again, they kind of found themselves under a tier 1 tower, right? It just wasn't, the lane wasn't necessarily in the best position for you to gank, but you felt kind of forced to just because of how good that 23 is doing right now.
Yeah. They're doing well, Mars 30 and 12, but immediately upon hitting level 6, here comes Yowie. Where is Q to back him up? Right there with the stun and the spear, but Jolton from out of... Where did he come from? Comes around with the Firefly. It's a nice trajectory for the bat, but Yowie runs out of mana. Amel is here to respond. You trade 1 for 1 for now, but it's gonna be a 2 for... So just chase down this bat with the traps. Firefly runs out, and so does his life. Amel, easy pickup for him. And honestly, that was a pretty crazy angle from the side of Darling, but Aurora, these early game responses, they're crisp.
Yeah. Jotun literally like came from nowhere in that fight too. That was quite funny.
I literally don't know where he materialized from. Like this Bat Rider just came through some sort of portal of unknown mysteries and started flame breaking them. I was like, what? How has he done this? Like, yeah. I guess he kind of went from the mid lane, set up a ward in the triangle, or at least set up a ward near the mid lane and just came around.
Fight may have gone differently if you have Chronosphere though, and that's it's kind of the problem right now. You are a little under-farmed on the Faceless Void, Storm Spirit as well.
Yeah.
Not by much though. It's not astronomically different, right? Just a little bit.
Flamebreak actually ending up bumping Amel closer to Jotun. The stun's gonna connect and he tries to make his way to the high ground. Nice Stampede to fish him out of there. Oh, Storm Spirit, meanwhile, setting up an Ollie in the mid lane. Yowie wants to grab this kill before the rotations come through and looks like he'll be able to do so. Last touch, but he's out of mana. Can't zip away SQ with the control. He needs some help. Flamebreak will buy him some time, but not enough. Mana drained to oblivion there. As 8-minute rune will be denied, but Amel, I don't think he'll be too sad about that unless he dies. The chrono, we were talking about it, it's prepared. Committed, locks up Q as well. With 3 heroes hitting into him, it should be enough, but 23 has shown up to play. Laguna, it's online, but he doesn't have the mana, and you can't continue auto-attacking paddles like that. You need to back up.
You can't ask for a better first Chronosphere, right? You want to use it as soon as it's off cooldown.
Yeah.
And level 6, it's not going to be on cooldown.
Jabs. Gone on here, Yowie on that respawn. That's where the Storm is the most dangerous. And they'll work down the Mars, not wanting him to have the same early start that he had. Yowie, he's making moves all around the map, and it's even though it's costing him his life, I can't help but feel like they're the absolute right ones that have to be happening.
Yeah, Yowie, despite dying, he's kind of shooting up on that net worth, where at one point he was down with the Faceless Void, now he's up there with the TA and the Centaur.
Yeah, the high value kills, getting essentially what was a solo pickoff onto Ollie in the mid lane. Now converting that onto jabs as well. There's a bunch of cores and supports that really love playing with that Storm setup, right? The Drake techies can come in, Jotun can help with the disruption. It's a pretty nice combination overall.
If this game goes like a little bit late, Storm Mags is going to be huge. Yeah. Right? Like absolutely massive this game.
Yeah, and mostly because you're gonna get it well ahead of when Ollie would get some sort of Aghanim Scepter, right? That's the big problem. If Ollie gets Ags, I feel like that's where the game gets really difficult. But Ollie's +5. And
yeah.
I mean, we saw some late game shenanigans where he was able to secure that for himself, but considering that as an option right now is kind of like thinking way too far into the future. So now, Bosku will be eyeing up that Veil. No surprises there. You don't really want to kind of sack your own game with an early Blink Dagger, especially when you already have initiation with your way. Arena available. Spear up. Arena actually not even leveled. Not even needed. Just walk up. Beautiful smoke rotation. No real vision to spot that out. There's one planted near the bot side of the river, but still able to get that sneaky move.
This is really cool by Jabs. We've seen this a few times actually, but it's rare to no, hold that thought actually.
Yeah, they're trying to punish Ollie for staying up here. Jotun's come through the Twin Gates again with the wand as well as 23. It's a beautiful arena stampede, but you're going nowhere. We've talked about this. You lose the Abaddon, you finally focus him down, but it's a triple kill for 23. Perfect answer. And again, what we're seeing from Aurora is you dare to make a move, we'll bring the whole squad and punish you big time. 1k gold lead now.
Once again, they find themselves under a tier 1 tower, and it's not hard to TP in heroes. It's not rocket science, right?
Yeah. I mean, Aurora have already been demonstrating that prowess the whole game. The whole series, actually. And speaking of the tier 1 towers, you'd love to remove them as soon as possible so you can create these opportunities for aggression, but tower damage, not really something that Darling lineup has available until way, way later into the game. They need to rely on taking these successful team fights before they can aggress.
And even then, Void isn't the best high ground pusher, right? He's fine. But once again, it's not like a troll. It's not like a Luna where you take, you know, one advantageous fight and you mop up the racks. Void is just a little bit slower, and that could give time for those respawns, especially as the game, you know, if it's earlier, those respawns are nice and short.
Yeah. And we were talking about Yoei. He was making some of the necessary moves to put his team in a decent spot. And I dare say he's one of the only reasons why his team is in a semi-even position here. Bosco and Palos have largely been focusing on their own farm. And he's just been the one forced to try and make these moves happen. Chrono available, but they might be setting up the Palos. Already using that time while Arena available, and the spear, it connects. Where's the rest of the follow-up though? Q trying to close the distance. Beautiful flame break. The stun is still gonna find the Faceless Void, and despite the Stampede, it's just enough. They can't slow him down, and they'll settle for the tier 1 instead. No! From the middle of the tree line, Q finds his mark. Palos, I don't think he expected that range to come out, and honestly, me too. What the heck?
I didn't either.
I was like half a screen away. I mean, this guy, I didn't know the finger was that long.
Yeah, that's some Aether Lens bullshit right there, right? Like, you expect that if he has an Aether.
Yeah, what the heck? They'll try and answer back with a 23 kill. Can they burst him down in time? Looks to be the case. No, Ollie! Again and again. The bombs will explode and proximity mines doing their work. But a semi-ravage landed by Q. They've already taken down Techies and Yoei as well. Bosco trying to TP out up against the overwhelming damage from Amel. Will cut down the Centaur. And Aurora, response is the name of the game, and they are absolute grandmasters at it.
Yeah, level 30 response time on on all of these
Grandmaster
heroes,
response.
right?
Grandmaster. They
Yeah,
unlock all
yeah.
the response voice lines.
Yeah. It's okay, I'm coming, and then that's like the all of them, right? On my way.
Literally, the Aurora team comes right now. If we dropped any of you in, you know, at TI they did that like sort of what was it called? They had a name for that segment, but it's the one where they basically potted you into their live comms and you could hear their interactions. If we did that for the Aurora lineup, it's literally dead silent until someone gets ganked and the fire alarm just starts blaring. Everyone TP. Like that's all that's coming. No one else is speaking. They know exactly what they need to do. But yeah, I think that the one successful engagement that they were managing to find was on the back of that nice Chronosphere. You have it up again, you know, Palos, he could look to get involved and set something crazy up for his squad.
It's just scary because there's not a lot of damage into it, right? Like, so what, you get a Chronosphere. It's kind of like the fight already has to have started and been going on for a little bit. We're going to try for something here potentially onto Jabs, but he's a tanky boy.
Yeah. On top of the net worth, all three are the cause of Aurora. They've done a great job in terms of securing their own game. So gather around here, Jabs is just TPing to his team. They're the ones who want to make an aggressive move. On the back of this timing, the Blink Dagger of the Mars complete. Oh, this is tricky, tricky business now. We already saw how difficult it was to navigate the fight. With that Stampede, oh, Gilton. He'll break the smoke. That is the best possible outcome. If there's one thing he's good at, this is going to sound like a flame, but I'm 100% serious. It's dying in the right spot. So he does exactly that. Prevents it from being a pick-off onto Palos or Yoei, preserves his cause, and yeah, they'll get the tower. That's just kind of an afterthought, though.
Yeah, TA Deso's going to be online now, too. Aurora, they're ready to go, right? They are ready to keep on going. Q even has a Blink Dagger himself.
What a Storm Vortex. Who have they set up on? It's onto Q. It's quite a bit of damage. Drake able to find the connection, and now they're onto Amel as well. But he is such a tanky boy, especially if Ollie back him up. The rest of the side of Darling are filtering in, and another beautiful chrono. This is what we needed, but Jabs on the other side of the fight, holding down Palos, and in comes the Laguna. The Faceless doesn't stand a chance, but you traded up for Amel. Anything even goes in your favor, but it might not look so even after all. The spear out again, Jabs, finding them over and over again. He's been so on point with this that you even see Palos pinging a high ground where there's no vision. They're just like, how is he finding us? How did they know? Just really great moves from Aurora overall, despite that brilliant chrono from Palos.
I mean, it was a brilliant chrono, but an even more brilliant arena, right? Like, that was perfect positioning. And the only reason you get that kill is because of the lasso, right? At the end of the day, it was only because you lassoed the TA and pulled her out of position. A good kill, but not as even as you'd like it to be if you're Darling.
Yeah, I think at this point, you just take what you can get, right? You're losing out so many spaces on the map. You did get Amel. That is a decent chunk of change and some good EXP to the lineup of Darling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, it was Drake who got the credit for that kill there, and Palos ends up dying directly to 23. So, you know, it's as bad as it could be good, right? Like it's still good, but it's just on the fence. And if anything went a little differently, it would be awful. Jotun trying to come up here, set up some vision, gets absolutely smashed.
Name a more iconic duo. Once again, decent position to die in, right? Like, the enemies, they're not going to get a tier 1. Well, they're going to get the tier 1 top out of it, but yeah. I feel like you dying there doesn't really change that fact, right? If you're pulling Aurora heroes down into the bottom lane instead of in your top lane, that's fine.
Like, it looks like Jotun's just kind of just running it down a little bit, but... And I guess to the naked eye, it might look like, okay, you know, Jotun, why aren't you just farming instead? You really want to take away that space from your greedy claws, you don't really have an option. Right now, Aurora, they'll go for the obvious option, straight into the Roche Pit, on the back of this TA timing. It should be an easy Aegis, coupled with 23's BKB. They're about to hit a devious timing.
Like the 23 went for an earlier BKB. It's not going to keep him alive in the Chronosphere, but really, he's not worried about that. Once again, might come down to trust, right? He trusts Jabs to route the Faceless Void out of his own Chronosphere. Trust Ollie to save him if he gets chronoed.
Ollie has not messed up even a single time this game, which is kind of crazy. Every single time, right on point of the TPs, right on point of the saves. The sequencing is in order as well. Drake, easy pick off onto him, even in lieu of a Solar Crest. Looks like the walls of the arena do go up. They found your way and silence him up. This is trouble, even with the Flame Break, the traps. That's them coming into play. You called it out in the draft, and Amel just completely pantses Yahweh in the mid lane.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Yeah, he definitely caught him with his pants down there. You weren't expecting that early silence from the TA, but you almost have to as a Storm Spirit, right? It's the natural pickup for TA. It delays her Desolator, but not by too much.
It's such an easy pivot in as well, right? Like, it's great against literally every single hero on their team.
Yeah.
It can't Stampede, you know, these heroes don't really want to buy Dispel as well. The Storm will be, what, you want a BKB off a Psionic Trap? That's not...
Yeah, it feels bad.
That's not smart.
Especially when you just get, like, another one just right on top of you and your BKB ends, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a low committal ability.
I feel like even though this is one of Palos' best heroes, it feels like he needs, like, what, 3 to 4 items to even play this game. Manage to get the Stampede off and try and get your way out to safety. The silence will wear off and the Ball Lightning comes through. He'll be fine. That additional HP from the Strength Embrace as well as just some armor from the Witchblade, helping up a ton there.
Bosku's been farming, right, Cuckoo? He's been farming pretty much this entire game, but he doesn't have too much to show for it. He's got the Vessel, or he's got the Shiva's Guard Vessel, hello. He's got the Shiva's Guard, but no Blink Dagger yet, and really nothing that he's done this game has been too incredible.
Yeah, Bosku is to be found here. Nice LSA to catch him in spite of that Hoof Stomp. Not a Stampede. Looks to be in big trouble. Jotun will come through. And 23 even pops the BKB to kill off Bosku. They found your way in the mid lane. It's another setup and another kill. Jabs hasn't had a single issue finding these pickoffs. And would you look at that? Another free Bat Rider. This will be his 8th death of the game. And of course it goes the way of Amel with that huge Melt Strike.
8th death already. I didn't even realize that.
I mean, it's 20 minutes. If we sort of go by the tempo of every 1.5, 2 minutes he dies, he's right on schedule.
Yeah.
It's tough. I don't know. I mean, 9 kills for 23 Savage. He's having an absolute standout performance. Some scariness in the early lanes, right? We were talking about the techies and the centaur potential. Never really came to fruition. They were able to trade at least even thanks to Ollie, who feels like he's just everywhere, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what all he's, especially like he didn't have boots for the longest time either. He literally rushed Solar Crest. He has boots now, but very, very funny, like you said, to be everywhere without boots.
Okay, I have a sincere question, and this is by no means saying that Darling are out of this game just yet. As we see in the win probability, Gabe still gives them a measly low 13%, right? So it's not over just yet, but we were talking about how the drafts are even, the drafts are balanced. What do you think went wrong? Like, where did it all sort of collapse for them? Because suddenly we're in this position where Aurora 11k gold out with an Aegis. How do we get here?
Yohei's just died. Not only Yohei's died one too many times, but it was that second Chronosphere, I think, that was key, right? It just completely stopped any sort of aggression that they would be coming to do at that point, right? You want to get every single Chronosphere, you want to have value. And not being able to do that puts a real big damper on what you want to do. And once again, you ask the question, are they playing with nerves? Are they scared, right? There are a lot like less high, not high skill players. There are very high skill players, but what I'm looking for is like the experienced players. That's the word.
Yeah.
There aren't too many experienced players. There are quite a few. Yeah. Anyways,
Darling, good?
Comparing it to Aurora. Sorry, I'm everywhere. Comparing it to the players on Aurora, right? The experience is definitely in their favor.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird saying that about a team with Palos Cuckoo, but like we mentioned at the very start of this, Drake and Jotun very much coming up from some more tier 2, tier 3 stacks, getting a chance to prove themselves here in what was initially a free, chill, yeah, we're just gonna have fun in this qualifier. Suddenly you might just qualify. The pressure is starting to amount, and we frequently hear from a lot of these experienced players that, okay, some of my teammates are newer, I need to make sure that they're in the right mind space to take on this challenge. A best of 5 is no joke. And right now you're staring down the barrel with a 12k gold lead up against you. Gaben's not really thinking you have a good shot at this. You still have the killer chrono that you can land, but I'm not really sure where the damage is coming from, and that's the question we've been asking the whole game.
Yeah. And then you also have to ask the question, are Darling getting tired on top of it all, right? They literally just played a full best of 3.
You ever heard of the Milk Award? The Milk Award?
The Milk Award?
M-A-E-L-K. I think I must be pronouncing that wrong.
No, no, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So old school. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic. Skirp is chiming in on this as well. But it's he played this game. I can't remember on what hero, but he won despite having 20 deaths. So it was one of those things where he was just okay. That makes it even funnier. 0 kills, 21 deaths, and he still won the game. I think that's kind of the hope for Jotun. He's about to break a world record, everybody. That's kind of what we're hoping for.
He's gonna try his best.
Yeah, I mean, what has made this series so entertaining so far is that it's been even, but this particular game doesn't really feel that way. It's looking a lot more like their previous series against each other, where Aurora have completely routed what Darling are trying to do. I think there's still a chance though. I mean, Yoei, as long as there's Yoei, there's a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, and the big thing, and the same thing, right? As long as there's Cuckoo, there's a chance, right? Big hoof stomps.
True.
Jumping into the backlines on the Lina, but right now Aurora are doing such a good job at protecting 23.
Yeah, they're spacing out perfectly as well. Jabs with the setup yet again. Shiva's gonna be procced. They don't really know where the rest of Darling are waiting, and they'll have to just back up. They have trap control in the mid lane, but Darling are all standing on the high ground. They don't have vision there.
Just clean, concise Dota right now from Aurora, right? They are 12k up. They should feel 12k up, but they're still not willing to pressure that, like to push onto that high ground right there. Once we start seeing heroes on the map, that's when you start pushing that high ground. Ollie, oh my god, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, borrow time's about to be proc, brother. Like, you need to chill out.
Can't miscoil anymore. It's gonna proc your borrowed time.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. I try from Bosku to set up potentially something, but in reality, that's just like a fear factor situation, right? No one else is there. You're just trying to play a bit of a bluff. Now, Jabs, let's see what he's going for here. Haven't really looked at his items on the Mars in a while. Has the BKB blink, pretty standard stuff. Queued up the Aghanim shard for that additional catch. No real surprises there. What kind of other idea? You think he just kind of goes back for Deso for that potential, just smashing down the Storm and the Void again?
Not when TA already has one, I don't
That's
think.
true. You're right. I'm blind. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Not only
Crazy.
can't I smell. Dude, it's tough. It's tough out here. You know how painful it is to sneeze permanently?
I don't. I think that's something that only you really know.
Yeah, I'm a specialist. I don't know how to tell you this.
Aurora, they are a specialist at closing out games against Darling. That's essentially what they're going to be doing here. Roshan's going to be spawning in 35 seconds.
Mid
but
lane,
what a
Chrono finding this 23 Savage. Lina all alone. The save can't come in time. Ollie's the last one to TP, and that might spell disaster. They're collapsing onto Armel. Darling, they're finding the opening finally, but Jebs here with Arena. It's into a bunch of BKBs though. A nice God Rebuke as well as the Lion Stun, trying to keep Aurora in this fight, but they're dropping really, really low, and Ollie can't offer up anything else. Armel looking to go down one last little shield. Bosku trying to close the distance, needs one last auto attack, but can't find him. Under the invisibility, Armel will blink away, and somehow, someway, thanks to Ollie yet again, Armel lives. And Bosku, he has to turn tail and run right now. Speared away, it's not gonna connect. A rare miss from Jabs, but Q, he's on the case, looking for an angle. Drake, he'll come in, interrupted by the rebuke. Perfectly played from this Mars to turn that fight around. And the tips come through, maybe just laughing at each other a little bit, as Armel stands through it all. In these kind of situations, I want a tab on the fight recap showing just how much healing and dispels were put into place by this Abaddon, because holy shit, he just turned that around.
Once again, we're kind of asking ourselves the question, why are you letting Ollie play Abaddon? Why is this hero still in the pool when he has shown so many games in this closed qualifiers, not even just this series, but in this closed qualifiers, how prolific he is on this Abaddon?
Yeah, it's not even a question anymore to us whenever it's picked up, right? You're like, oh, maybe we pivoted. No. What do you mean?
It's
He's
always-
about to win the game. He's about to win the first 20 minutes of the game for you on this pick. And maybe even later if you let him. They'll just hit straight into the Roche. It's up now. And that was, for what it's worth, a really, really nicely timed. And the timing was off, right? 23, you could tell he was completely caught by surprise. And the TPs weren't even in order. Ollie was the last one into the mix. Couldn't save his Lina in time. But it didn't matter. Amazing Arena and setup from Q and Jabs. Just holding it in place, giving Ollie that time to work. And now they're staring down another Aegis. This is troublesome.
Chrono in 20 seconds. They're going to hold this high ground here on Darling. This is potentially the best position that they've had in this game right now, is this high ground. Right? Unless it's their high ground.
I will be honest and say that I think the high ground is still going to be an extremely tricky affair for Aurora.
Absolutely.
You can't just breach this willy-nilly. I mean, even with the Aegis, you've got to be feeling a little scared. And you can see immediately they're not barreling down any lane. They're just making sure to clear out the creep waves, just covering all their bases, maybe waiting for one or two more items before they really commit.
It's disciplined Dota from Aurora, right? And that's been the name of the game throughout this entire series, throughout their entire run in these close qualifiers, right? Every single move is methodical, right? There's thought into every single move that Aurora make. They are not scared. They are not acting just willy-nilly. They know exactly what they're doing, exactly where to TP, where to position, when to TP. Maybe not in the right order, but they still get the job done, right? They still win the fight at the end of it all.
Time for your every 1.5 minute Jotun death.
Yep.
23 makes it happen. He's on track. I mean, oh no, Arena in the mid lane. Any follow-up stun, not in time for Yowei to pop the BKB, and now he's onto Q. Palos straight onto this poor Lion as well, and he's gonna go down, but the fight, it's already broken out. Another beautiful chrono, but Ollie, he's outside of it, able to help out with the shields and the miscalls, but it's not gonna be enough to keep Jabs alive. Oh, Jotun coming through the buyback. They've gotten Armel, and he's dead. The last one standing is 23 with that BKB, but darling, they found the opening that they need. A bit of overzealousness from Jabs, jumping up to the high ground to set up at the Yowei, but the BKB from the Storm pays dividends here as they'll kill 23 the once. Looking at the second life without a BKB, this should be easy pickings. It really just remains to be seen whether he's able to kill Drick as well, but no such luck as Ollie will just get worked down. It'll take some time. We'll have to return that one. But you know Palos is feeling good when the voice lines start coming out, and 5-man team wipe for Darling. This is what they've been waiting for.
Yep. There's not necessarily an item timing that they're waiting for, but just some sort of mistake to be made from Aurora, and You know, literally just as I was praising all the movements that they're making, that felt incredibly scattered, right?
Yeah.
There is no way you full to zero Storm Spirit on his own high ground.
Well, you tried, and honestly, with 5 stacks on the finger, maybe they thought they had the damage, but clearly, I mean, just that slight miss on the Earth Spike, the little bit of distance it didn't cover. Yo, wait. Okay. Okay. Okay,
No stuns. No stuns anymore.
That made my butt clench a little bit, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, a little scary. A little scary, to be fair, yeah.
Yoe high highs and low lows, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We saw it happen before where Yoe was just kind of chilling, TPing back to base on Ember on the high ground and just got caught by Mikoto and solo killed. Like, that was... So, I mean, yeah, he'll get away with his life now. And it's so important for him to keep that intact. He is one of the driving factors that's going to keep his team in the game.
As he usually is, right?
True.
That has been Yoe's kind of position,
In his
is
team,
yeah, right. Like that's his goal, and that's been his role, right? Making, because Cuckoo, he's been playing very farm heavy on these heroes, right? Multiple times, multiple games, Cuckoo has not left top lane for 20+ minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this game is kind of paying off because he's able to be that frontliner. It's just a matter of what we talked about in the draft, where the arena inherently just deals with him so well. The Stampede comes out right in time. They don't want to commit onto this high ground without any additional vision. Oh, Yoe is jumping in straight onto Armel. The arena, Jabs was waiting for him on the high ground, and now the Storm's in trouble. Forced to pop the BKB, and he'll get out of there. Oh, Yoe, he's playing on a nice edge right now. Drake might just be the one to get caught. The rest of the side of Aurora are filtering in as Armel comes back into the front of the fight. You gotta watch yourself there. You don't want to get caught out by a stray Chrono. You know Palos might just be looking for that opportunity, but both teams butting heads a little bit. Will just back off. It's a lot more even than it was 5 minutes ago, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. And Aurora must be feeling it, right? You can tell by their movements. They understand that if they don't get the jump, if they don't do something in their arena, you're probably not going to be winning the fight.
Yeah. It was a good kind of position from Jabs to take as well. I mean, I'm sure that caught Yoe by surprise, but that's why the BKB is so important. Q gonna get caught up here, farming away at the hard camp. Should be free pick off. Palos will snatch that one. But that informs the side of Aurora on the whereabouts of Darling. Now they need to be additionally careful. Jotun, no blink, but still could just lasso a free target. They spot up Jabs. Starting to converge. The traps will give them the info that they might be seen right now. Straight on, Chrono in the bot side. Palos, he's found the TA. And looking at 23, the Lina, she can't do well when you're all over her. Jabs desperately trying to come in. That's what the Stampede is for, closing the distance. And 23 doesn't stand a chance despite all these best efforts. Darling, they're finding these openings on the back of these beautiful just grabs from Palos and gang. And just like that, they wipe fall again. Jabs, he's held them back with the wall, but they are not gonna stop this chase. He's gonna be able to blink away. Maybe that's just enough distance, but Darling, they are absolutely doing it here in this game. Palos, you're reaching the point where the Void is becoming that be-all, end-all, and Armel just can't compare.
I just feel like as soon as I start praising Aurora, they really start positioning very weird, right? Like, Q is managing a creep top, 23's pushing bottom. Like, what's going on?
You know, the success that Aurora has found so far has largely been off the fact they've kept that formation that Ollie can do his work. But if you're a TA, solo farming bot side, and Ollie has to run half the lane just to get to you, and still not be able to be in time to save you, that's when Ollie's job gets real hard. When you're soloed out like that, the rest of the team weren't even together, right? Q just gets picked off randomly. Jabs comes in a bit too late. The BKB's already popped. You gotta keep it together, Aurora. You don't want to lose your momentum. You lose your grip on this best of 5. Like we said, I mean, we were a bit worried in that early game because we're like, oh, it's looking more like the previous series. Absolutely not, Darling. This is a revitalized version. They are hanging on, and they brought it all the way back to what feels like even.
It absolutely is. I feel like Aurora have completely lost their momentum. Everything is favoring Palos and the gang right now.
Palos and the gang, that's the name of the game. He has reached the point past the rough early laning stage where he is an absolute monster. 22k net worth, mirroring the TA who's had quite a free time overall past 35 minutes. There's He's doing very, very well for himself. These Chronos, they are going to change everything. Aurora still looking for an angle, setting up that vision. They see the smoke. And Darling, they have
Good
no
positioning
idea.
from Jabs.
They're hiding behind that tree line. They are trapped in the area, but Jotun's looking for an opening. Shivas, Cuckoo will reveal himself. Let's just see whether Aurora want to make this move. The Roche might respawn in 3 seconds, which is why we see this convergence of heroes. Cuckoo come through, miss out on the stomp. But they don't dare to commit on this target with his BKB and the Stampede. Just presenting
It's
himself.
going to be a long-ish Roche time. Another minute till he's up.
I mean, long-ish
Gonna be
compared to
posturing for a while.
the tension now, but Palos. Let him go. He's just waiting for the perfect chrono. Waiting for Aurora to make one misstep. Could just throw away their game 3 here. What a crazy situation we found ourselves in, and this keeps happening with this Darling lineup, man.
Yeah.
Something about them. Even in the face of electricity issues, even in the face of what feels like hopelessness, they refuse to let things go. Playing free, it feels like.
Yep. Yeah, and once again, we might be looking at a time where Lina, who has been very prevalent, I feel like, in the meta right now, all of a sudden, might be a disadvantage.
Coming forward, they found Amel again. Left high and dry, the lingering vision from their previous engagement serves them well and delivers them a free Templar Assassin. All the tips coming through, they're trying to really mess with their boy. I mean, they're all friends at the end of the day. I'm sure this is all just in good fun, but when your DreamLeague qualifier spot is on the line, especially for Amel, who comes in as this replacement for Mikoto, I feel a little bit of a sting.
Absolutely, and that's TA now without buyback. And like we've already talked about, momentum has been halted completely from Aurora. They are now playing scared Dota.
Yeah, Roshan is up. Easy little pickup for Palos. Love to trade in his Wraith Band for a fresh second life. Maybe even give it to Yoei, right? Allow him to just get in there and cause them to panic and drop their bags and run.
Not only that, this is Aghanim Scepter for Storm Spirit or for Palos. Two very good ones.
Oh, the jump in and the instant bash on everyone. That's gonna trip them up big time.
Part of me might still have wanted to see it on the Storm Spirit just because Aurora, they're going to be grouping around this arena, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a very easy grab. But still, I think the Void is still equally good.
For sure.
For more exciting Dota, the Storm Spirit Axe would have been better, right?
Nah, this is a very clear situation. I don't know if you played carry before, and we've seen this from Palos a couple of times. Immediately after games where he doesn't get to be in the driver's seat, doesn't get to be that guy, he's like, did you guys forget I'm your pos one or what? Like, do I need to remind you? I mean, that Meepo game was rough, and this game he's saying, I'm the guy now. I'm gonna bring us to victory.
Yeah.
Get on my back. Fellas, we're going to a game 4. And that's exactly what he's doing. Taking the axe for himself. He's putting the initiative on him, and he hasn't really failed them so far. No really snuffed chronos. Really, it's just been great counterplay from Aurora to work through him, but there's a reason why this is one of his best heroes.
He's been finding, at least the last 3 Chronospheres have been on point, right? And the second one was the only one that really they dealt with, and that's only because Jabs had really good positioning on a great arena. Other than that, it's just fallen a little flat with their saves.
Yeah, that was a really kind of crazy split-second decision from Jabs to even salvage that, but again and again, I feel like Darling, they're finding these crazy openings, and it's really refreshing to see because they're not just going to kill over, they're going to put up a fight. Now on their high ground, a lot of stuns coming out. Jabs with the setup. Oh, Palos, he's dropping a little low, needs to watch himself stunned up. They're pulling everything out of the bag to try and keep him alive on his first life. Jabs forced to commit the BKB, but it's run out. The Mars is dead, has a buyback, but without your arena, what can you do? Borrow time popped by Yoei in as well. Dancing and jiving here on Darling. They're doing a great job baiting out the cooldowns and the key items from the side of Aurora. Now threatening onto the high ground. Quick fingers on the BKB from 23 and the buyback from the Mars. Looks like Cuckoo's got a bit too deep. Still has the BKB though, and he should be able to walk this one off. Jabs again in a lot of trouble. It might just be a dieback for this poor little Mars, and that's what will happen. Palos finds the chrono on Amel and smacks him down to size. They've just brought it to a game number 3. It feels like no buyback on your TA and Mars, and 23 will drop to the deck. The last person standing is Ollie. How fitting is Palos cleans it up with a rare Rampage. GGG's is called. That's the little bit of money that'll be going to his bank after that insane performance. Deserves a bonus after that one for sure. What a game from Darling.
And look, who expected this, right? Who expected Darling after their performance against Aurora originally to be able to take not 1, 2 games off of Aurora, come back after losing the early game? Very convincing Dota from Darling all of a sudden.
Dude, that's the thing with this Darling lineup. I mean, it was the same thing yesterday. We watched them game 2. Oh, they're picking no stuns. You got Venomancer and his bigger brother Viper. What are they gonna do? Cuckoo reaches level 25, becomes universal and carries the game. They've won me over since then, and boy, I'm sure they're winning over many other fans now. This, we keep talking about it being a joke. We can't say that anymore. This is no joke. They're absolutely schooling their opponents. I mean, it was a rough early game, but the fact that they're able to find these opportunities over and over and bring it back home. They are now 1 game away from qualifying for DreamLeague Season 22, Crash. Can you believe it?
A little bit. A part of me can believe it, me can't, right? There's something that part of me that goes, Darling, like, this is a meme team, what's going on? But there's also that bigger part of me that's like, this is no longer a meme team. This is a team that is standing strong against some of the best teams in SCA right now.
Yeah, and despite the sort of early little fumbles, they managed to connect Yoe on that storm, showing exactly why he's such a lethal weapon. And I think it was so scary for us because these Mars arenas were killer, but at a certain point, Cuckoo, you know, his trigger finger on that Stampede, it was just quick enough before Jabs could find that connection. And suddenly, the initiative, once it's in Palo's hands, he brings it all the way home. What a way to do it as well. Ending the game with a Rampage monster performance on that Faceless Void. And maybe you'll see it more coming up for this game number 4. Aurora, they need to fight back or risk losing their chance at being part of DreamLeague. Such high expectations for this squad, and to falter yet again, that will disappoint many fans and most likely disappoint the players themselves. Let's find out what happens after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back.
Look, Crash, I have only one word to describe that performance from Team Darling. Unreal, okay? That was beautiful stuff. Tough early game. Not gonna get them down. We know Yoei is no stranger to a losing matchup. He's no stranger to counterpicks. He'll still find the opportunities. And when you give Big Daddy P his faceless void, he ain't messing around. The Chronos landed every single time. Felt like Amel didn't stand a chance on that last pick, TA.
I would like you to call Paolo's Big Daddy P for the
I'll
rest
do-
of the series.
I'll do
Please,
it.
Please
I'll do
and
it.
Thank you.
I'll do it.
Please and thank you.
No, okay. Where every time he makes a good play, he's Big Daddy P. Okay, every single
Okay.
time he makes a good play. That's how I can commit to that. But yeah, I mean, there might not be much left of a series. Darling are one game away from being in DreamLeague Season 22. I don't think anyone would have expected that, but at this point, you better believe it. In the great words of Naruto, I don't know whether, Aurora, it's felt a bit shaky. One of the creative picks in the sniper worked out, right? And maybe that's kind of what inspired them to go a little funky. To be fair, this TA is Amel's one of his best heroes. Level 30 on that bad boy, but it kind of didn't do anything past the early stage of the game. Once the Chronos come into play, you like to talk about it the most, right? Void is big bad.
Void doesn't care net worth.
No.
Right? Like, he doesn't care how much gold. He cares about your health bar, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And he cares about how fast it goes down.
Yeah. And it reached the point where some of the early build-up from Palos, he understood that he needed to do a bit more damage. I like that focus on Mjolnir, even ahead of the BKB. We said at some points in the game, it feels like Palos, he needs 3 to 4 items to get things done. And then he got 3 to 4 items, and he got things done.
Yeah.
Whoop-de-doo. And he might be putting Aurora in the dirt here, getting them done. And that was a great performance from him. I think both teams straying away from the Meepo definitely is a great start. We've seen that hero be not really work out the way that they generally hope for. And yeah, I wonder what the response is going to be from Aurora, because they now keep ending off their drafts with Amel picks. It's worked out once, not so much this time round. Do we sort of go back to first picking Pango? What's the deal here?
You very well could, right? And I think Pango is in a decent position right now where, like we've talked about before, Sneeze, there aren't too many end-all be-all Pango counters really in the pool.
Yeah.
Right? Grimstroke has fallen out of favor. Beastmaster, for some reason, has fallen out of favor. I think there's still like Vlad's Ags build on Beastmaster's potential, but still, weird. Beastmaster's fallen out of favor as well. So those were two of the really big heroes that countered Pango. Pango is a free roll time now, and we've seen it time and time again for Armel, rolling around these fights, stunning, creating space for his team to really, I mean, themselves roll around and destroy whoever they're going up against in the team fights, all off the back of one simple roll from the Pangolier.
Yeah, and I mean, last game it wasn't a possibility because Darling just banned it, right? They didn't allow him to go for the Kotal, didn't allow him to go for the Pango, and we kind of need to see some sort of adaptation. To be fair, both these teams have really stuck with their guns throughout this entire series so far, specifically the Abaddon on one side and the Bat on the other. Both of these picks have been broken before, but they need to work on crafting similar recipes, right? I mean, both these teams are taking key heroes out, right? The second game, it was Luna banned out, and then now the Bat Rider, Aurora, finally say, no more, Jotun. You might have given us so many deaths, but clearly it's not enough.
And now the question in my mind is, do Darling ban the Abaddon? Do they respond in a similar way?
5
Yeah,
seconds.
I mean, maybe you're not as concerned about the Abaddon if you're not with the Bat, right? A large part of this Bat's early game plan is to really just run at you along with Drake ganks in the mid lane, stuff that Ollie's been preventing. But if you sort of go a bit more farm heavy, like that game where Drake was picking up the Shadow Demon and scaling himself up, that's not going to be a problem.
Now, do you think there's any world where Darling first picked the Abaddon as a core? Right? Not just like you're not banning it, but you're taking it out of the hands of Aurora.
I just groaned real hard. I don't know if you could hear that.
I did. I heard that, yeah.
I don't know whether Abaddon is first pickable if you don't have someone like Ollie, though. Like, all respect to Palos and all, but I think a large part of why he was able to succeed in that game is because he saw the matchup he was going into, and he's confident he can do it on the Faceless Void, and that's exactly what happened. You first pick in Palos, it kind of feels like you're throwing him to the wolves a little bit.
That's true. I mean, it could be a Cuckoo hero too, right?
True. Has Cuckoo played it this entire qualifier? I don't think so. We haven't really seen it come out. Yeah, I mean, he's been more on that Centaur, Slada, Timber, like we've been saying. The Timber seems to be...
Strength heroes that get in there.
Yeah. Seems to be a better afterthought now, though, this Timber. It succeeded in the first... in one game. And, you know, I think Aurora know how to play around it. Jabs being a pretty good Timbersaw player himself.
So on another counterpoint, do you think there's any world where, like, I'm trying to think of what Darling do with this first pick, right? It's got to be very valuable. Do they grab something like the Mars? Are they going to grab, like, Techies or something like that?
No, they left the Ember in the pool, and that is, that might be a parting mistake from Aurora. Yoe, he, similarly to how Armel has been easily picking up this Pango, this Ember has been a pain point for his opponents. He's been so annoying and just a monster.
5 seconds.
They have first picked this Ember Spirit like 4 games.
Yeah?
It's pretty much either they're first picking Bat Rider or first picking Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
And that's been like the name of the game for Darling right now.
Yeah, and they banned out the Bat Rider. I mean, this the next part of this equation should be very, very simple. Come through.
Well, that's another easy part of the equation, huh?
So let me give you a little cute stat. In recent times, Yoe, this Ember is the hero he's played the most, and he has 23 games. Guess the win rate.
I know the answer, unfortunately, but I'll guess 70%.
That's a great guess. That's exactly what it is. That is ridiculous, especially if it is, because when you take into consideration that they always first pick it. It's kind of crazy. I mean, Darling, they've already almost, I know it's only first pick in, but it feels like they've set themselves up for success. But this is the first time this series that we're also seeing Armel Pango 15 games with a 60% win rate. So both these mid laners bringing the best boy forward. Let's see who gets the upper edge in that matchup. For now, taking out the Mars as well as the Hoodwing. 2 picks of power for Aurora.
Very respectable. Very right. Just, you have to respect Aurora as a team, right? The plays on both of these 2 heroes were huge.
Huge is an understatement. I mean, this the Mars was landing crazy arenas even in that losing game. I think the quick thinking to understand how you could sort of get out of that fight was crazy. So, not wanting to deal with DJ's pesky Hoodwink as well. It doesn't seem like something that Drake or Jotun pick up. So it ends up being a hero that's a lot more valuable for Aurora than it is for them.
A few heroes that Darling have gone back to. They've gone for heroes like Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah.
10
They've
seconds
also picked
remaining.
Pugna up a few times as well, which does decent into
5 seconds
Pangolier.
remaining.
There was one game where
Um,
Jotun actually picked Bounty Hunter 5, but I don't think...
I don't think that's going to be it.
I mean,
Maybe.
it's pretty good in terms of tempo with the Ember Spirit, right? Can really ramp up his game,
Yeah.
and you just need a +1 in some of these kills so far. I mean, apart from that, the big one for this particular player is the Venomancer. Techie's still in the pool as well. Looks like Aurora have forgone this Abaddon for now, not really seeing a point in picking it up early if Darling are just going to leave it unbanned.
It's still decent into the Ember Spirit, but you'd like to see a little bit more if you're going to be picking up the Abaddon, right?
Yeah.
It's not the counter to Bat Rider that... Like, it's not the counter to Ember Spirit, right? It's the same it is to the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I was thinking about this pick for Darling. The Rubik going to be very good because the one thing that Ember Spirit lacks against Pango is the instant disable to stop him from getting into the Rolling Thunder. With Rubik, you not only have a counter Rolling Thunder, but the lift is going to catch the Pango off guard for sure.
Remaining.
Absolutely, and this is a hero that Darling have found quite a bit of success with, right? And on top of that, it's a green hero. Darling love their green heroes.
Yeah, okay, something about Cuckoo and green heroes. That's the bread and butter right there. We'll have to see whether they're able to succeed. They pulled out this disgusting green draft at some point, and it was just like, how did they win with that? And maybe this is the one where they pick up the Abaddon as well. You know, get a Viper, get Cuckoo out of Viper, become universal again, transcend to God mode.
I don't think you can wait. I don't think you can play against Aurora like that, though. You can't wait for the 60 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this was the team in the past who were well known for having the highest average game time when it comes to wins. They know how to navigate a crazy late game situation. They've thrown multiple late game situations as well, so you know they are
Very true.
well aware of both sides of the coin.
Yeah, yeah.
Once again, best of 5 here and 1 game away. Aurora, this is not where you expected to be, but Darling, they have brought out the big guns. I keep saying this over and over, but a certain privilege of playing free of pressure, free of expectations, and just
Radiant team
focusing on Dota. That's exactly what they're doing. That's Jotun's
it is.
Venomancer. Really
Holy-
difficult. It's tough for the Lion to deal with in lane. I mean, you can't trade
Yeah.
into that.
At any point in the game, you can trade into it. And it's actually really good into the Pangolier as well,
Yeah.
right? Because he relies on not just his swashbuckle and shield crash to get away, but actually like walking as well, right?
Yeah.
If you swashbuckle and then not go anywhere, Ember Spirit's just going to follow you. It's not difficult, right? The Blink Dagger on Rubik eventually as well, right? If Pango can't go anywhere after a swashbuckle, he's screwed.
Yeah, and not to mention about the Pango being screwed, you might feel like Abaddon is a good pick at this juncture because you're like, oh, you know, you have so many poisons and slows, why not get a free purge that is on low cooldown? So, funny thing, Abaddon kind of sucks against Veno because Veno's slow is perpetual. It can be applied by the Plague Wards. You're always going to have... Sure, you can purge Venomous Gale and then they just use all their other disables on you. It's relatively low committal for the Veno as well. Maybe they'll still go back for it. No, they decide to grab that Luna while they still can. It was banned out in the previous match. And 23 Savage probably feeling very good about his performance on it. Wants to roll it back.
Got to be careful on the Luna this game, right? Dealing with the Ember Spirit. It is going to neuter a lot of your magical damage, which Luna is a weird, like, she's not as hybrid as a hero like Lina, for sure.
Yeah.
But the Eclipse in fights are kind of important.
Yeah.
And if your Eclipse isn't doing any damage, you kind of feel bad about it.
Here's a hero we haven't seen in a hot minute. It's going to be that Tusk. Like we mentioned, it is a Q special. So I see Ollie finally on a different hero. Just back on that Lion. But it gives them that early impact point that they need in terms of someone starting the fights without really needing to send your Lion into the fray and get a free stun off. Could be good at closing the distance against this Rubik Venomancer as well. The big problem with Veno is you don't want to be walking. You just want to be appearing right beside him. And with the snowball, you can do just that.
There's part of me that actually thinks this might be, the Tusk might be the Ollie hero. I think Tusk Luna is kind of a crazy lane.
True, true. Yeah, I mean, that could be a potential. I thought you were going to say, like, oh, you know, it's actually going to be Pango off lane on Jabs and Tusk mid
Oh,
or something.
God, no.
Oh, my god. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because you paused for a long time. I'm like, oh, my goodness, not like this.
No.
That's the troll warlock.
Nothing that crazy like that.
We've seen this matchup before. Lane dominance in a nutshell. You get the Venomancer just kind of little Gale off, slow with the Whirling Axis. Whichever off-lane Jabs picks, it's going to suffer quite a bit.
I don't think there's too many offlaners that you can really go into this. Maybe the Timber Saw, just because you have the chains to get away, right? The slows don't really matter.
Yeah.
Dare I go back to the Magnus as well, right? Skewer. Look, Aurora, if you're gonna go out, you might as well kind of go out with a bang. They're gonna ban out the Magnus themselves, actually.
Yeah, it's too good of a combo with the Troll Warlord and the Ember. The one thing they're missing right now is control and somebody to deliver these juicy heroes right to their Troll's doorstep. Not gonna risk that, even though it's largely fallen in popularity over the past 1.5 days. Now let's see what else Jabs has in the docket. I was thinking a bit about a Lycan, but I feel like Lycan literally does nothing against Troll, and that's gonna be troublesome. But it does very well into the supports. They've already banned out the Viper, which would have been a great pick for Aurora. What else do we have here?
Brewmaster's still in the pool.
Sure. Tide Hunter as well, although I'm not really sure how good you feel about it. Slada, still up for consideration, although any Blink Initiator suddenly loses a lot of value against Veno. Oh, you know what he's gonna pick? You know what he's gonna pick? He's gonna pick
What's
Razor.
that?
He's gonna pick Razor.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Decent lane with like the Tusk or the Lion, right?
Yeah.
Like whoever you send it with.
Correct.
Age-old counter to the Troll Warlord. Doesn't really care too much about Veno because you just stand and fight.
Yeah, Ember never reaches a stage of the game where he actually out-damages you in a one-to-one situation.
You might be onto something, Sneeze.
And it is a Jab's favorite, but it doesn't really add to the control that Aurora might want, or maybe a fight starter. Just fully relying on Amel at that point, which he's delivered for them in the past. Last few seconds of reserve time for Darling. They need to lock in an offlaner for themselves, it feels like. What will Master Cuckoo bring to the table to demolish Aurora today?
You don't do something crazy like a Spirit Breaker, do you? I'm just trying to think of heroes that can jump right on top of this Luna.
You could.
Primal Beast?
Yeah, I mean, Primal Beast curiously missing from a lot of these drafts over the past few days. It's a Vengeful Spirit instead. We're getting something spicy. Don't tell me it's a Cuckoo Mancer.
I was just about to say, is it a Cuckoo Mancer?
No, dude, they're gonna
I
do
think
this.
it is. I think
Let's
it
go.
is. I think it is.
Dude, you can't ask for a better grand final. You can't ask for a better grand.
No, you can't.
If Aurora lose to Cuckoo Mancer to lose their chance at Dream League, this will be the biggest joke of all. Like, as in, not because we're disrespecting Darling, but just like, really just to make them sting.
Yeah, literal Poison Sting even.
Yeah. There it
There's
is.
that Razor.
Razor, not going to be too worried about the Vengeful Spirit, regardless of what position it's in. And okay, no.
Cuckoo
Nothing,
Venge. Okay,
nothing
okay,
crazy.
okay.
Nothing crazy. They
Okay.
passed the reins down. You know, Bosku, he's appointed.
we got super excited for nothing. Oh, that's a shame.
No. I think this is the only sort of right option with this Razor last pick, because Razor really doesn't care Veno at all, right? And
No, that's true.
This Veno's gonna be hard to keep alive in the core position. You can always just snowball on top of him. Razor's just gonna BKB run at you. It's tough. So Jotun will be piloting that. It's still a very formidable lane from Jotun and Palos. A lot of harass coming out. Let's see whether Jabs and Q can stand up to it. You liking this Aurora draft? You think they have the chance to bring it back, or you think Darling are gonna just put us in a very unreal situation and actually take this whole thing?
I'm having a hard time finding a true winner for me looking at these two drafts. Like, breaking down the lanes, it goes right. Drick Cuckoo lane, kind of crazy into a low health hero like Luna and Lion. There's a lot of burst potential as they get level 3, level 4 on these heroes. And then on the other side, it's Razor into Troll Warlord. Like, how one-sided can that possibly be?
I mean, I have a clear answer as to which draft I like more, and I don't know whether people are going to like the answer to this, but Palos on the Troll Warlord. We've seen it before.
Kind of nutty.
This guy kind of slaps. This guy kind of goes in and just wins the game. And he has a really good supporting cast. In this last pick, Vengeful Spirit, it almost feels like they're fully committing to letting Palos be the one to take them ahead, right? Similar to last game, that was a recipe for success. And they're going to try and repeat it in this game number 4 of the Grand Finals. Everybody here, you're watching Darling potentially pull off an upset. No matter how big of a fan of Cuckoo you are, you do have to admit that Aurora might have been one of the biggest favorites coming into the mix. But as the games go on, this clutch factor, this craziness, the freedom that the side of Darling are playing with, just catching their opponents off guard, and Aurora, they might just be the next victims.
And keep in mind, right, this is the most Aurora have lost in this entire closed qualifiers.
Yeah. Sudden no tip back? Question mark? Yeah, just some. There we go. And Palos will get him.
Palos tips him. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Dude,
That's what your team's for, baby.
Dude, Yotan's actually having the time of his life. Like last game on the bed right now, he didn't even need to really be concerned. It's just kind of going in. He ends that game, by the way, with 10 deaths, which isn't that bad, right? Nowhere near melt.
No. But to be fair, he had like 8 of those deaths at like what, 16, 17, 20 minutes.
Yeah, he really stockpiled on them in the early game. Really early initial investment. It's the good old strat from the pubs, you know, the tactical feed, so that when you get that kill back on in the chrono, Palos get so big and strong. Big brain Jotun.
Jotun, he had some key lassos that last game as well on the TA. I am curious to see how well Jotun will be able to perform on the Venomancer. It's not the easiest hero. It's not the most like, you don't necessarily see Venomancer's impact in these games, right?
You really don't.
He's a very much a slow burn hero.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of why most of the time when people pick it, especially Cuckoo, everyone's like, oh, you know, Cuckoo fault. He's so useless on the Venom. But like, I think Venomancer is just one of those heroes that looks simple on paper, but in terms of utilizing the wards to give your team vision, we've talked about that in terms of, you know, how much that benefits heroes like the Ember, like the Venge. And it's going to pair up really nicely with them. That additional information will just allow you to land more informed swaps and sleight of fist chains. Potentially really catch the side of Aurora off guard and stop them in their tracks.
I mean, big eyes are going to be on this mid lane as well, right?
Oh,
both Armel and Yoe are going to have to be making the plays around the map because the rest of his team can't. And Cuckoo, if he's going to be playing a hero that sits and farms in a lane, Vengeful Spirit is definitely one of the better ones. You can sit and farm, get it, whether it be an early Aghanim Scepter or like you go for this hybrid damage build, which I don't think we'll be seeing. Right? I think you're absolutely right. We're going to be seeing everything onto Palos.
Yeah. We've seen some other offlane Vengers come out across the different regions as well. It's just such a feel-good item build to get that early Vlad on this hero. And now that you're in a core role, it's going to be even easier to grab that axe as a follow-up. Even if you're dying to the meat grinder of Aurora in these fights, coming back with a second life, with a second round of spells, we already talked about how nutty it is that you actually get that full refresh. And Bosco, he's going to be a real menace in these engagements. The swap back onto Luna, I mean, Q, you're going to have to go a little brazy with some snowball saves.
Yeah, this is a game where, like, you know, I usually say, if you don't have heroes that get on top of Luna, you're kind of in trouble. You don't necessarily have the most amount of heroes that jump on top of Luna, but you have a very specific hero that's going to be getting two very specific heroes that could be getting Luna on top of you instead.
Yeah. Flip the script a little bit, catch him with the pants down. That's what they're hoping to do. 23 wasn't really bothered by being right next to his opposition the previous time, thanks to how far ahead he was. But that's kind of, you know, a little bit of a fear for me, because when you give Luna a good start, she's able to just transition into that jungle and the camps so much faster and so much smoother. Venge not really known to be the strongest laner. I think, crucially, when it first was popularized, it was Faith Beyond at TI and that LGD beautiful run, where sure, he was dying like 3 to 4 times because of the Venge's relatively weak laning prowess, but he was still able to get a good timing on the axe, and that changed everything. Things have drastically changed since that point, where, you know, if you die a couple times on the Venge, it's not quite as easy to just come back.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be building a Maelstrom to farm. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's really no way of getting items anymore in Venge. Like, unless you get some crazy, like, 3 or 4 ganks in a row and you're getting doubles.
Yeah.
Right? It's just going to be extremely hard if you fall behind on a Venge.
Yeah. Oh, Jotun getting run down. Jabs. Linking them up. They're still trying to get the touches out onto Palos, but able to get the return kill. Overall, pretty good for this Troll Warlord. Up against the supposed game counter. Uh-oh. Cuckoo in the bot side. You can't fight up against this Luna with her aura, and they'll just punch down Drake. The parting stun. The Rubik will at least get that EXP and gold. Okay, 23 is just going to give himself up.
Nice.
Okay. I can respect that.
Yep. The Jotun special, right? Reset and and go back into lane. You know what I mean?
Aurora's picked up a couple of tricks from that Bat Riders book for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Yoe. 17-0 in the mid lane. You said you want to keep an eye out on this. It's more of a skill matchup. Both of them bringing their best heroes to the table. Kind of getting schooled a little bit right now.
just a little bit behind on the Pango, but we've seen Armel be a little behind before and still perform on the Pangolier, right?
Yeah.
And that's the value of first picking it, right? He's just so confident on Pango.
Who would have thought that the only thing Cuckoo needed to be successful was pick Veno, but not for himself?
Right?
Like he's, Jotun is trucking on this hero throughout the entire qualifiers. And I mean, Cuckoo's probably looking on a little jealous, but I mean, with the success that he's finding, I'm sure he's not too mad.
We live in some weird alternate timeline where Cuckoo isn't the Venomancer. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. This is where we are right now. Like,
Yeah.
in Dota history. Remember this moment, guys. Team Darling for TI, thinking.
I mean, at this rate, who knows, dude?
Yeah, I mean, they're
Right?
suddenly going to put
Especially if they
themselves in
stick
a,
together.
If they put themselves in a good position and gather some points in the EPT, suddenly all of them become much more attractive free agents. Okay, Jotun, just gonna commit that TP away. Interesting choice. I guess he just didn't want to take too much damage.
And the kill potential was very high there, right? Jotun, he doesn't want to feed too many times.
Really?
Kill me 10 times only in 2 games. How dare you kill me 10 times again?
Yeah, no. You've gotten the first 2 game privilege. It's over now.
Yeah.
I'm locked in. No more deaths.
Yeah, 9 deaths this time around.
Dude, it'll be actually hilarious if suddenly Jotun just goes 0 deaths. Like in one of the games, like completely unkilled, playing the most safe support we've seen in his life. Like Palos is dying, he's just like, too bad, buddy, can't do much. Just stands behind him.
So,
Oh
yeah.
man. Your turn. TP. Here comes the static link. That's an Adro counter the troll, like you mentioned. Already used the shard though, so not any additional lockdown other than the snowball. And with the slows coming out from Jotun, nicely applied onto jabs, means that the Razor cannot keep that chase going, especially not into the boots of the troll.
the top lane's only going to get harder with levels, right? The more static link levels you get, the more damage you're going to be stealing, the more damage you're going to be able to do to Jotun as well. Like, Palos, he's a hard kill, right? Just because of those whirling axes, you can't reliably do damage to him. So the bigger kill will definitely be, or the easier kill will definitely be the Venomancer. The bigger kill, obviously, is Palos.
I think one of the downsides of Troll, speaking about this particular lane, is that you're throwing out a lot of axes. That's a lot of free stick charges. It feels like Jabs and I guess Q didn't really have to invest in a lot of additional resources regen-wise, right? They just have their sticks up, they're ready to keep going. One of the big limiters of Task is that mana pool and the health bar, because you always need to commit yourself in. Doesn't seem to be a problem for Q this time around.
I'm gonna go into on Jotun here. Should be a nice and easy kill for the Veno, or on the Veno even.
He can't actually make any sort of move as Palos now being squared up upon, but he has a big stick of his own and will pop that. You see just how slow the Razor gets, right? Tagged out by the Venomous Gale and the Poison Sting.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
It's gonna be hard to close that gap without a BKB for sure.
Ollie, different hero other than Abaddon. Paul crazy. We live in
I
a
know.
society.
To be fair, I don't necessarily... Oh, well, I do. I do like the Lion hero. I don't necessarily know if I like it on Ollie, right? Just because Ollie's more of these tanky heroes, right?
You think
More
so?
of these, yeah, like Phoenix, a bad... Well, Phoenix isn't that tanky, but like a Baden, even like those pseudo-tanky heroes like Enchantress.
Palos on this top side, threatened yet again. Should be an easy one, but the evasion... Not sure how that happened, but he's able to get away scot-free. Ollie with the setup onto Bosco behind the tower. And Armel was very, very sneaky with that TP out onto the bot side. Stayed out of vision, and now right over Cuckoo's head. Gets that kill, taunts him while he's at it. And a lot of pressure out on this tier 1 in the bot side.
And this is where we see Cuckoo slowly falling behind, right? We can compare his net worth to the Lions right now.
Yeah.
It is not where you want to be. And Venge, like we've said, does not have the inherent farming capabilities that a lot of other offlaners may have.
They're onto Jotun again, but Jabs, he's dropping low. Nice snowball to try and break up the fight, but they haven't decided on the target. They will finish off the troll. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Jotun. He's so low, but Q cannot actually connect. Look at this Venomancer just being so obnoxious. Bosco actually TP's up here. He might just have to take the Twin Gates back down to bot side. But yeah, I mean, 1-for-1, not too bad for this Razor.
Yeah, top of the net worth, you're happy with that, absolutely. Especially when you see both Troll and Vengeful Spirit falling behind. Troll, obviously, you can get some recovery farm, like we said. The Vengeful Spirit, not so much. And right now, the only hero that can really start doing things is this Ember Spirit, Yahweh. Yet to see him make any sort of aggressive moves on the map.
I don't know if you know this, but doing things is literally Yahweh's middle name, okay? He's literally Team Darling doing things Yahweh. That's his full name. Like in official documentation.
Is that what the D in Darling stands for? Is
Absolutely.
doing things?
And it's just him.
Yeah.
He's the only one doing things right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen him pop off on this Ember before. There are quite a bit of tools to control him up, especially in the hands of Ollie, who's really foiled a lot of his early game moves throughout this entire series. But I believe there's a reason why this guy prioritizes the Ember so highly. Actually popping that haste, running forward, daring the side of Aurora to challenge him, and look at him. Look at how aggressive he's being. He just loves doing this, taking advantage of the power runes, looking for Ollie actually, chasing behind the tower. And honestly, there's not much the rest of Aurora can do other than look at this happen. Just Remnant out to safety as well.
Giving them the respect they deserve too, right, Yahweh? Little bit of disrespect diving them like that, but at the same time, right, you're not pushing it too far, right? Your haste rune's running out. You recognize, hey, they can kill me now. Time to back up. I've done my job.
Bosco, aggression onto him yet again. Nice stun from the tree line, catches out this Venge. Turn around with a magic missile of his own though, and Jotun's coming through with a beautiful two-man little Gale there. They've traded off for Ollie for now. Armel's here to play as well. Rolling Thunder available as Yowie running a little bit out of resources. Would love to clean up Q, but a beautiful deny from Jabs denies him of that opportunity. Yowie forced to turn tail and run and head back to base for a reset. Aurora feels like they get the upper hand there, trading two supports for one core and one support.
And all the while, 23 is farming pretty damn freely.
Yeah. Basically almost top of the net worth, and the only person beating him is Jabs. Classic Jabs, if you ask me. Found
Maybe
him out
not for
though.
long if Jabs dies here.
Rolling Thunder, they don't have the damage. They'll disrupt that Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't matter. They've already killed off Drake. And Ollie playing a little bit like Jotun, finding the Ember Spirit right at his Remnant, the finger. Then you see that Reddit clip, he has the Flame Guard up. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's only getting worse with that Mage Slayer too.
Yeah. Very obvious item pickup there. I mean, really straightforward in this current meta. And speaking of straightforward, Amel going for that defusal. A big boom
I mean,
to his,
is there
damage.
any other possible Pangolier build, right? Is there anything right now?
I
Like,
wonder, you know, maybe Vlad's Copium?
Radiant's bottom tower
Nah.
is under attack.
I doubt it, no.
I highly I mean, maybe you could make a case for it, but I highly doubt it.
I mean, you know Jabs isn't building Vlad's. That's the thing, right? Like,
That's true.
he's going like Midas BKB or something like that.
I think that's what Q's job is, though.
That's fair.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean, we don't really see these Lion players build auras, focus a bit more on the mobility and setup. But if there's any person to do it, it is going to be Q. He's by nature a bit more of a supportive player. Oh, the swap back. They found 23, but where is the follow-up? Oh, stolen Lucent Beam. That is troublesome. Drake, he's going to be able to put out a lot of damage, but not before Cuckoo takes a tumble. The roll-up, the continued setup onto Yowie, but without any additional control. They'll choose to back up and settle for Jotun instead. It's a nice shot to lock them in place. Q, he's doing so well on this task this game. Oh, he's still going forward, looking for the punch onto Drake. Cuts through the tree line and lands that connection. They want to eliminate the possibility of this extended Lucent Beam being on Drake. It's a lot of damage back the other way thanks to that slide. They finally finish off the Rubik, but it's going to come at the cost of both the Tusk and the Pango. They reach a bit too far in, and they pay the price.
Troller, he's going to go for this Battle Fury, and that fight, it all comes down to, once again, diving a tier 1 tower on Aurora. They do get some much-needed kills, but it came at a heavy cost.
Mel, I don't know whether he'll necessarily have a problem with that. It's still Bosco who's suffering the most. Double Wraith band up on a Sunday evening. He'd love to be better equipped. He's going his way directly towards that Vlad, like we said. Post-power treads. Quite a standard build-up at this point for the offlane bench.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not Ags rushing, you're probably doing something similar to this.
We haven't really talked about this hero just yet, but Palos, he's actually, for going the Maelstrom, going a bit greedy at this game with the Battle Fury, and it's already completed, so 12 minutes, pretty good for Palos.
Pretty good.
Radiant
Remember the days of your pubs where, like, 18 minutes Battle Fury was like good. Do you remember
Yeah.
those days?
Yeah, sometimes I try and remind myself, like when like let's say I'm playing with a safe laner and they're struggling, and then they get like an 18-minute Battle Fury. I try and just pretend that it's 2013 and I'm just like, great job, don't worry, we will own them now. You know what I mean? Like you just kind of gotta,
Yeah.
you kind of gotta delude yourself into believing that. If not, you're just kind of disparage.
Twin gate time for Aurora. They're gonna make their way down again. Cuckoo.
Radiant are scanning.
Gonna be honest, darling. So far, the Vengeful Spirit pick is not hitting quite right.
Nah, it's a fine wine, like you say. It gets better over time. For now, it's dead though. Unlike other fine wines, wines do not die, unfortunately.
Did you say fortunately or unfortunately?
I don't know. Yeah, up to interpretation. Death to the artist and whatnot, you know.
Cuckoo thought that was really funny too. He's laughing at it.
Yeah, he's just having a good old time. He's one game away from qualifying for DreamLeague, man. This guy is just having a good whirl at it.
How can you not, right? You're in the grand finals. You're 2 games up. How can you not be having a good time right now?
Yeah. And suddenly, posturing around this bit lane, trying to find angles is so annoying. This is something we've seen Jotun do again and again. Just set up these wards, deny any potential aggressive move from Aurora. Because you're so scared to walk into the field of vision. The Ember could just come over, slide chains you, and suddenly you might be dead. So that just secures every single power rune for Yoe.
And Ember, just like the Puck and the Storm Spirit, other spirits as well, is one of those heroes that heavily relies on these runes to make moves.
Big Palos, the Battle Fury, found himself at the top of the net worth now, 15-minute mark. It's still a 2k gold lead over to the way of Aurora. It's weird to say it's a quiet game because it's 13-7, but it really has slowed down quite a bit. Both these teams just kind of waiting for those second to the third key items before really starting to go again.
I mean, these kills aren't necessarily on the core heroes for Aurora, right? Emp died. Troll has only died once. Really, it's just the Venge and the Venomancer that have died 9 times total.
Yeah. I dare say, who cares?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Maybe Cuckoo. Oh my goodness. Yes, he saw his Ember in. Oh my god!
I guess with the he even tips him.
Oh, dude, this Team Darling lineup has been so fun to watch. I don't think we'll get another grand finals quite like this in a long while, but he might just, dude. If he dies here, that'll be the cherry on top of the cake, man. Oh, yo way.
He had a safety remnant, so I get what the idea was, but yikes.
Oh, Jabs, he's just full on committing, but that's kind of the new Venomancer ultimate coming to play. Noxious Plague just slowing you down so much. Beautiful chains as well. Yoe TPing back into the mix. That's the BKB reveal from Jabs as Aurora surging forward looking for more. But crucially, they've given the Rolling Thunder over to Drake. They need to be so careful.
That is a big ultimate to steal. A very easy ultimate to steal too, right? This is going to be something that Ruby should be able to reliably get as long as the vision is there. And with the Venomancer, the vision should always be there.
I mean, this is kind of one of those things in the game that happens once, and you know from this point on that every single time Amel wants that out, he's instantly pressing Shield Crash as fast as he can. Like, all it takes is one fight loss to the stolen Rolling Thunder, and then your whole team pings, Rubik has stolen Rolling Thunder, and then you're just like, ah, shit, man, okay, I get it.
Oops.
Yeah, okay, my bad, guys, for trying to set up the team fight, you know. BKB rush onto Jabs, a lot less greedy than what we're used to seeing from him, but it's definitely the right choice, especially playing into the Veno. So annoying.
It's the only way you're going to get anything done this game, right? You're going to get slowed to a crawl, and this is why I like the Manta style as well. It means that you don't have to commit the BKB when Venomancer goes on you, right? You can just kind of Manta style it off, shrug it off, not really deal with it. Obviously, if you need to pop the BKB, you need to pop the BKB, but at the end of the day, if it's not the Venomancer you're popping it for, then, you know, kind of really don't care.
Yeah. I mean, now Razor kind of gets really annoying for the side of Darling to deal with, as much as they have quite a bit of physical damage and slow and control. Once he gets higher levels into those Storm Surges, the Storm Surge, you cast a spell on him, you're gonna get zapped, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, guess I'm not moving, oh, this sucks. It's very realistic that he Similar to Cuckoo in that Viper game, just not that he'll become universal, but just become this huge target that's able to output a significant amount of damage. Amel, he's found Cuckoo again. No Ember Spirit nearby to swap this time, you'll just have to die.
Shame, but they might be getting jabs mid.
No, the BKB right in time. Ollie there, the Hex, and oh, the Finger! They found your way again! And they'll make the work onto Drake as well. Amel, he'd love to find another, and he knows how slow Jotun is, but he doesn't care. He'll just settle for the tower.
Good moves from Aurora, right? Recognizing jabs ain't dying that quickly. They even had the stolen Finger of Death on Rubik. I don't know if he was able to cast it, but weren't able to kill off jabs.
Yeah, I mean, he just got melted down there. It was a good commitment, right? They wanted to put the Rolling Thunder to use, and they even stole the follow-up spell, like you mentioned, but a little bit too ambitious there, Jabs. He is arguably the worst target to go on this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And, you know, the pressure is rising for Palos right now. Right, the rest of the team not doing too hot.
Yeah. Once again, Palos, no problem being in this position. He's brought back many games for his squad before.
For sure.
I mean, Yoei, he's doing a lot of damage in these fights, but he's playing poverty mode big time right now. We thought Cuckoo was suffering. This guy is right there with him.
Which is a little surprising to me because of how even the lane went. Like, it wasn't like it was a hard lane for him, but I think that Venge stun really slowed things down for the Ember.
Yeah, yeah. You mean the bench sort of swap into killing him off?
Yeah, yeah.
Side of Aurora, they will be able to just work down this Roche, and Darling, like you mentioned, they're smoked out, but I don't think they can actually commit here. It's a bit too late, Aegis, in the hands of 23.
23 doesn't have a TP. It looks like he kind of went over into the trees for a second to try to TP, but he don't got one.
Maybe he's just trying to position safely. Expecting maybe Darling to come through and gank him.
And the rest of his team, they're gonna. Oh
no! Okay, Scurf, Scurf, look away, look away. We're not Scurf. Scurf,
no,
get it, get
not
that.
Like
oh
this,
my
dude! Not like
goodness.
this. Oh man.
Yeah, it's not okay. Look, they don't know. They don't know. Smile. It's fine.
I think they did. They got the voice line immediately. Try a bit harder next time, Marmel says.
I'm trying to look for vision. It must have just been daytime if they knew, and I'm just gonna, for the sake of Palos' dignity, we're gonna pretend they don't. Okay, let's just go with that.
Okay.
We know, but we're not important here. Aurora are what's important, right? They want to make full use of this Aegis timing. Just cleaning up some of the lanes, probably gonna regroup back up top and start clearing up these tier 2s. At the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. It's painful because it's a 9-second BKB charge, but maybe I'm coping a bit too hard, but I'm sure that Paddles can still make it work.
Yeah, you're definitely hoping and coping just a little bit, but Palos, like we've already talked about, he's been in this situation before.
How can I not? I mean, this guy, we've seen him bring back games. So you see that Rampage early on? This guy is a menace.
Yeah, it's true.
One of his most recently winning here. I'm just trying to. Now I'm getting defensive.
but to be fair, Troll isn't a hero that doesn't care net worth.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have an ability like Chronosphere that just locks you down for like ever.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing you can do to deal with it.
Yeah, they would know.
You kite him out, right? You do deal with him. You've got the shard, so it doesn't matter if he pops his BKB. You can just shards block him off, like if it's good enough. And he can't do anything.
Also, paging Aurora, they also have a Razor who literally just saps away all your damage. BKB does jack against that. It really is just to be able to stand in the face of the Luna's Eclipse as well as the Rolling Thunder. You don't want to be bumped around and just smacked down before you can even get an auto attack off. It's a mandatory item like we mentioned, but once again, Darling, a bit of a shaky mid-game, has found them in a disadvantageous position where 23 making use of this Luna that has served him so well. Knocking on your tier 2s with this Aegis timing, and the rest of Aurora, they are hunting. Oh no, they see Bosco, the blink up punch! They found him! Poor little Cuckoo, where you going? Those wings don't work like they used to before. Jabs even wanted to get that kill. All to find is a courier. And again, Cuckoo.
I know. He was like 50 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter too. That feels so bad.
Yeah. Look, we're in a... Dude, this is all just an elaborate plot for Darling to bait Aurora into feeling too comfortable. Yep, that's what I'm going with. That's the plan as their tier 2
Sounds like
tower
you're
mid.
hoping and coping, dude.
I'm hoping and coping. This is, but once again in the situation, much like last game where it feels like Aurora, it's their game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. But like we said, Troll's been here before. Palos, he's very comfortable in these kind of scenarios, right? The pressure's on him, and he's is very good under pressure.
Yeah, Yue still working towards that Veil, so nothing like a BKB that he's too worried about. Confident in his own abilities to dodge out tricky situations in this team fight. All right, Skirf, pull up the win probability real quick if you don't mind, my good sir. 23%, not too bad, right? I mean, I think there's still a high ground defense potential, although Aurora, they very much can just surge over, and once you plant the Luna on the high ground, it's going to be a whole different story, especially in the past 10 minutes, as we can see that Skirf is highlighting. It's really, really shot up.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You know, to be fair, 23% in Dota, not too bad. I'd be willing to take those odds, right?
Yeah.
It's not the easiest comeback for sure, right? You're 10k behind 20 minutes in, but there's still that opportunity, right? Troll's top of the net worth, or at least fighting for top of the net worth with 23. That's the best position you could ask Palos to be in right now.
Yeah, and it's always going to be an easy Lucent beam steal because 23 is the only one presenting himself. Snag that up for the Rubik. A lot of additional mini stun damage in the team fight that goes unaccounted for most of the time, and suddenly you're dead.
And Darling, they've got this Aegis timer on lock. They've bought a smoke. The question is, will they use it? Absolutely. Drake pops it immediately. Palos isn't here, though.
It's just a question of whether they really want to breach this high ground. They'll know when this Aegis expires, but when you run up like that, instead of having prior vision and setting up a swap, it's a very, very difficult affair. But Bosku finally has his hands on that Aghanim Scepter. The fight's going to look very different, especially with the Venge being able to refresh her spells. Smoke's going to break onto Q, immediate blink out to the high ground, back to safety, and take a look at this Sanctuary of Vision. Held up, Jotun. Gonna tempt fate a little bit with that ward on the high ground. Amel actually... okay, well, that's not really what you wanted, but you'll still get the kill on the Veno. Just a safety roll-up. A demonstrative art exhibition from Amel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it. You know, chat, you
Observe,
wouldn't understand.
yeah, Observe is rolling, but you guys are like, oh, Amel, haha, what, Rolling Thunder, Omega Lord. Did you beat Sumail in 1v1? If you can say yes, then yeah, you know what I mean? What the hell are you talking about? I mean, they get what they came for. They dodge the smoke move intended to catch them by surprise, and they push back Jotun. So continuing control in that triangle area, but at this point, feeling a bit unsafe, will back up and continue farming the items.
The pressure is definitely on for Darling right now, right? They're one game away, and gotta ask yourself the question, are the nerves potentially starting to kick in?
If Cuckoo had nerves, he wouldn't make it so far, I'll be honest with you. I mean, this some of these initial performances and some of these situations that Team Darling have found themselves in have been what feels like any regular Dota player's nightmare. These guys are built a little different, for better or for worse. So far, it's found them in 2 games up against Aurora, arguably the favorites in Southeast Asia. 1 game away from qualifying for DreamLeague. And really, I mean, this kind of reeks of all those LGD games where Faith Beyond was like dying 4 to 5 times in the early stage of the game. Sure, I mean, a lot more deaths on Cuckoo's name right now, but this Venge Axe, if you don't deal with the illusion, it is going to ruin you.
Absolutely. Yeah, double stun, double wave of terror, double swap, right? These are really high priority abilities.
Yeah. It's not so much the Magnus delivering the troll heroes on a silver platter, but you can still fish them right in. Like you mentioned, Luna doesn't like to be collapsed upon. Rolling Thunder coming into this tree line might just force the BKB pot from Palos. That's a swap. Bosku getting his troll out of there, and at the very least, they'll clean up Jotun. That's a good start. Meanwhile, the troll forced to run away from Jabs, who just has him static linked up. They trade out Ollie on the backlines. Yue able to get that kill and get back out to safety, hopefully. He's still running away. Remnant available. And he should be zipping out in an instant. What is this? Punched up. A lot of mana to work with. Actually, doesn't go to his initial Remnant. Sticks around and will pay the price for it. Not really the move that he wanted, as Aurora get the engagement they were looking for, taking out the Ember and the 2 supports.
No way they fight here. Absolutely not, especially without buyback. They're crazy.
I mean, maybe they're thinking no Rolling Thunder, no Eclipse. Might be possible, but it seems like Aurora are privy to this. They go up to the high ground, pop the Lunar Glaives, and just rip their opposition to shreds. Jabs leads the charge, calls his team in for action. And now 60 seconds without your troll. Palos, the big bad, out of the picture. And I don't know, you're losing at least one lane of rags, that's for sure.
Big Daddy P is feeling more like Small Daddy P right now.
Like boring Uncle P, actually. Like boring Uncle P. You know, Big Daddy comes home, you're like, oh my god, he's home. Fear him. Boring Uncle P comes over, you're like, can we get out of here already? His food isn't even good. Trying their best to slow this down, but I mean, these Lunar Illusions are just gonna do the job.
What do you do?
Yeah, Jabs
right.
will just full commit for it. He doesn't care. Pop the Manta up the high ground, just walk out of there. Not much potential for a chase unless Yue wants to kind of commit himself to what feels like will be a certain death again.
And I want to highlight these shards from Q, right? They have been on point. I don't think he's really missed one.
Yeah, Q, there's a reason why he's so famed for his Tiny and his Tusk. Very Jarex-esque player coming out from Southeast Asia, I must say. He always finds these opportunities that it's not as stunning or as flashy, but he gets the job done and, like you mentioned, hasn't missed a beat just yet.
And now it's gonna get even harder for the Troll Warlord. Walrus Kick is online.
Dude, literally in the team fight, he just pops out and you see ya.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Bye bye.
Same thing with the Ember Spirit. You Remnant in, see ya.
Yeah. Yahweh's been doing a good job, all things considered, like coming into the back line and threatening supports, but if all you're killing is a line in these engagements, I don't think it's good enough. Now Jotun, he's gonna get found again. Poor Venomancer doesn't stand a chance. Just get ripped apart by the Walrus Punch. Yue will get out, but he's left his team high and dry a little bit here. Palos, he's gonna start getting static linked up. You might have the BKB, but where can you go? Try and TP out. The kick just disrupts that, but that's gonna allow him to create the distance. Ollie has already worked on Drake. He's taking quite a bit of damage from Yue. Sliced him down, but again and again, all you find is the Lion. And Yue desperately has the TP out. They aren't able to find him. Meanwhile, oh, what is this? Q! TP's in, he no Palos in the area and doesn't have a TP. The chase is on, and look who's TPing in. 23
On the cliff!
Onto the high ground, are you kidding me? Q, the setups, this guy is mad!
A well-deserved tip. Absolutely phenomenal Q. He is the ward now.
Dude, you know, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. But Aurora's Twitter account, they were memeing a little bit about, because 23 Savage now, and his in-game name is Kylian Mbappe, right? I think that's how you go about it. I found the real soccer player. I don't know how to tell you this. Like, it's not 23, that's for sure. This guy is absolutely scoring the shots right now. As much as you want Big Daddy P to make an appearance, he's getting booted out of the home.
Yeah. Yeah. Big Daddy and Uncle P, they're out of here. They're on a vacation together.
Yeah, no more male figures. Eat that.
No.
What are you gonna do?
And now you've just got a vengeful spirit to look up to, like, and she's willing to kill you for her own life, right? She's willing to swap you into the enemy.
Roshan will roar, but that's all he can do as he's gonna go down easily. Another Aegis going the way of 23 Savage. As Luna's feeling very powerful and probably regretting not banning it out. It's just such a simple and straightforward game plan for the entirety of Aurora to adhere to. Everybody knows what's going to go on.
I don't think 23 Savage is dying, especially with this butterfly now. I legitimately don't see how 23 dies.
Yeah, Palos is still working.
Unless you get slight like 15 times.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, Yue is a bit too busy trying to create space in the fight to really be concerned about 100 to 0ing 23, and they'll, even take the Tormentor. Comes Yue, trying to mess with them a little bit. It'd be funny if you can snipe this though. Oh, Yue ends up actually getting that kill. You swap back the Luna. Whoa. First life on the Aegis going down off the back of some cutesy plays. The shot, for the first time, not going to connect. You'll kick Bosku back and kill him the first time. His illusion will come straight back into its death. And that's the Vengeful Spirit out of the picture. Sure, you might have gotten the little shard, the Fire Remnants. Can burn you up a little bit on this push, but like you mentioned, this Luna, she's gonna be just fine.
A good steal of the Tormentor, though, right? That is a little bit of a something not going Aurora's way, but this high ground should be pretty simple.
Yeah, If Illusion's on the high ground, any sign of trouble, you will just, you know, snowball save, or maybe just get jabs to run in and whip them to shape. Oh, just the easy control. He's gone. 75 seconds. Palos literally just kicked out of his own home. You can't do anything about that. Now Jotun, the nice little bodyguard for him in the laning stage, just goes down as well. The shots just to stop Amel from diving any further. Like, yo, chill out, bro. We're winning. Don't do this.
Darling, I don't think they can make this happen. I'm gonna be honest. They've got 50 seconds without their Troll Warlord. You've got to look for some sort of like swap into Fountain or something. And if Aurora are in your Fountain, there's more problems. You know what I mean? Like, you've got more problems than that.
Yeah. They are just so ahead right now. 26k gold lead. That's crazy. It looks like we're going. I want to say we're going to a game 5, but you never know with this lineup, darling. They'll just get Drake kicked right back in, and he doesn't stand a chance. No buyback for that Rubik. Jotun will be coming out in 1 second. 20 more seconds for Palos. But dude, jabs. Chill out. Forced to pop the BKB now. In a little bit of trouble. Even has a Satanic, but they baited in Yoe, and that is what they were waiting for. Oh, 23 just pops that BKB. Oh, the Glaives almost finished Bosco. You gotta watch yourself.
They're going to.
He just dies. That's an interesting voice line. This is Despair City for the side of Darling here as Disciplined Aurora. They'll retreat.
Respect on Big Daddy P's name. Right. He's up. You don't know like how strong he is really. You haven't seen the full force of the Troll Warlord yet.
Yeah.
So just play it safe. You don't got Aegis. Just chill out.
Yeah, just relax. Yeah, no need to go crazy. Just wait 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
I don't even know if they need to wait that long. They're just gonna look for some sort of pickoff.
You just know the comms from Darling are going crazy right now because they're just like randomly in the middle of the game they'll just start laughing and tipping each other. So I want to believe that at the very least, even in these kind of losing situations, they are having a good time. You can kind of tell from their play already though. Bosco coming back into the mix. Jabs will lead the charge. Another kick out. Who's swapping who? This Venge is dead. And the Illusion doesn't stand quite a chance as well. Just jumping forward, Amel with the roll. They've already disintegrated poor Bosco. There's the buyback. Stolen Rolling Thunder. Quick fingers from Drake will allow him to just Rubik's Cube his way out of here. Amel again and again just being so good with the space disruption. Oh!
Okay.
Q will just come out, punch Drake away, but they don't care about that poor Rubik. They're on the front lines. Jabs might have to start thinking about backing up, but oh, a beautiful stun. Ollie sets it up, knocks them both out. And godlike for 23 as he just stands with his glaives all around him. They don't stand a chance. And looks like Crash will be going to a game 5 after being cursed with 2 zeros for this entire qualifiers. Yoe trying desperately to cut the creep wave. You might be able to cut down the Lion, but again and again, that is all that you get. And Ollie, he'll be laughing his way to the bank of that one. The disconnect from Yoe. Toxic in the all chat. I mean, I'm sure he's just playing around. I'm not. Oh, okay. Real disconnect this time. They call GG.
Yeah, it's just the auto disconnect. Yeah, they call GG.
Yeah. That's that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez, game 5. The curse has been broken, dude. We're going all the way, baby.
Yeah. I can't believe this. I mean, Aurora, they're absolutely challenged, brought up against the ropes here, and they punch right back. They don't want to say goodnight just yet. We will have ourselves a game number 5, Crash.
And I gotta say, the off-lane Venge was not it. Once again, we were looking towards these more traditional off-laners. These heroes that can get in there, create space, and do what they can. Now, to be fair, Jabs isn't playing one either, but it's just a direct counter to the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a perfect razor pick to tie things up. And I am not any one of these pro players. And I feel like you mentioned this the other day during one of the drafts. If we can sort of see it coming, I'm sure that was in the back of their minds as well on the side of Darling. But that Venge just didn't end up being the answer that they needed. Maybe they had it in mind that, okay, if we start getting static linked, we'll swap out the Troll, everything will be just fine. Right? But that leaves a very gaping hole in terms of who's going to start these fights. Cuckoo, that laning stage was just a bit too rough for him.
Yeah, and like, if you take a look at like damage numbers, Troll did 5.5k damage, and that's it. Like,
I think I don't
that's
even.
not it for Palos. I mean, we hyped him up, but he farmed for sure, but that just wasn't it.
No, I don't even know whether he's uncle status at that point. He might be nephew. He might be
Yeah.
nephew. Okay, we don't know. But hopefully, you know, this is such a high and a low, right? This grand finals has been coming off a rampage, the first game shocker from Darling, coming back after a very, very close game. Aurora proceeds to smack them right back. We've had everything we could ask for in this grand finals, and I think regardless of which team it goes to, I'm just glad we've had great Dota. We will continue to have great Dota. And this deciding match, one slot for Southeast Asia, will it be the favorites from the get-go, Aurora, or will it be this team who has really come into their own and impressed with their own flavor, Darling? Find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning.
Crash, this might be a bit of deja vu for you, but at the start of the day, I told you when Southeast Asia close qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 22 started, we had Twitch chatters coming in saying, look, the future has already been written. Darling are the winners here. And 4 games later, we still don't have an answer. What is going on? We're in Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Crash and Sneeze here bring you the action. And action is an understatement. We've had everything. We've had rampages, we've had bad riders accumulating 10 deaths and still, find a way to win the game with relatively just 1 kill. I mean, these two teams, they've really brought the heat. And I think most impressively of all, Darling are really making Aurora sweat for it.
Absolutely, they are making Aurora work to the very bone for it. And even with these weird picks like the Vengeful and the Vengeful Spirit and the Venomancer, like they've made it kind of work. I feel like if it was a better game for both of those two heroes, maybe you see a little bit more success.
Yeah.
But it's just so hard. If you're gonna play Venge and play it as like a safe hero like that, just play it as a support. It's like it does the same exact thing. I don't know. The Venge missed for me. And maybe if you're running like the support Venge and the core Veno, maybe you're onto something at that point. Like, right, maybe you do go back to the Cuckoo Mancer, but just last game wasn't it. And I hope that Darling can kind of mentally reset. Obviously, we saw the early disconnects coming out, which, hopefully that's not like, I know when my team does that, right? That's a totally different thing. But I'd like to think that Darling, they've got a better head on their shoulders than my puppies.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to believe, and I think we'll all just sort of go with the initial idea that Yoei, maybe he's just slightly frustrated, but it's not like he's tilted or anything. He still has 1 more game to play. And at the end of the day, everyone's saying it. From the start, there were no expectations and they're playing pretty free. You can't afford to let it get to your head now. You can't afford to let that pressure seep in and be at that same disadvantage that we were talking about Aurora this entire time. Assigned or high pressure, high expectations for where they're going to be. They are quote-unquote the favorites coming into this entire qualifiers, and the fact that you've sort of pushed them to a Game 5, that's already a performance well worth praise in itself.
Yeah, Darling, this is one of those scenarios where like this team comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They perform very well and you're like, hold on a minute, like do they deserve an org? Like what's going on here? Like what is this like heralded as a meme team and now all of a sudden, right, you're pushing Aurora to the very, very limits.
Yeah, and I made this joke already, but who knows, there might be some smaller organizations just dropping Cuckoo a DM right now and be like, hey, you guys want to play serious or what? Like y'all really have what it takes. And to come this far, just mostly messing around, that is a big statement. And this is true for a lot of different teams that have been successful in Dota in the past. When you're free from that curse of the pressure, when you're free from that self-induced just mental strain, suddenly the game becomes so clear. Now, what was clear in that previous game, number 4, was that Aurora just kind of outclassed their opponents, though, right? That part wasn't really close, and it was giving a lot more shades of their previous meeting in the qualifiers where they just got completely 2-0. This is a very different story, though, and this is a very different Darling, like we mentioned. The Yoei Ember, it wasn't really hitting quite right for me.
The whole draft didn't hit quite right. Between the Venge and the Veno, you had 23 deaths just between those two heroes.
That's not how you want to run things. That's not great. So I think I have a deduction, and I'd like to sort of present it to the court here. I don't think the Venge offlane is bad, And even though the Ember didn't hit for me, I don't think it's Yoe's fault. If you look at the successful Ember games that they've had so far, he's been very, very good at just kind of running in there, causing a distraction, and meanwhile, there's a tanky frontliner. The thing is, Venge isn't that tanky frontliner. You're missing that component to making that whole playstyle for Yoe work. But they're immediately going to fix up the gaps, grabbing the Dragonite for themselves, banning the Pango, and they're just basically saying, okay, we left the Ember. You feeling good about it, Amel? Is this how you really want to lose your final game?
Yeah, and Darling, they've flexed this DK before, so they should be comfortable doing exactly that, right? They've run it in the off lane. They've also run it in the mid lane. And there's not too many heroes that can beat out a DK in lane, right? There are some key ones like Quap does okay, Lina does okay too, but I wouldn't say there's really a hero that really threatens Dragonite too bad.
Yeah, that's kind of the main thing with Dragonite, and that's kind of what we've seen Yoe really capitalize on. Having that initial stable start, shaking away some of the weaknesses of, here and there, high, low lows. I said this millions of times this series at this point, but that really characterizes the players. Dragonite is a really good anchor to keep that stable and reduce the variance in that regard.
And he's been a really solid, stable hero this entire close qualifiers, right? The Blink, the Manta, the Ags. We've seen the value of all of these core items on the Dragonite, and you can go, well, anything but the Ags first.
Dude.
You can go any range of builds, right? You could go the Blink first. You could go Midas. You could go for the Manta style if it really calls for it.
Interesting switch up in the draft here. Aurora took close to 1 minute in that first pick to try and figure out how they would want to start things out, and it'll be a Phoenix. Like we already mentioned, it is an Ollie special, but not really a hero we've seen throughout this entire series, and less of in the qualifiers, not really one of the favored ones. I mean, what do you think of this pick here? What do you think Aurora sort of go in with this?
It's definitely an Ollie hero, right? It's also percentage-based damage into Dragonite, which goes a long way. They have played a little bit of this Phoenix in the KL close qualifiers. I think they picked it up 3 or 4 times, 5 times actually. But taking a look at the close qualifiers DreamLeague, nothing.
Yeah. I mean, this still is an old reliable Ollie, a very experienced player. He should be able to pilot this to success. I mean, my immediate thought is just that, if you have to commit the Dragonite to hitting the egg, you're not really applying that onto any other hero. And the Sunray, right? Percentage HP damage, the miss chance, pretty good.
Yep. Now, Darling can still grab something like the Snapfire and flex the DK into the off lane. Snap DK, not the worst lane, right? You've got double stun, the Breathe Fire, you've got double nukes as well. It's not the worst lane that I've seen. It's not the most aggressive lane because you're probably going to want Dragon's Blood more so than your other abilities. But still, it could get the job done against a squishier lane. And Phoenix is a decent bodyguard, but not when it comes down to dealing with spell damage, right? Phoenix does nothing at that point. You stop the right clicks, but you can't do anything about them casting spells on your friend.
I think that this Dragonite being let through might just be the mistake that cost Aurora a lot of drafting space. Maybe that's why they thought about it for so long as well, as they'll go back for the task. The Dragonite, we're talking a lot about it being a Yoe and the performances that he's had. If you try and pick Amel's hero early, you can still toss it over to Cuckoo and he will do just fine. His playstyle so far in this qualifiers has been focusing largely on himself, and that's paid off for them so far. The Dragonite is a hero that can really mesh with that as well.
Absolutely, right? Very aggressive playstyle potentially on the Dragonite. We've seen the Manta style first, which really it was really interesting to me because it stopped everything that happened in that game, right? Any sort of lockdown you had on the Dragonite didn't matter because Manta style. Any sort of aggression just didn't matter because he had that Manta style. And those illusions are kind of tanky too in their own rights.
Marcy and Lina, this is the combo that they've been running. Jotun, one of the heroes that he's comfortable on, and they finally bring it back. It feels like the confidence in this particular pick got damaged a little bit after Aurora beat them in the prior game, but I'd love to see this, right? Come in, give it another whirl. It's your final game. Might as well heat things up.
Yeah. And in comparison to the Phoenix, the Marcy, it is an egg hitter, is a great bodyguard for the Lina, and it's going to amplify her damage at every stage of the game.
This is suddenly tricky situation, because with the task, you'd love to just kind of commit and get those early kills in the offlane, but suddenly against Marcelina, you can't out-trade that. You have attack slow from tag team, okay. They have magic burst and repositioning, and you're going to be in a load of trouble. Have to see what Jabs decides will be the perfect partner for this Q task here in the offlane to deal with this combo.
Mars out of the pool, so we're not going to be seeing any of that. Now, there's a hero that I kind of like in Talina, and I know it's a little crazy.
Let's
It's
hear it.
not going to be run as a support, but I like the Abaddon. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. We're probably going to be seeing the Lone Druid potentially in the off lane, but I would lean more towards this being potentially... Well, that's the thing about Lone Druid, actually, right? Is like it can be 1, 2, or 3.
I mean, so far we've seen mostly just 23 play it, right? He's brought it out at
Yeah.
one point. It is going to be a pretty strong lane with this Phoenix. Just that additional sort of bodyguard in terms of the bear, keeping you away, and they switch things up. Death Prophet should be able to stand her ground. I mean, as long as you survive the first 3 to 4 levels on this DP, you should be fine and clear to pressure objectives. One thing they're not lacking is tower damage, right? Lone Druid and Death Prophet, they're going to be knocking as early as minute 10.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think that one key thing about the meta right now is this is how I've kind of rationalized it, where it's like we're kind of back to the 4 protect 1 meta, but if you can end the game as 5 before that 1 comes online, that's ideal, right?
Yeah.
You pretty much want to be protecting your 1 until they hit their timings, and then you just run away with the game before their 1 comes online.
Well, we'll see. I mean, these two heroes can... The timing that they can hit is severely ahead of the Lina. We've seen time and time again, Palos, on this pick, he's needed a bit more time to get up to that Gleipnir for the additional control, the long range of the Maelstrom. And most of these Linas want to pick up a boost of travels as well early on, just to move around the map that much quicker for those resets. I wonder whether they can keep up, darling. This Dragon Knight's going to have quite a few problems, especially with Lone Druid and Death Prophet ready to fight early on.
Yeah. And Lone Druid, he hits the same notes of the reason why I was liking the potential Abaddon as well. It's a harpoon builder. It's a hero that gets right on top of Lina. And Lina is not a hero to first few items the Dragonlance Hurricane Pike, right? That's just a non-factor. So you kind of have to rely on the Marcy to save you. And this is where you potentially need a hero like Vengeful Spirit to swap away the Lina and protect her from this harpoon bear that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, support-wise, Techies, Lion, still in the mix. Whoa, okay.
Holy moly, darling.
These fellas are cooking, and they're not ready to go down in a boring, old-fashioned method. They don't care. Brood Mother's here. You might not be Big Daddy, but the maternal figure position is still in up for contention.
That's Big Mama right now.
Big Mama, yeah. Coming into... I mean, we haven't seen this hero in what feels like forever. I need to do a quick look up. Have we even seen this hero throughout the whole qualifiers? What in
not in any of our games.
Yeah,
Definitely not in any of our games. I would have remembered that.
Yeah, right? Like, what in the heck is going on? I mean, give me a second. Let me just do a quick look up. I need to know, because it feels like she's just completely fallen off the face of the earth. So, okay.
I would agree with you.
Across the qualifiers, there were 10 games played. It's a 50% win rate. It's nothing too crazy. Across the different regions, it was only brought up in a couple of Chinese games. Geek Fam brought it up in one of theirs. But other than that, no clear sign or no clear moment where this hero was super, super relevant. But we do know why it's picked, right? It's that new Orchid.
Yeah. Yeah, Bloodthorn kind of nutty. And it's great with Lina as well, right? High attack speed. Marcy too, right? High attack speed heroes really take advantage of that Bloodthorn.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't too clear, of course, there was a little bit of change to the Bloodthorn. While the regular Orchid still keeps the Soul Burn, right now, Bloodthorn essentially adds an additional bunch of extra damage, 60 damage per attack, and all of them have True Strike. So you don't even need to worry about, you know, any sort of butterfly evasion coming out from the Phoenix. In a way, it's kind of like a soft counter, that Orchid.
Darling? Oh, no.
Okay.
I mean, they got the Venge, right? As long as they don't do anything crazy,
No,
this
this
should
is-
be fine.
This is fine, right?
As
I
long
mean,
as they-
it's
yeah.
I don't know. This, to me, the story is pretty simple, right? It's Lina in the safe lane with Marcy. Great combination. Venge with the Brood. That's going to cause the Lone Druid quite a bit of problems because he can
Yeah.
hit a hero, not so much the Spiderlings later on, and you can't really force the Brood Mother out of lane. And this DK is just going to be fine against whoever you pair him up against. I think Darling, they've suited themselves up for a really, really good start to the game.
And they have found success in their draft, but Aurora, they're going to go back for the Meepo.
Okay. Is it jabs again? Seems that way, unless Amel is
Yeah.
going to pull out a surprise special.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, it's possible.
It is.
There it is. Yeah, Armel Meepo.
In the mid lane, feeling confident to deal with what will actually be Yowie on the Brood Mother in the mid. So they're really switching things up. You're throwing us for a loop. Bosco will be piloting that Dragon Knight. He's done well on it before, and it shouldn't really be too threatened by 23 with his Lone Druid. All you really have is the physical damage. Sure, the Phoenix can pepper in some, fire spirits, but nothing a Dragon's Blood can't handle.
This was the crazy I was kind of thinking about for Darling, right? You run the Broodmother mid against the Meepo now. It's not too bad of a matchup. You do now have a hero that deals with the Spiderlings, though. Meepo just poofs them all down. Death Prophet has the... I don't think Crypt Swarm full to zeros the Spiderlings, so I could be wrong. But Meepo definitely full to zeros the Spiderlings.
Yeah.
Q, he's got the shards as well, so you have decent ways of dealing with the Spiderlings, but Meepo is going to be that key hero for it, for sure.
Yeah, in a way, it kind of answers the potential split push that might come later down the line from Yowie as well. I mean, more often than not, we'll see these Brood Mothers set up shop in one of the side lanes and just really continually send spiders in, force responses, and leave you one man down in the team fights. That's not really going to be a problem. Amel will always have a stray Meepo to address that situation. I don't know. I don't even know where this game is going. Aurora or Darling, you're going to have to decide on my behalf.
Do I believe in the Broodmother or do I believe in the Meepo? That's the main question here, right? And what a question to be asking too, right?
Yeah, game 5.
Yeah, game 5 as well, right? It's kind of going crazy in this game number 5. And what would you expect from like SEA Dota? Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of sums up the region.
True. We couldn't have asked for a better fitting end than that. But we still have yet to decide a winner. We still have yet to find out whether the prophecy is true or whether Aurora will take what is, I think, fair to say, an expected victory here. I mean, if you've watched the games, you'll know that it's not expected in the slightest. We don't know what to expect at this point. Every single game, Amel has started this off with the all-chat GLHF darlings.
Good, right? You still gotta keep up that positivity and that good energy.
Yeah, I mean, also just good manners, man. Like,
that's true.
Q, let's set up some lane vision. That's gonna allow him to dodge out this early movement. It seems like trying to get up for first blood, and the level 1 from Darling is really, really strong. I don't think they can just stay around in these dangerous areas.
No, they definitely can't, right? It's okay. It's not the craziest level 1. Like, you don't have the most amount of damage, nothing too reliable. But the Wave of Terror goes a long way, right? And that's about it.
Oh, speaking of the Wave of Terror, I think Drake was able to sneak past that mid lane vision and actually plant a ward on the high ground. So that's going to give them really good info on where the Meepo is sending his little buddies come level 4.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game, really, because Meepo is able to gank a lot quicker than, well, a Broodmother's not ganking, right? There's no way.
No, you don't.
Be focusing on...
You literally don't know. You can't say that. We don't know. We don't know.
That's true. I have no idea what to expect from this mid Broodmother, but I would like to believe that Meepo is better at ganking than a Broodmother. Let's call it there.
Sure. The Big Daddy P, let's see whether he makes an appearance. It still is the task to kick him back out of his own home, but like we mentioned already, you never know what to expect from this Darling lineup. They've come this far already, and they have the full power of what feels like a large portion of the community behind him. The people love Cuckoo, and honestly, how can you not? The people love Yowie, the people love Palos, and they are grabbing all the energy of their fans, grabbing all the energy of the supporters, and they're just trucking it through with some of the jankiest drafts we've seen. And it's working.
Yep. I mean, like, break it down, right? Like, they have an answer to Egg. They have potential, like, Aghanim Scepter on Marcy could be huge. Meepo hates being silent, so that Bloodthorn is going to go a long way as well.
Yeah.
Phoenix, we've already talked about that. Death Prophet, you've got the DK, a high armor hero, right? It's not too big of a deal. You've got protection for the Lina, from the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
It kind of answered pretty much everything from the Aurora draft.
Yeah, the tricky thing as well is now you're looking at this DK and potentially Brute Mother. I wonder whether you go for something like a Spirit Vessel on the team. It'll help out a lot in terms of reducing that healing coming out from both the Dragon's Blood and Insatiable Hunger. But it feels like such a big investment.
And who builds it too, right? That's the main question.
Great sidestep from Q, dodging out on that LSA. They'll try and turn it around, but the Tusk, he's taking a considerable amount of damage. Also, Palos not letting them get away with that lightly.
Just clicking them down the entire time.
Yeah.
Doing what damage you can. How does this top lane fare? Because Bear, he's going to be getting Orb of Corrosion, right? So Cuckoo isn't going to have the easiest time standing in lane. That regeneration is going to be hampered quite a bit.
Yeah, I think realistically speaking, Bosco and Drake, they'd love to chain their stuns onto Ollie, but between the slow on the auto attacks and the Bear just punching away at you, unless you call in external support like maybe Jotun comes through the Twin Gates again, as we've seen him like to do, I don't think any sort of a kill is going to be possible for Darling at least.
And keep your eyes on the 3-4 minute mark to see where Jotun goes, because that could be the case, but it's hard to leave Lina alone in this kind of lane.
Yeah.
The Death Prophet Tusk, you catch the Lina out on a shards and she's donezo.
Yeah, I mean, if the past games have taught us anything, I'm looking at Drake coming into the 3 to 4 minutes. He has routinely come into this mid lane to help UOA get an advantage. And he has a pretty decent hero to do so as well, right? The stun is very, very straightforward. Before the Meepo hits that level 4 will be great timing. As we already see the Venge start to make her way over. Just like clockwork, actually. I mean, yeah, the Drake is just...
Not the hero, though.
No, not the hero. The Drake guy who's doing this almost like a routine. Palos pump faking that LSA will be able to tag out onto Q. With the Crypt Swarm, nice Fairy Fire. They get the kill first. Goes over to Jabs, trading out as he's just going to be able to start to walk down Palos. Not going to waste time chasing him in the tree line though. But again, Jabs getting an early advantage.
No, Meepo got super low there, Armel. He's kind of forced out of lane before his level 4. He's very close to it, dude. We should get it from this creep wave. Q's here to back him up as well.
They see Drake because of that daytime vision, but they know that this commitment would be borderline suicidal for that Vengeful Spirit, especially with the risk of the shards.
And DK Bosku, he's got to be careful too. Right, like we've already talked about, this lane doesn't do the most amount of damage to him, but it could whittle him down to a place where he's not in the best position. Yeah. To be fair, he's not doing the best right now either. He's 10-0 on the old last hits.
I mean, that's not the end of the world because Bosco, we know he's going to prioritize his own farm, but I guess key thing for me is it feels like if 23 stays unbothered, he's going to hit a pretty crazy diffusal timing and start running over these heroes. The response isn't that strong from the supports, and they might just keel over here, especially on the Lina and the Brute.
Especially if you get it, like, if you get it early enough.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to stop the bear from running at you.
We've seen 11-minute, 12-minute diffusals with all the Corvus.
Yeah. So. No rotations really yet coming into these side lanes. But it's a hard gank, right? Whether it be DK Venge or Marcy Lina.
Yeah.
Hard ganks. And the Phoenix isn't really known to be a ganking hero. Tusk obviously can, but he's busy right now.
Yeah, that sounds like an excuse, man. I was like, no, he can't make it, as they will make the move onto Drake on that top side. The bear going to work, like you mentioned, off of Corrosion. Suddenly, these kills are a lot more feasible. Uh-oh, Bosco. Pressured up, but should be just fine. High levels in the Dragon's Blood and the double bracers. Not as viable of a target. But yeah, I mean, you already mentioned it. The lanes from Darling are pretty robust. And the fact that 23 is just able to work them down like that in the one-to-one sort of face-to-face matchup, I can't help but feel like you need to bring someone up here to deal with him at some point.
That's another place Vengeful Spirit's going to go like really well into their draft as well. If you're not swapping the Lina, you're swapping the hero, like the Lone Druid instead of the... You're never swapping the bear. But if you can get on top of the hero, swap him in, catch him before he gets that true form off, you're in a very good position.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about this yet, but the Marcy and Tuss sort of interplay is quite interesting as well, because if you pop out the shards and she hasn't rebounded yet, she's just out of there, right? It's very, very easy.
Or she's pulling other heroes out of the shards.
Yeah, just tossing them back. There you go. Up you go. You're fine.
Yeah, up and over.
Yep. It's not a big deal. It's just some ice, buddy. What's the big deal? Speaking of dealing, we talked about the Brute Mother not ganking. Here is Yowie slowing him down and starting to dive. Ollie here to save the day again with the attack slows, and they're punching onto this poor Brood Mother, getting slowed up. The magic damage over time, it's not going to be enough. The last bit of Fire Spirits desperately trying to retreat into the tree line, but they have eyes on this Brood Mother. And she will go down, not the rotation that you wanted. And Amel is here as well. One net, it's all it's going to take, but they have a shot just to couple in. The tag teams with the Meepos starting to beat into poor little boss Cuckoo. And Ollie will burn him down. Double kill for this Phoenix. And not really the start that Darling were looking for. Meanwhile, bot side, Palos, he's getting threatened by jabs, but a bit too aggressive on this Death Prophet, it seems like. Doesn't have another Crypt Swarm for half a second. And Jotun will be able to punish him.
Look, there's a reason I questioned the Brood Mother ganking, and that is kind of it right there. What do you really do?
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, he had a good attempt at it, right? Started slowing. It's just that I feel like 23 was too close to the tower, and the positioning just wasn't in their favor. Bosku, he was right there with the stun. I guess they're just kind of lacking in the damage department. That's why I was saying, you know, Jotun, maybe he needs to sort of pop by. But we saw what happens if he wasn't there to save Palos. Be in a lot of trouble now, utilizing that level 6. Great stuff. The setup onto poor jabs, and the DP will go down. So when they've lost that advantage in the top side, they get it back at least at bot.
That's actually so bad. DP, like, just TP'd, right? So you got to do the old walk of shame.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Not level 6 yet either on the Death Prophet, right? You'd really like to get your 6 as early as possible, pop that Exorcism, and start doing work on the tower or these heroes. Right now, because of it, you're kind of stuck doing absolutely nothing and trying your best just to accumulate a little bit of XP.
Yeah, I mean, every single player runs DP a little differently, but I think for people who are a bit unclear, there's a very popular guidebook. On page number 1, it says you need to try and force the opponent carry out of lane with Crypt Swarm. And speaking of being forced out of lane, Bosku is just dead. There's way too much damage, and the slowdown from both the tag team and the Orb of Corrosion. But here comes the full squad of Darling. They want to punish, jumping forward onto the real hero, Drake. He's going to be looking for a stun, but already in the true form. Ollie here again with the Sunray. Beautiful Savage Roar to hold them back. And uh-oh, the roots. This is not what Yowie wanted on this Brute Mother. Dive forward as well. And the last little bit of a snowball, you can't even web up to the high ground. And Amel a bit late to the party, but he wants to play. All he needs is a net. Toss you back. Slightly gonna go wide. A little bit awkward now as, what, 4 heroes start filtering here? But it's a perfect shot. The rest of Darling, they don't want to let this go lightly though. A beautiful LSA holding Amel in place. He needs to poof out and he'll be just fine. The Spirit Breath might be the next target. Looks like they'll be able to just kind of get out of there pretty scot-free. Another magic missile available, but the rest of the team kind of got blocked up on that cliff. And yeah, 23, he's able to fish his bear out of trouble, bring it back to base with him. That was what felt like a 5-man rotation from the side of Darling just to save themselves there.
But again, the Broodmother, what are you doing ganking? Like, you're trying to force some sort of objective. Like, I'm a mid laner, I should be ganking, but I feel like your priority right now should be getting that Orchid, getting that Bloodthorn, so you can really start doing things around the map. That's when you gank.
Yeah, and at this point, Jabs, the freedom in this bot lane has allowed him to just fully exo on that tower. It's not down just yet, but it's just about.
And the pressure hasn't been reciprocated on Darling either, right? This top lane tower is looking fine. DK form has not been put to the most use for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, Cuckoo, largely he's just been pressed back to his tower. He hasn't even seen the tier 1 Radiant tower in a hot minute.
Yeah. He hasn't seen a creep in a hot minute.
Set up in the mid lane. Amel in some trouble again. Nice toss back and a much needed kill. They might just continue onto jabs as well, but not wanting to overcommit. I think 4 games is enough for them to realize Aurora will TP in these heroes. They don't care. But pressure on the mid tower instead.
I like this a lot better. Bring heroes to the Broodmother instead of bringing the Broodmother to you. It's just not worth it.
Yeah. I think they were feeling a bit of pressure, feeling the need to stop 23, but I mean, if you need to If 23 feels the need to drag himself all the way to mid lane just to address you, that's a lot better of a flow state for you.
It's going to get Broodmother a little bit closer to her Orchid, which, like we've talked about, Meepo, he will have that Mega Meepo eventually, so he does have ways of dealing with the Orchid, but he won't be able to dig. And that's kind of the big thing, right? You got a Mega Meepo and then dig, which isn't the most ideal, right? You'd like to span out your digs and use them very sparingly, right? You want to, you know, dig one Meepo and then, you know, dig the other, dig the other, dig the other. Make it so annoying to bring down these heroes.
Yeah.
This hero. Multiple heroes in one hero.
Yeah, mode whack-a-mole a little bit now. Just
yeah, a little bit.
I'm gone. Okay, so I know that when we saw Palos do it, you weren't the biggest fan of that Mega Meepo rush on the Aghanims because you felt like it wasn't really a timing they could play around. How are you thinking about it this game? Because you were saying, okay, maybe something like a Diffusal, you can get active. Amel, in that mid lane, he's chosen to go for that option instead.
His focus is on his survivability, and I think that's where he needs to be right now. He can get burst from full to zero from all of these stuns, all of this damage from Darling right now. You need to be survivable, because if you're not, it doesn't matter if you have a Diffusal Blade. You're not going to be able to survive these fights.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. The Diffusal, they haven't. It's still a very strong item, but it's far less survivability and stats than it used to be. A lot more for the active and just getting things done on the map, and obviously the build up into Disperser. That's still a ways away as smoke up now, Darling. Oh, then the webs should indicate that there's some action coming out. True Form still able to pop off though. Marcy turning around with the Unleash, gonna start laying the hands out. Ollie doing his best to just burn away with the Sunray, and Jotun nowhere to go, locked up. The rest of the side of Darling, they just get out of there. Offer Jotun as a sacrifice.
How many times? How many times, Sneeze?
I mean, this game not too bad, honestly. I mean, I think he's done a great job on the Marcy so far to enable Palos, and that's not a man we talked about in a while, right? He's just quietly trucking away, farming, Maelstrom, Falcon Blade complete, almost towards his travels already. It's a really insane timing, honestly.
Just how many times are you going to gank with this Broodmother for it to amount to nothing? Right? It feels really bad when, if you think about it, you could probably be a lot closer to your Orchid right now if you just sat mid and farmed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Yoe, he's still doing okay on the net worth. Real sufferer is Bosku. These two offlaners haven't really had the time of day. But in comparison to the explosive growth that Amel is facing, even with that slight hit and miss early game, you know, it's a 3k gold lead overall for Aurora, though they are trucking ahead. A little bit concerning for Darling because it feels like with this Lone Druid, Meepo, and DP, they can hit quite an early timing and start pressuring down, even on your high ground, or even at this Roche, and you don't really have that crazy team fight in the same way you did in previous games to really contest that.
Yeah, Roche and Towers are dead. They're dead meat.
Yeah.
Like, between the Druid, like one or the other, not even necessarily both, and you put those powers together, and obviously it's a lot better than just one individually. And even Meepo, to a lesser extent, as well, as a decent tower pusher.
Yeah, I mean, he can always send one or two as long as he's confident he's not going to get solo picked off. I've found him once or twice. The power of Palos, a lot of burst damage there. There's quietening down a bit, 4 to 8. Both these teams just biding their time. Especially Yahweh now, it feels like he's just kind of realized, yeah, I kind of need this Orchid before I want to get moving again. So he's just focusing on farming, still occupying this mid lane. That's kind of one of the trickinesses of the Broodmother in the mid, right? After you're done clearing up the first tier 1, you want to move aggressively into their jungle, set up spaces there. But it kind of feels like it's too far away for the rest of your team to really hang around with you. It's a very awkward position to take, especially against the Aurora lineup. They'll still try though, moving forward now aggressively with that smoke.
But you've got the Orchid. That's going to be the key difference this time around. And you're bringing in Cuckoo as well.
Yeah, you're bringing in Cuckoo. You're bringing... Feels like everyone other than Palos. It's Jotun leading the charge, but without an ally nearby, you can't exactly springboard onto the target that he wants. Blink Dagger for Cuckoo might be what they're relying on to get that immediate stun off.
They're waiting for someone to come defend this tower. They're baiting their Lina quite well.
I mean, she shows her face a little bit here and then immediately disappears. The fact that that Spirit Bear is attacking, they know 23 is around. Jotun reveals himself on the creep wave. And it feels like the jig is up. Like they know they're gonna see Yowei coming in now with all these little spiderlings. They pop the true form, and if they're able to get out, that will present a small opening where 23 is without that. That's exactly what they do. Bide their time. Just a bit of patience here. It's gonna go a long way.
They could just go again very shortly, right? Yowei, he's finished that Orchid. He's got now a double damage rune. Sorry, an amplify damage rune.
Yeah, get it together, man.
Yeah, sorry. Old habits die hard, what can I say?
True. I mean, it was a recent change.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're not getting stuff done with this Orchid, it kind of feels bad. So they feel a little forced to make some sort of movement. They scan out Roshan, but that's not being had right now. Aurora, they are chilling in the bottom lane right.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that fear. Like we mentioned, the objectives, they don't stand a chance. So every time you don't see the Aurora heroes a bit too long, there's a bit of that fear sets in. Now in a very aggressive position, but Cuckoo might not be the person you want to dive. He has a small Lotus, no safety bubble as well, and the potential TPs from his team instant blink out. The safety bubble is what makes the difference there because his blink doesn't get cancelled. Oh, that new neutral item is so busted.
It honestly is. I'm a bit like, there is never a scenario where I'm playing support and not getting safety bubble most of the time.
The barrier fully regenerates after 5 seconds. Come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, even as a support player, I understand how disgusting it is. Like, you know, a core just trying to get on top of me and now I'm able to just dipski-do out of there. Whatevs. See ya! Bye-bye!
Oh, I kind of like this by Darling. They're forcing the Roche. I mean, if they can steal the first Roshan from Aurora, that's really going to slow down their momentum.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the objective taking potential for Aurora, but Darling, they have that in spades as well, right? The Brood Mother bringing the Broodlings in, as well as Jotun with the Unleashed Paddles just laying into the mix. Should be a very easy Aegis for them in Aurora. They weren't expecting this at all.
Which is fair. I mean, you shouldn't be expecting this kind of lineup to be doing Roche 18 minutes in. You should be the team that's doing Roshan 18 minutes in, realistically.
Yeah, the crazy thing is we haven't seen anything like an egg or like a properly committed EXO other than that jump. Oh, Amel, he's just straight into that Lina, but that's what the swap is there for. Beautiful stuff from Drake to fish Palos out of trouble. The turnaround Gleipnir, they have the touch on the jabs. Even in the face of that Laguna Blade, he's fine thanks to Ollie, who's there with the Sunray. So much healing. They committed the EXO for that though, and all they really get is a support. So, once again, I mean, you really have to play around these timings on the side of Darling. The second the EXO or the True Form are used, you should try and make something happen.
Venge up in 5 seconds. That's going to be when they make their move, if ever, right? That's your timing. You want these heroes, all your heroes, to be active. You can't afford to not bring one.
This Spirit Bear is terrifying already. Echo Saber Diffusal and just 400 gold off that Harpoon. I mean, Marcy, like you mentioned, can lay out a lot of damage, but if you're just being rooted up and burned away at in terms of your mana, it's going to be a real tough situation.
I think Marcy needs two crucial items this game. It's the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. Right, that's going to be what I'm looking out for Jotun.
Palos. This is a
what is going net on net action?
Dude, what is going on here? They just dude, Jotun just gave him the
Jotun
good
just walks by.
Dude, what the heck was that? Jotun's like, yo! How'd you like farming and netting it? Just go about on my day, don't worry about me, just level 9 Marcy. Potentially warding up your jungle, which is exactly what he did there, trying to be all inconspicuous, like, nah, there's no vision here, chill out, man. I'm just here for potential gank.
I mean, how many times have we seen Jotun get these deep visioned out just to die, right? But
yeah,
that's value. We've already talked about how valuable that can be.
Yeah, I think one of the big sort of understated components about Jotun is how much emphasis he plays around the vision, right? It's hard to think about when you see him dying, but stuff like the Venomancer, that gives you a lot of information. And all these deep wards, they've been setting up Darling for success here and informing Yowei on some of these sort of more initially suicidal plays, but then you see the information that they have and it makes a lot more sense.
Smoke out Aurora. They're, fighting in Aegis, but they still feel confident, which is good. Right? You want confidence in a game like this, right? Backs up against the wall for both of these two teams. You need a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that you're making because it feels like, especially in the past 5 minutes, everyone's playing a little scared. We felt that a bit from the side of Darling. coming into game 4, and that decisive Roche move was a great one. They even preserve their ages on the Lina, but this Tormentor timing, this smoke, it's perfect. Amel, he's found them straight onto that poor bench, and Palos loses his first life. Bosku desperately trying to finish off the Tormentor, but he doesn't have the damage. He's gonna lose it as well as his carry. Ollie gets the shot, and that is going to amplify the Sunray damage by such a country mile. They clean up Palos, and Bosku, his priorities were clear, but they end up losing their carry. That's the worst possible outcome there.
It's weird how Aurora aren't pressuring this tier 2 tower, though. I feel like with Exo and the Bear, they probably could have taken it before Lina was up.
I mean, more than anything, just a bit of respect, right? I dare say, like,
Yeah.
the cooldowns are down, they didn't use the egg, but true form is used. They're showing discipline there, playing around their timings, and Amel will feel very safe to grab this Tormentor. So much value in the 2 shots going their way. I mean, whoever it ends up going on, it's going to be huge. You already got
All
the
the
highest...
shards are value.
Yeah, you already got the highest value one.
Yeah. Hey, Tusk 1 is good too now, because if you get the shards in a position where they're kind of in the middle of it instead of at the tail end of it, Marcy can't grab them out of it.
Yeah, it's a bit too long. And Yoe, not to mention, it's a very low committal way to clear some of those spiderlings who might be trying to split push.
Mm-hmm.
Just toss it out there,
Absolutely.
cancel Bosku's little blink as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Still want to keep things going though, but Palos, he's one component away from that BKB. Surely that must be the timing that, you know, Darling will feel the strongest. This Broodmother with a haste.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's-
he's walking funny. Smoke breaks.
There you go, Ollie.
Getting found in the immediate Orchid. Finally coming to fruition there. Bosco will get that last touch as the rest of Aurora just retreat. They want no part in this.
No, no chance for the Phoenix there, right? And that's power of the Orchid, right? And maybe, just maybe, if you go BKB first on the Broodmother and you don't have that Orchid, you get out of there on the Phoenix. Maybe.
Yeah. It's a similar situation to what Yoten's been doing. I mean, the fact that the pulse 5 dies is not too big of a deal. I think
Yeah.
it's unfortunately your best possible outcome. Maybe Q could be up for consideration, but he's just, with the rest of the team, looking for a setup now. There isn't anyone here other than Palos though, and it's a very easy TP spot for them to respond. We've seen Aurora sort of toss away their advantage in this area before. Straight onto Palos, they see him. Shivas with the slow. Where's the rest of the squad? They can't get here in time. The Marcy's gonna come through just to watch her Lina drop to the floor, and oh, unfortunate, the shots. Not gonna connect, but you got the big target. The Lina is down again.
That was the first shards we've seen that haven't connect, right? I'm pretty sure every single shards have connected except for that one.
Still have yet to see this Broodmother get much done on the map. We'll try and pressure things out here. Actually pop the BKB. Even just kind of play a little bit with Amel, and that's gonna prove to be a mistake. Yoe stranded himself here, and Q will gladly Warrior punch him to death. Amel, a bit of a comeback from a rougher early start. It's not even gonna matter 23. He's just alone here beating on your... He's gonna beat on your tower, what the heck?
Yeah, absolutely. As long as Lina's dead, you've got the opening you want to push these tier 3 towers down. Like we've already talked about, they go down fast.
Oh, Jabs, being so annoying there. The pump fake, those little arms came out, baiting out that glyph, and immediately the swap back. You might just get the touch on the lone druid. He's falling low, and Palos, he's able to finish off 23 Savage, but it comes at the cost of both your bench and Marcy. Buyback is available, and it almost feels like Aurora, they want to commit because this Exo's been popped. Q coming through with the roll immediately. The buyback's on the spot, but can they make it here in time? Burning away because of that Sunray. The shard, it's gonna do so much work as Q narrowly dies there. The Marcy able to finish him off. It's a dieback. Bosku in some trouble as well as Mega Meepo standing his ground and standing tall at that. You use up Yoe, but there isn't any follow-up. This is falling apart here for Darling.
They've got buybacks on their cores, but for what, right? Like, what are you going to do without Dragon Form, without Laguna Blade? Sure, you can plink them down on the Lina, but that's about it.
And that's not really a very convincing situation. You'll silence up Amel now, but it's just you. Jabs will just turn around and kill your Venge, and Drake is died back. I mean, we talk a lot about this lone druid and the tower pressure. Hey, Meepo can do that just fine. 3 remaining Divider We Stand clones just starting to whack away. With the respawns on the Darling cores, they will show that respect.
Maybe. Maybe they might just be waiting for creeps, too.
The main thing is with these deaths, it's taken Palos a bit longer than he's wanted to get this BKB. And Aurora, they're capitalizing on this timing perfectly. But finally, done. This should be the opportunity for Darling to strike, but they need to coordinate it. It almost feels like they just have one chance left before it all slips away. It worked so hard to get to this point, pulling in the Spirit Bear. In comes the Marcy. Not really where you want to be, especially when you get punched out by Palos. He's starting to punch away from the back lines. They've already lost their support though. The net is going to connect onto Palos, but do they really want to commit? Still baiting it out. You're losing your racks. The BKB not popped yet, but the Lina, not much to be done in this situation. She's just forced to watch.
This looks a lot more like the Aurora that we've been seeing throughout these close qualifiers.
I'm gonna be honest, this doesn't look like the Darling that we've been seeing throughout the close qualifiers.
No, it
this
doesn't,
particular
does it?
game, it feels like both these teams throughout this grand finals have taken their turns to try and go for something a bit off kilter. A couple of failed experiments, and now we're here in this grand finals in game number 5, where the one slot is on the line, and they've chosen to gamble it on this mid Broodmother that hasn't really found its mark just yet. Not really able to get dominance in the lane against Armel. Has a couple of ganks went wrong, and that's even crazier to say, ganks with the Broodmother. I mean, Yoe, it feels like his only option now is to try and rat.
I feel like the ganks didn't go well because the Broodmother can't gank, really. Like, you legitimately just don't do anything. It was such... I'm still shocked that Yoe tried so many times to gank, right? You mess up once, you gang and it doesn't succeed, fine, whatever. But to do it 3 or 4 times, you put yourself so far behind, especially against a Meepo.
Hold, Palos found out again the kickback. Hughes found him straight into the mix and burned alive. No save this time round. The bench couldn't even make it there in time. And Jotun will melt as well. The hope slipping away, the Darling fans. They need your support now more than ever. But I'm not even sure whether that's going to make a difference. 7-22 right now, with a 24k gold lead at this juncture, especially with these heroes. They can just waltz back into Roche, grab that objective, and the base is just going to be gone.
Double disperser online for Aurora. Now with that Aegis as well, these last racks should fall, melt like butter.
True. Ollie finally showing his stuff on 2 other heroes, Pot Crazy. I mean, there's a reason why...
Right?
There's a reason why his Phoenix is so feared, right? They, it's gonna come through and really wreck you. And 23 just had the freest time ever in this top side. Again.
Ollie is making so many good plays too, without even using the egg.
Yeah.
We've only seen really 1 egg this game. It was on the high ground, but it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And the Sunray, like, the Sunray has done the most this game, right? It's just so valuable against these tanky heroes.
Yeah, first pick, we were a little bit worried about it being countered out because they have Palos in that egg hitter. Oh damn, Palos, the all-chat ends straight. Classic Southeast Asian Dota, you couldn't have asked for anything better. This guy, just messing around with them. Tips come through as well, but this is how you know they haven't given up. They're about to come back. This is the telltale sign of what happens in every single Southeast Asian pub. You hit a couple end straights, you know, the passive aggressive tips throughout your team, and then suddenly they pull off this miracle high ground defense. It is still possible. I wonder what Gabe thinks though. Let's have a look at that win probability.
Yee, it's 100%. There's no way. There's no chance the Darling come back.
All right, see. All I gotta say is maybe Gabe's not familiar with the ways of Southeast Asia Dota. That's all I gotta say, right? Because the second you say those words in all chat, you unlock a different gate of energy. It's like you know, Rock Lee, when he taps into all those gates. Like, that's not... Nobody knows he can do that until you finally pop it out, and then you're like, oh, okay. I guess his power just went up by 9,000. That's kind of what it feels like for Darling here. But maybe I'm just hoping and coping again. Aurora, they look unstoppable right now.
Almost a 30k lead for Aurora 30 minutes in. I mean, we haven't seen a lead like this in a hot minute.
Dude, it's not really... And if this is just how things end here, it will be unceremonious, especially Talos just being kicked back. Forced to just BKB, finally connecting on the swap, but Drake has to sacrifice his life once again. No buyback for another 2 minutes. It almost seems so easy. Palos, he's used that BKB already. The next jump from Q will be the one that just does them in. One more little soccer kick to the curb. You know that task. He's eyeing them up like juicy, juicy prizes at an arcade stall. He's
You
this
can't
close.
show on Lena.
You can't. He's just gonna come in, do it again. Q, he's found Palos, and Palos goes down. 60 seconds without him and no buyback, but they will do a lot of damage. Immediate buyback on the Tusto, but Bosku and Yoe, they have no chance. The connection might be there, but it's not enough to defeat Aurora. They'll just stand their ground, everyone's full HP. You just buyback on Q and Yoe, he's just gonna get swatted down like the bug that he is. And 23, some tips coming out to his former captain. Congrats. They're just smiling. I mean, they've come really close, and we always keep talking about how at some point it might not have been a joke anymore. It might not have just been a meme. They could have really made a good shot at DreamLeague Season 22. But as the dust settles, Aurora, they make them work for their salaries for sure.
Yeah. And like Armel said at the very end there, right? Props to Darling, no boot camp, and they made it to the finals. Took the words out of our mouths.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story of this lineup. They knocked out so many hopefuls throughout their time. Hey, Neon were looking really, really good up until they faced off against Darling, who just shocked us. First open qualifiers, complete masterclass. Smashed all their opponents, didn't stand a chance. Some of these teams only made it here because Darling won in the open qualifiers number 2. I had to thank their lucky stars that they made it this far. And the lower bracket run of a lifetime. I mean, these guys, zero resources, just vibes and straight chilling. Some electrical issues, some crazy picks, some no-stun lineups for 60-minute games becoming universal. They've brought everything and the kitchen sink to the table. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but that is such a tall task to bring Aurora to their knees like that. So close, but no cigar. Of course, we do have to congratulate our winners here and the Southeast Asian representatives for DreamLeague Season 22. It's none other than Aurora. Big props to them for hanging on in that grueling best of 5.
If anyone deserves it, it's Aurora, right?
Yeah.
They have smashed their way through the upper bracket.
Yeah.
And despite a choppy grand finals, right? We've already talked about Darling. They're no pushovers, right?
No.
So Aurora, it makes sense that they struggled a little bit, right? It's just common when you go up against a hard team. Won't be too surprised to see them struggle going forward, but this international experience is going to prove extremely valuable to this team.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing when we first started, we always keep going back to, oh, you know, it's a joke team, but for all of these players, they've committed very much a large portion in their lives to sort of playing at this level. You don't get so good without hard work. And specifically for Jotun and Drake, I'm not really sure what their plans are for the future, but I know that for the longest time, Drake was on a lineup called Manta Esports. He still very much is in there, has sort of taken a little bit tour during these qualifiers to try things out with more experienced players. And this might be the start of something new for him, right? He had multiple amazing showings. I think the key one that stood out to me was that Shadow Demon game where he went absolutely brazy. And Jotun, he brings a very interesting style of Pos 5, harkens back to the days of Pylai Dai playing position 7, right? It's so unique, it's so fresh, and I hope that this might be the opening for them to find their spots on some better rosters and prove themselves. And we're saying that as if, you know, who knows, maybe next season we see Team Darling signed by Org.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, right? Darling, if they stick together as a team, they are proving to be a hot contender in these qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
And this isn't going to be the last one. There are so many more qualifiers throughout the year. They have a long way to go in a good way.
Yeah. You better, I think everybody in Southeast Asia is hoping and praying that Cuckoo doesn't just decide to, for fun, start playing more qualifiers again. This man clearly still has the skills to pay the bills. I mean, we thought, you know, he was gone after he's saying, okay, you know, I'm taking a break. The blacklist stint didn't really go too well for him. You know, that transition to 5, but now back on his comfort role, back in the 3, he definitely showed up with his squad, and that connection, it was there all right. But of course, as the dust settles, Aurora, you know, amazing performance, basically haven't bled throughout the entire qualifiers up until this point. And yeah, I mean, that does wrap out of 3 days of what have been crazy games. I mean, Southeast Asia really lives up to its name for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, right. I couldn't ask for better games to cast, and I couldn't ask for a better partner to cast with Sneeze. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay, well, before we get too sappy here, no one wants to hear this. We can keep this private. We can call each other darlings in private as well. But for now, of course, one last congratulations. Everybody put your hands together for Aurora, who made it all the way here. And of course, for Darling as well, for making it so far. And they're just playing for fun. That will wrap things up here. My name's Permasneeze and Crasheroni. It's been a pleasure being beside you covering these qualifiers as we have every single day. The action is far from over. We're coming to the thrilling conclusions of every single region. within the next what feels like 30 hours, we'll find out exactly who our Dream League Season 22 main event teams are. So go to ESL_Dota 2, just search that in the Twitch search bar, and you'll find every other stream going on. In fact, I'm pretty sure, let me just check here. Yeah, Entity versus KZ, that's Spartan's team, I believe, is going on right now.
Ooh.
You can catch that. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's going to be a barn burner Western Europe special. You don't want to miss this. But for the last time, thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and we'll catch you next time. Good night.